Morgana sat Karl down at an empty table in the hospital cafeteria and took out her notebook, which he couldn't help but notice was just as covered in drawings as her body. All right, we will start with the basics, your future goals, growth path, anything that might not have been passed on to me by the Colonel or by Lieutenant Rita. She began. It's still odd to hear Lieutenant in front of her name. She was always Sergeant Rita, and she was promoted after we were separated. But I think most of it should be in the notes. But I would like to add that I got this shiny sword that steals life essence from things I kill, and that seems to have a rather noticeable effect on the beast's growth rate. Once I got it, they started growing to full adulthood in a rather remarkably short time period. The only exception is Remy, who is still in her early growth phase, when the others would have been fully grown by now. Morgana nodded. That's just because she's a spirit snake. They normally take decades to be fully grown, not just a few years like the spider or Sero. So, it's nothing to worry about if Remy's journey to adulthood is slower than the others. She also has an evolution ahead of her, but from what I can tell, she is developing in the giant spirit snake direction, most likely in the storm snake pattern. Storm snake? Karl asked. It's a name that the researchers have given to spirit snakes whose abilities favor weather manipulation, blizzard, lightning, and so on. Then there are the blood snakes, who favor blood magic, or the giant spirit pythons. But she's clearly not one of them, as she has venomous fangs. Morgana elaborated. That makes sense. I thought you were saying that there were even more evolutionary options available to her than I had realized. There is a chance she will grow into an actual Naga shaman, but somehow that seems unlikely. When she was just born, she used her water manipulation to form arms, but I haven't seen her do it since. Oh, what caused her to do that? Morgana asked. A celebratory gesture, marking the fact that she had safely and successfully made it into the world. Karl elaborated, while the witch doctor nodded in understanding. Naga aren't as bad as the Lamia, who tend to kill their clutch mates, but they don't tend to have any sympathy for them if resources are limited. But we can get to Remy's development later. What were your plans for after graduation? What sort of career would you like to get into? The school is a bit lost as to what sort of path you should be on. They first thought that you should be trained to join the ranks of politicians and bureaucrats, but you have developed a habit of telling those sorts of people off at every chance you get, so I believe you might be unsuited to the task. Did you want to take up some sort of trade? Perhaps become a business mogul? What is the dream future for Karl? They're determined to set a career path for me, are they? Karl sighed. It's essential to your training. You didn't think that you could skim through 4 years at the academy without taking a single actual class, did you? The first year is more focused on your skills to determine potential without the extra education getting in the way, but we can't neglect your future. Karl chuckled at her earnest determination to be a good teacher, but he really had no ambitions involving business or politics at all. If it was left up to him, he would work just enough for a luxury life and spend the rest of his time focusing on the growth of his partners. Maybe being a librarian or teacher would suit him. He had an ability for making skill books, so it would benefit him to know as many skills as he could. That also sounded like it would give him plenty of opportunities to be in the wilderness, looking for new skills. Karl gestured toward the book in her hands and smiled. Actually, I have a talent for learning and teaching skills. Perhaps I could do a job along those lines, searching for new skills and turning them into skill books to be distributed by the Blue Dragon clerics after they've been duplicated. You want to be a treasure hunter, or perhaps a teacher? That's a bit of a dichotomy, but I can see that the focus is more skills for your team. Do you get access to all those skills directly? She asked. Karl shook his head. I get access to racial skills of the beasts, but not their entire repertoire. For example, I have the effect of the offensive adaptation skill active on me, but I can't create golems on my own. I have studied it enough times that I might be able to make the golem book with Ray's help, but I still can't cast it. I suspect that I wouldn't be able to use the book I created either. What an interesting skill. Can it just be any skill that your beasts know? She replied. Karl shook his head. No, I have to have a pretty solid understanding of how and why it works before I can create the book, even with their help. If it's a new skill, there is no chance. But spear is a pretty simple one and similar in function to rend, and it creates a solid object, like the bow that I use. I know how both those things work, and with Ray's help I managed to make the book for both of the nature priests. Morgana smiled. You know how to use chain lightning, correct? What do you think that the chances that you could make that into a book that lightning magic users could use? Lightning bolt is a common book, but chain lightning is not. The odds are that I wouldn't be able to use it, as that isn't my specialty as a witch doctor. I'm a hex type, not an elemental shaman. But if we could give the book to the cathedral library, they would give you a nice little commission off each copy sold, the same as they do for the refreshing lightning barrier, but hopefully with a wider target audience. Do Flaming Body too. More fire magic users to offset the evil ice giants. Hawk insisted. I think that it should be possible, and I would like to do one other book as well. The more skills that are available to future elites, the better. Karl agreed. Morgana gave him an odd look. When you say it like that, without any greed in your tone, it just sounds strange. Karl laughed. Hawk wants me to teach everyone Flaming Body, as a form of vengeance against the frost giants and cold in general. I strongly suspect that he learned the skill entirely to spite the water element. Is that how it works? Morgana asked, taking notes. Probably not, but nobody ever told Hawk that, and even if it shouldn't be possible, it didn't seem to stop him. He gained a number of fire skills from resources that we used for growth, but he has evolved those skills and perfected the usage of them on his own. For example, the flaming attacks I use and the fireballs that he throws aren't actually a separate skill. That's just Flaming Body, formed in different ways. Even the cigarette lighter for Doug is the same skill. Karl explained. You know, if someone taught that skill to the nature priests, they would be unstoppable, a true menace to society. Hiding their lighters is the only way to get some of them to work. The witch doctor laughed, and Karl noticed that the whites of her eyes went completely black when she was amused. It was kind of freaky, and he wondered if it happened for all emotions, or if it was different. Well, if you want to learn and teach more skills, and you have a skill that makes inscription training unnecessary, then I think that we can work out a path for you. I am thinking that it will be cartography and history, with an emphasis on ancient architecture, so that you know the signs that there might be an undisturbed ruin nearby, and what era it might be from. Then it would just be a few extra courses in public speaking for when you need to introduce a new find to the world. Some things that you find when you're searching for the rare and exotic won't be what you might have expected, but they can make big news, and that means being on television, but unable to throw Thor at them to distract the reporters. So, she had seen his first time being part of a news broadcast. Karl was quite proud of that performance, for a first attempt at doing a public interview. After lunch, Morgana led them to an empty room, which might have been a consultation room, as there was nothing more than a simple desk in it with 2 chairs and a side table with a pot of coffee and cups. I don't have all the books that we're going to need for the lessons, but I do have an aptitude test for you, both to judge where you are in your education and to see if your head injury is causing any lingering effects when you need to focus. I know that they will try to steal you back to the battle lines with the other advanced students even sooner than they said, so we should get the basics laid out now. Morgana explained. Karl nodded. Before we start, who did all that ink for you? Some of those tattoos are incredibly intricate. Morgana chuckled. I did them all, but they're actually all spells. As a witch doctor, one of my abilities is a blessing or a curse on a target to enhance their abilities. So, the few who have the class all chose to cover themselves in the spells to mimic the abilities of the other classes, with enhanced mental powers and physical skills. Karl smiled and thought about the last of the rank 2 attack skills that he hadn't learned. Brutality increased the strength and size of the target by 10% per rank. If he had been thinking ahead, he could have used that during the last battle to help even the size difference between him and the frost giants, as well as reducing the strength advantage of the royal rank giant. Morgana rapped her knuckles on the desk. You look lost in thought. Care to elaborate? Karl shrugged. Just thinking of what I could have done differently in that last fight. There are a few class abilities that I could have taken advantage of, and the fight might have ended differently. Morgana shook her head. Don't second-guess yourself. That only leads to doubt and hesitation. Neither of those things will help you survive, so just put them out of your mind. Now, here is the aptitude test. Much like your graduation test from middle school before the injections, but more difficult. You have all afternoon to finish it if you need, but it usually only takes an hour or 2. Karl opened the booklet and picked up the pencil, then smiled as he realized that it was a multiple-choice test. Multiple choice was easy, but after the first page of general knowledge that all changed. It became long answers, more in-depth questions about things he had learned at the academy, things he had no clue about, and complex math questions whose answers he could only guess at. The only sections of the test that he was certain that he had done all right on were the botany and monster-related questions. The math was a lost cause, while he might have done all right on the magical theory, though he suspected that section had no real right or wrong answers, as long as you actually knew how to use magic. Every class did things a little differently, so their understanding of magic wasn't the same, and they would describe the answers very differently. Even the beasts had conflicting answers about how and why some things worked. For example, Thor said that you knew the circle of protection was working because it felt right on the scales. How did you relate that to anyone else? It wasn't the sort of thing that you could explain in words, but Thor's impression told Karl just what it should feel like on the scales, if Karl had scales. All right, I think that is all the questions. I can see now that there are plenty of things in life that I don't know the answer to, like the volume of a cylinder, but there should be at least a few of them where I did all right. Karl informed Morgana, who was reading the notes of his training as he worked on the test. She flipped through the test and got to a question in the math section, where she looked startled. How did you get the answer to this? She asked, turning the book back to him. Oh, that's a force and velocity thing. 1 ton is about what a juvenile lightning arrow weighs, and if he hits a wall with his brute strength at a 40-kilometer-an-hour run, he will exert about that much force. Thor loves smashing things. Poles, barriers, walls. They're all fun. So, I have seen it in action enough times to know the answer. I didn't use some fancy calculation, but I'm pretty certain that's right. Karl explained. It is. All of the ones on applied force are close to the proper answer, which was shocking, given how badly you did on the rest of the math questions. Morgana replied. Well, at least she didn't try to sugarcoat it. Then she went through the rest of the booklet, only smiling when they got to the botany section, where Karl knew all the plants in question, and the monster biology section, where Karl knew the vital points and the likely skills of the common species referenced. It had all been on common threats in the Golden Dragon Nation, so it wasn't hard for him to recall the early lessons that Sergeant Rita had gone through with him when they thought that common rank monsters were going to be the target of his missions for the first year. All right, I understand where you are at now. They went over the survival portions of the training first, and left the others until you had settled into your class, which they obviously never got to as you left the academy to play in the woods. That doesn't change much except the starting point for your next bit of training, and I will have the books here by tomorrow so we can get to it. Honestly, it's going to be a fairly simple and enjoyable course load. The first thing you will need to learn for geography is the basics of all the different environments, how to traverse them safely, the creatures you are likely to find, what plants are edible and which are poison, how to hide your scent, and how to blend into your surroundings. She paused at that point, noticing that Karl had been partially distracted by the team's running commentary. I need a real-time translator for you. I get the feeling that I'm missing out on 2/3 of the conversation, and I'm the one speaking. She commented in a dry tone. Sorry, they're all giving me hints on the areas that they know best. The plains, the forests, the swamps, the sky. Ray is a bloodbath spider, so she has a natural ability to blend into her surroundings, and she doesn't really understand why it won't transfer to me when it did transfer to her golems. Thor thinks that blending in is overrated, and we just need a stronger pack. Hawk is laughing at their inability to fly away from danger. Karl narrated. So, you're saying that you should be good at the wilderness survival portion of the training? That's a real-time saver. I thought that we would have to call in a nature priest to help. She sighed. We can still do that. I have one in the group. Well, 2 of them, if High Priest Doug and his team, will be staying with us. But Colonel Valerie said that the next mission would be with the Academy students, so possibly not. Karl suggested. Morgana shrugged. Well, I'm also a commander, so probably not. The war isn't going well for us, even with the elites on our side. Every line is spread thin, but your time in the Frost Giant Nation gave them hope that the new generation of students might have either some sort of power advantage as the world dragon's favor returns to the people, or new ideas that would overturn the prevailing logic of battlefield engagements. The sort of logic that doesn't bother to count the number of giants before sending teams deep into enemy territory to engage them? Yeah, I can think of a couple of ideas that would overturn that line of thinking. Karl agreed, with anger slowly taking over his voice and expression without him noticing. Is this an ingrained issue with authority, or a new thing? Morgana asked cautiously, concerned that Karl's anger might be the start of a bestial rage. It's not really an issue with authority. I mean, Overlord Drake and every one of the princes that I've met so far have all been solid and intelligent leaders. Some of the others, not so much. I've always had issues with stupid people and the give head to get ahead crowd. Karl replied with a shrug. Morgana choked on her coffee. The what now? Oh, sorry. I guess that bit of slang isn't universal. It means the ones who suck up to the leadership to get better positions, raises, and perks. The sort of pencil pushers who always know better than you, even if they've never done your job, and are happy to go whine to their superiors if they don't think that they're getting the respect they demand. Karl explained. Morgana smiled as she tapped a rhythm on the table and thought about what she had read in his file. I get it now. That's why you get along with the church so well. They actually do the things that they ask others to do. For example, if they want monsters cleared, they send a cleric with the group who knows what they're doing. There's a front layer of competence, which the politicians and most of the luxury elites lack. She guessed. Karl nodded, and his posture began to relax. I mean, every elite who got the injection has the blessing of the world dragon, right? Shouldn't that be used for something more important than forensic accounting in a government office? Morgana laughed as the anger faded from Karl, and the sense of danger vanished as if it had never been there. I get your point. I am also not an office person. I prefer to be left alone with my potions. I used to sit in the gazebo for days at a time working on them. Alchemy is my trade skill, you see. It goes well with my class skills and fills in the gaps in the abilities that I have. I think that learning to explore might fill your need to be away from bureaucracy, but I'm not certain that it will fill the gaps in the abilities that you have. Of course, you are one of the most versatile elites that I have ever met, so I am not certain where the blind spots in your abilities are yet. But when we find them, we can consider adding a trade skill to your courses. Karl smiled at the dutiful teacher. You make it sound like they're really planning to keep me in the academy for all 4 years. I am already a commander, and by this time next year, I will be at the bottleneck and looking for a way into the royal rank, or possibly past that bottleneck already. By the time that I graduate, where will we be? The estimates I have heard are 2 years as a royal, so with a bit of effort I should be pushing for monarch rank as I start senior year. And then what? At that point, I might as well be here in the university because there won't be much for me to learn other than some new combat skills at the academy. The academy, not really a place of higher education, more of a survival training camp for those with magical powers. I don't need that much survival training, and the ultimate goal here is to have fun while I push my beasts to the peak of overlord rank, where nothing is a real threat anymore. Where I can make the rules, simply because I'm the one with the power. Morgana looked shocked for a moment. A survival training camp? I suppose that would be how you see it, as you never followed a life plan or career path at the academy. But there is much more to it than just building power. Networking, building connections, a reliable social circle that can help you through the rest of your life. That's what the academy is good for. Karl considered that for a few minutes as he thought about all the people that he had met since he left the academy and started hunting outside. I think that is more true for those who are still awakened and ascended. When you're a commander, the others treat you more as an oddity or a teacher. We're not really one of them anymore, no matter how much we want to be. You graduated right before I started, right? So, less than half a year ago. When did you make commander? Karl asked. The week of the graduation ceremony. Morgana replied. Karl sighed as he gestured in her direction. And now here you are, as a teacher, assigned by the Bureau of Elite Development, no longer a student of the academy. You're not on their level anymore. I made commander before the end of the first term of the first year. Out here, I'm leading elite teams into combat, standing on par with the combat power of generals and regimental commanders twice my age, sent as the rescue force when awakened and ascended teams can't deal with the threats that they have found. I remember that Sergeant Rita said there are about 6 commanders per year in the graduating class out of hundreds of elites. It's like I've skipped the entire progression part of the academy's team-building exercise, and I don't really have a place there anymore. No matter how nice the balcony that you left for me is. Morgana smiled softly as Karl explained his point of view. You know, I wonder if this is also related to your class? Beasts grow up fast, ready to take their place in the world. Normally, freshman students keep that cute and naive nature for most of the first year. Then they start to form cliques and factions during the second year. You went from that cute, naive kid during the first weeks to the jaded child soldier much too fast, and you've already formed your clique. Or should I call it a pack? Thor nodded enthusiastically in Karl's mind. Their herd was a good one. Karl chuckled. Thor prefers herd. A lightning serum operates as part of the herd. From behind Karl, Doug's amused voice interrupted their talk. Karl hadn't heard him open the door, so the nature priest was being extra sneaky today. Not all hope is lost. There is still some of that hopeless new student left. You should see him with Dana. It's adorable. They're clearly crushing on each other, but too shy to say it outright. The nature priest joked. Morgana smiled as Karl blushed before turning to face the intruder. Brother Doug, have you finished your meetings for the day? He asked. Doug shrugged. Skittles was mad at me for shirking on my paperwork. He says you have to balance work with fun, so I spent the day catching up on reports. But I came to see if you two were coming to dinner. It's about that time already. Morgana checked her watch and frowned. It's not dinner for like 2 hours yet. Doug shrugged. Overlord Drake and Prince Axel wanted to have dinner now, so I've been sent to fetch everyone before they have to go. I think that they have enough information now to give a proper update to whoever they're reporting to. I know you and Jill are reporting back to the Colonel, so someone else wanted them to stay and keep an eye on us until everything was decided. The High Priest had a point. The Bureau already had their agents standing right beside the students they were most worried about, and Ophelia likely had a niece with her, or someone else from the Bureau, since she was with Karl's team, and they were all away from the academy and showing promise. Sure enough, when they followed Doug to the cafeteria, Ophelia had Dave, Jill's partner at the Bureau, sitting next to her, working on a lesson plan, while Dana and Jill were engrossed in a conversation about something magical theory. Drake and Axel were sitting at opposite ends of the long table, so everyone was spread between them, while a number of doctors came in and out, adding reports to the files that the pair had assembled. It couldn't all be for Karl's group. There were only 9 of them here, but at least 40 folders between the two elites, and the doctors were bringing more of them every minute. That meant it had to be a general update on the state of the patients who were likely to be able to return to combat in the near future. That notion seemed to be supported by the cautiously optimistic look that many of the doctors had as they turned in the files. If they were bringing reports of those who would be confined to the hospital for the foreseeable future, they wouldn't look as optimistic. Once the reports stopped coming in, the staff brought over food for everyone at the table, an oddity at the cafeteria, where you usually ordered from the counter and waited for it. But this was an impromptu meeting with the prince and the overlord, whose gear had already been brought in and was sitting by the door. Overlord Drake's deep voice carried through the room with ease. As you've guessed, we have been called back to the line, but we have the official reports for your groups. Lao Tai, Harry Kim, and Bob Mackenzie. Your wounds are considered healed, and you are officially fit for duty. High Priest Doug Mackenzie, you will be reviewed in 2 more days. She's not here, but Ascended Tori has been officially assigned to the Spellblade clan for training, as it has been determined that she is now a naturally awakened mage. Sisters Lotus and Tessa, you are both cleared and fit for duty. Ascended Elites Ophelia and Dana, you are both on medical hold for the next 2 weeks, barring a change in circumstances. Commander Karl, your healing will be reviewed at the end of the week. Karl looked at Ophelia and wondered if her quiet acceptance of everything and generally mild nature when she wasn't in werebear form was hiding more issues than she was willing to speak about in public. With Dana, it was much easier for Karl to tell that she needed more time. She had been right next to Tori in the wagon, and she had taken it hard. Drake cleared his throat and continued. For the others gathered here, I have some news as well. There are assignments for 15 of you to the Frost Giant border as a recuperative period after your injuries, as the fighting there has decreased to a minimum. There are many others in our pile of reports who are cleared to return to duties, but who are not being requested to go to battle at this time. Military personnel who are cleared for duty will be contacted by your commanding officers, and cleared civilian personnel without a combat assignment will have transport arranged for them. There are enough names here that I will post them on the wall. Long-term patients, those who have been here more than a month, are with Prince Axel, and those who have been here under a month are with me. If your name is on the list, you are cleared for discharge from the hospital. If it is not, your doctors will advise you as to when you might be. The 2 elites put the list on the table next to them, and the doctors put copies up on the poster board by the door. That caused a slow exodus of bodies from the room, as the patients who had gathered to hear the news began to get excited to see the official determination. The doctors had told most of them whether they could leave or not, but the doctors didn't know who would be going where. Once the room was mostly cleared, Prince Axel looked around at the group with a tired expression before giving them the final announcement of the night. As much as I fought against it, as I don't support student soldiers, the entire awakened and ascended population of the academy is being sent to the border in the next 2 weeks. Once you are cleared, you will not be going back to your dorms, but to the border near the Hill Giant Offensive. Commander Doug McKenzie and his group have been assigned to the capital for security, along with his 2 sisters. While you are cleared for combat, the Bureau wants you to have some downtime between battles, so you will spend a minimum of 1 month here in the capital. High Priest Doug, that will unfortunately include you as well. Apparently calling the head of psychiatric medicine Skittles to his face earned you some time doing public relations work for the church. Axel informed them, his stern expression turning to a smirk at the end. Doug just shrugged as he ate his dinner. He is, and will always be, Skittles. I regret nothing. Prince Axel just shook his head at the nature priest. There was no reasoning with the man, it seemed. Overlord Drake stood from his chair. Now, I wish you all the best of luck, and we will see you at the next inspection of the lines, World Dragon willing. The 2 ranking elites left the room, and Karl's group fell silent for a bit before Tessa finished her juice and sighed. Well, I guess we will meet again soon if half of us are being discharged. Do any of the doctors know if we're just waiting at the cathedral? One of the doctors nodded. Yes, you've both been assigned to wait at the capital cathedral until your team is cleared to leave. Official orders from the Archbishop himself have your entire team together for 1 year. It would take a lot to get him to change his mind on the matter, and it's doubtful that it will even cross his mind again. Tessa nodded. Well, we do have a contract that we won't leave anyone behind, and that we will do one task that pleases the Red Dragon Goddess every 3 months. Think we're actually way ahead of the curve on that one, but I suspect that the extras don't factor into the time frame when she expects her next tribute. You have 3 months between missions for the War Dragon? How long has it been since the last time her influence was obvious? The doctor asked, not wanting to risk an issue by keeping the team in the hospital. The battle that led us here. So, under a week, and the one before that was only 3 days or so prior. So we're good even if one doesn't count. Tessa explained. You have been busy. Though, with your group composition, it's a bit concerning that you would agree to a contract like that. The doctor frowned. Actually, our group is really well suited to it. Once you add the monsters and golems, that makes all the difference. It's a lot like having 3 extra commanders with us, all with different skill sets. But I think that the War Dragon is particularly pleased by the fact that we are actually willing to go out and fight, and don't just do the minimum. I might have tested short of the commander rank exam requirements, but not by much. By the time that we get back from the Hill Giant border, I might be the youngest High Priestess of the Red Dragon. Tessa replied. The doctor looked shocked. High Priestesses of the War Dragon only usually came in 2 varieties. Disfigured and angry battle nuns in their early middle years, and matronly sorts who looked after orphans for a living. Becoming a High Priestess so young, at least for the Dragon God of War, was unthinkable in the minds of many. So, once we clear you, there is a good chance that you're going to throw yourselves back into battle and challenge the Hill Giants to please the Red Dragon? The doctor asked. That was clearly a trick question and designed to be used against the other members when they were doing their evaluations the next day. But the doctor had no shame about his actions and wasn't trying to hide it. I wouldn't call it throwing ourselves in combat. Thor likes to smash things, and Ray is likely running short on blood by now. So we will take a cautious outing to find some monsters to refill our supplies. Then, whatever happens, happens. Maybe we will find another village full of refugee children. That pleased the Red Dragon a lot. Tessa replied. The doctor nodded, having heard the story already. All right, I won't pry too deeply. I know battle is an essential part of most elites' lives. He reluctantly agreed. The last of the assembled doctors slowly dispersed, and then Karl's team retired back to their respective rooms for the evening, prepared for at least another week of monotonous tests and afternoons filled with lessons and chores. The chores part was especially fearsome to Lotus, who had been enjoying the wilderness far too much, even if it was cold. Now that she was back in the city and headed for the cathedral, she would be expected to join the chore rotation during her stay there. That meant long hours and honest work, two things that no nature priestess willingly volunteered for. Karl sat in the next day's decompression session, a mental health counseling session that was mandatory for all patients here, and stared at the new doctor who had been assigned to him. She just wasn't getting it, and he wasn't certain how to explain the situation anymore. So, you're saying that a young child such as yourself isn't bothered by the death and gore, but you don't feel that is a problem? The old woman asked. Karl considered that for a moment, trying to find a new way to explain the issue, before he gave into the urge to just stand up and just walk out on her. If there is a rabid animal or wild monster loose in your neighborhood, what do? He asked. Call animal control, of course. She replied. And what do they do? Trap and relocate it, I assume. She shrugged. Karl rubbed his temples. This woman had never actually worked with anyone who had been in combat before, and it was exceedingly obvious. She had to be one of the academics from the university. He shook his head. You can't just relocate a dangerous creature and make it someone else's problem. They put them down. That's what we do. We put down dangerous creatures who are a threat to the people. It's not personal, it just needs to be done. But if they were people in your mind, how would you handle it? Karl saw where she was leading with this now. I would say that is a law enforcement issue. If they were humans, each and every one of them would be a serial killer and mass murderer. Many of them would be cannibals, as they prefer human flesh. I don't think that many people would object if they were put down, even if we did it live on television. The woman huffed in annoyance and walked out of the room. Victory. Skittles, the aging nature priest doctor, came in to replace her with a big smile on his face. What did you say to make the substitute counselor cry? He asked. I told her that the human equivalent of monsters are serial killers and mass murderers, that nobody would complain about being executed live on television. Skittles, or Dr. Xander, as he should properly be called, burst into laughter. The university sent over a bunch of academics to prove that our way isn't effective. Enough. They think that their treatment methods will create more healthy and balanced elites. Or get someone stabbed for asking the same stupid questions over and over. Karl pointed out. We monitor our patients for weapons. Dr. Xander replied stiffly. Karl took out his maul and passed it to the nature priest, who nearly dropped it on his foot. Goddess, that thing is heavy. Is that what you use to fight frost giants? He asked. No, I usually use a two-handed sword, but that maul packs a beating with it when it comes into play. But my point is that most of the patients are armed, even when it doesn't look like it. The doctor chuckled. Point taken. But I suspect the actual weapons aren't the largest issue if your personal problem is the annoying academics. Those who are unstable are sedated to prevent them using magic, but we already know that doesn't work on you. And if you set a monster on them, they wouldn't last long. The academics aren't clerics, they're just teachers. They don't have any magic or superhuman abilities, so they don't really understand what it's like. They're terrified of the threats to humanity, and many have the attitude that the ones who protect them are some sort of servants tasked to clean up problems. Karl nodded. Like that one. Maybe we should terrify them a little, make them leave. Karl saw why Doug called him Skittles when the man smirked. His eyes flashed with multiple colors of light. It might be some sort of skill or ability, but the glow did rather look like Skittles in his eyes. What were you thinking just now? Dr. Xander asked. I could use a bit of exercise. Perhaps we could arrange space to do some sparring out in the yard? Or if there is a suitable gymnasium here. Karl suggested. I will arrange it. There have been all sorts of complaints this morning, and I have been concerned that some of the elites might just do a self-checkout against doctor's advice. Let me know when you've got somewhere for us to exercise, and I think that we can arrange something that will take the naive one's attitude down a notch. Karl agreed. Dr. Xander nodded and left the room, and Karl made sure he had shorts and a tank top under his hassock. He tended to forget, but if he was going to be sparring, he should have the lower layer on. He was just getting comfortable in the chair when Dr. Xander came back, under a minute later, with a big smile. All right, it's arranged. Even the white robes are on board with this. Just don't do anything that might cause more patients. Karl chuckled. You don't have a cardiology department, do you? Because I can't guarantee that some of them won't need it when they see what being an elite actually means. Nope, that's next door and not our problem. We're not an emergency care center. Karl followed him out into the courtyard, where someone had created a huge amount of sand for a 20-meter round combat circle. the sort of training pit that soldiers had been using for close combat training since before recorded history. All right, Dr. Xander has asked that we all attend this seminar, both for the elites to blow off some steam and to show the new hires a little of what it means to be an elite in combat. Commander Karl has graciously volunteered to help with the demonstration, so who would like to go first? The patients looked a bit confused, but Ophelia hopped up. Do we get to spar with Karl? Or is he going to cheat? Karl laughed and had Ray call out a spider golem with the ends of its legs blunted. There were a number of screams from the new doctors, and Ophelia laughed. I see how it is. All right, who has the training weapons? Karl shrugged. I don't think that you need them. Ray won't take it personally, because there is no chance they're going to be able to kill my golem. The two squared off against each other across the circle as the civilian doctors watched in horror. Then Ophelia activated her armor and twin flaming axes before transforming into were-bear form and launching herself at the spider golem. The two exchanged dozens of strikes in the first 2 seconds, with the golem parrying Bear's berserker rage-infused attacks, while she looked for an opening. Karl watched the doctors for a while, and even some of the clerics looked shocked at the brutality of the fight. Then it slowly turned to amusement as the golem knocked Ophelia over and used its blunted legs to tickle her belly while pretending to land strikes. Only when she roared at the golem in a fully animalistic rage did Ray finally relent and have the spider golem retreat. That's one for the golem. I think almost everyone gets the point. Who wants to spar next? I know I could use the exercise. My muscles are getting sore from lack of use. Karl offered. A man with a fresh scar across his face and down his bare chest raised his hand. Commander on commander unarmed spar? The monk suggested. That sounds good. We've got plenty of healers to deal with bruising, or we can do it with a barrier up so we're not actually harmed. Karl offered. Then we would need to use skills, and that might lead to accidents. Bare hands versus training weapons is fine. Karl had Ray dismiss the golem as he stepped into the ring. The hospital hassock would be fine for fighting. It was easy to move in. The two stretched a little, and then moved into a light sparring session, testing each other's skills. Karl didn't have his rings on, and this was the first time in a long time he had to test himself against another elite in actual physical combat. But once they started moving, he realized that his natural state was neither slower nor weaker than the monk. I thought you were a ranger type. The monk questioned as they circled. Beast tamer is an odd type. Our growth direction depends on our beasts. If we were using melee skills, I would get my ass kicked in seconds. But as for the basic body, I'm getting closer to that of a commander rank beast. Karl explained as he tried and failed to grab the shirtless monk. He realized why they fought shirtless when his hassock was grabbed, and he was flipped to the ground, only narrowly avoiding being pinned. The laundry room was going to hate them for this event. Once the monk began to sweat and look a bit winded, Karl backed off and smiled at him. The monk nodded. That was good exercise. I needed that after 2 months here. The new limbs are still a bit sluggish. They left the ring, and more groups moved in, awakened elites, who went 4 teams to the ring, as they weren't moving nearly as far as the commanders had. The new doctors all seemed to be in shock, even now that the fights were on a closer to human scale. They had been so overwhelmed by what they had seen at the start, which they could see was a game between friends, with no harm done despite the brutality of the event, that they still hadn't managed to get themselves under control. One of the younger doctors was sitting with her head against her knees, working to control her breathing. She didn't look all right, so Karl went over to check on her, snagging a couple of bottles of water off the table by the ring on his way. Here, sip slowly, it helps. Karl informed her as he sat down in the grass beside the young doctor. She numbly sipped the water as she stared at the elite sparring. Do you know why I became a psychologist? An awakened ranked giant wolf spider took residence in my hometown while I was in the city at school. It killed half the population, and the ones the army recovered from the cocoons were never the same. She whispered. Sorry, I didn't mean it as a personal thing to anyone. The spider golems are just renewable, so I could show everyone an actual fight without injury. Karl replied. She nodded slowly, her heart still pounding so hard that Karl could hear it. I know that. It was just so. Karl patted her back. I know, and so does everyone else here. Every elite in this hospital has seen that level of battle and much worse. Most of us have been sent on those rescue missions to invaded villages. But look how much fun everyone is having now. That was the goal of coming here, right? To get everyone's mind back into a good place. The doctor smiled at Karl as she got to her feet. That's right. Thank you for reminding me. But I should give you some advice as well. If you're going to spar in a hassock, put pants on first. Karl laughed. I am wearing shorts underneath. I've been yelled at for that before, so I changed before we came out. A few of the other doctors laughed, especially the nature priests, as the doctors from the university began to see the camaraderie between the elites. They began to relax and look at them differently, not as a problem to be solved, but as people who shared something that the rest of the world couldn't really understand. And so, the morning meetings were changed to morning outdoor activities, at least on the days with good weather. Wheelchair basketball, sparring, any sort of game the elites came up with was incorporated into their recovery regimen. Many of the doctors had pushed for this from the start of the elite program, but it was considered unconventional or too risky for the wounded, even when they were confined to a basketball court, where they could easily be kept within the range of an area healing spell for treatment while they exercised. So that was how Karl's next week went, with exercise in the morning to bring his arm back up to his standards, and lessons with Morgana all afternoon to catch up on the schooling that he should have been taking during the first and second year, before he was sent out into the world. Karl didn't even know that some of those historical eras had happened, much less that they had their own architectural style that was likely to contain magical relics. It was enough new information that even Thor's prodigious memory was struggling to remember it all. The only easy part was the public speaking lessons, as Karl wasn't bad at that to begin with. The challenge was learning how to turn everything into polite doublespeak so that you could convey your message without antagonizing anyone, even in a hostile crowd. But all fun things must end, and at the end of a week, it was time for the review of the party members' progress. He had been healing well, but it was still unlikely that he would be discharged early. Ophelia might be, as she was doing much better now that she got to spend her mornings in werebear form, wrestling, and sparring. It was Dana that Karl was concerned about. She had gotten quiet since the battle, and had lost a lot of the bubbly personality that used to come out at every chance. Perhaps that was just part of the experience, but it still seemed like she could use a bit more time with the priests. Or perhaps that was the problem, and she just needed to get back to normalcy with the other students? On the final day of the week, instead of the morning games, Karl was called to a meeting room where 5 doctors in 5 different cleric robes sat as a panel behind a desk. Commander Karl, initial prognosis, nerve damage to the left arm and a severe concussion. We are pleased to inform you that your time with us is now ended. You are cleared to return to duty at any time. The Academy should be contacting you later today to let you know of their deployment plans. Karl smiled. That is excellent news. Have you met with the rest of my team yet? The doctors shook their heads. No, you are the first review of the morning. There are a number of other patients between you and them, but you should have answers before you go anywhere. That seemed to signal the end of the meeting, and Karl stepped out into the hall, where his 3 roommates were waiting along the wall for his results. I'm good to go. It's been a pleasure, gentlemen. Karl informed them with a smile. Where are they sending you? Back to the frost giant border to freeze again? Karl shook his head. No, once my team is ready, we will be off to the hill giant border with the students from the academy. I haven't graduated yet, after all. The trio laughed. We heard a curious rumor about you. Is it true that you're still in the first year? Karl chuckled. Yeah, halfway through my first year at the academy. I know it doesn't really look like it anymore, with the advancements and their physical improvements, but I was in the last batch of serum injections. SHD, we should try getting on the good side of some monsters. Maybe that's the secret. The blonde man joked. Ask the nature priests about that one first. They have many stories about the appeals and hazards of trying to cuddle the danger fluff. Behind them, Dr. Xander laughed. You're a bad influence on the entire Green Dragon priesthood. You know that? Do you know how many of them have tried to make new friends in the last week and nearly ended up in the emergency room? I claim no responsibility for that. They were like that before I arrived. That is true, I suppose. But speaking of which, we will be moving you over to the cathedral tonight to wait on the rest of your team, unless they're all released and ready to go today. I believe some of them were suggested to stay another week. Karl nodded. Yeah, I believe that the 2 priestesses are already there waiting for us. I'm sure that after a week in the capital cathedral, they're ready for some less exciting days. The doctor laughed at the thought that being with a military unit at the border was either less exciting or more enjoyable than the cathedral, but Karl knew that they would be stuck with all the paperwork that he had been dodging for the last month. Compared to that, sitting with 1,000 students in a camp at the border sounded much better. The two priestesses weren't students, so they wouldn't be asked to take lessons while they were there, and they were part of Karl's team by contract, so they wouldn't be reassigned to some menial duty, as they had to stay near the action to please the Red Dragon. Plus, Lotus had to be going crazy without any animals around, other than the cats of the cathedral. Karl waited in the cafeteria while the others went in for their analysis that morning, and watched the mood change every time someone got good or unexpectedly bad news. Dana and Ophelia went in one after the other, with Ophelia going first and coming out with a positive attitude to give Karl a thumbs up. Well, we're good to go? They cleared me to fight and said that these issues with my berserker rage trying to take over were all sorted out. As it turns out, I just wasn't embracing the bear fully enough, and it was the sparring session with the golem that set things back in balance. She explained. Weren't embracing the bear enough? Karl asked. Yeah. You know how I've usually got some sort of self-control in battle? That's not how it is supposed to work. I thought I was better at the berserker rage, but I just wasn't fully activating it. Those partial activations were causing a mental imbalance, as the berserker side and the sane side of my mind were trying to merge, and that's just not possible without going insane. Karl nodded. That makes sense. The whole point of berserker rage is to let go and just go wild, right? I'm glad that you got it all sorted out. It's not going to mess with your combat too much, is it? Like, you won't have to start training all over. Ophelia shook her head. Nope. It's all instinctive, so I'm unlikely to attack known teammates. Well, no more likely than an angry bear is to attack her own instead of the enemy. That should be fine in combat, and the way that berserkers train imprints our skills in our subconscious, so we will still use them when we're in a rage. As they were talking, Dana came back out as well, with a more cautiously optimistic smile on her face. Well, I'm cleared to leave, but they want me to avoid intense battles for a while. I know that's not really possible, but that's what it is. She informed them. Karl pulled her in for a hug. Of course, we can avoid the more intense battles. Only small scout group eliminations with supervisors and reinforcements until it's time to go find more refugees or something to keep Tessa from getting in trouble with her goddess. Dana laughed. If you're going to make up a lie, at least make it a good one. I don't think that any of us would be happy just slacking off. But seeing what happened to Tori, I wasn't ready for that. The mood turned somber at the end, but they understood. It's fine. I will get them to transfer us away from the main lines, where we're more likely to see allies die. Karl assured her, but Dana shook her head. I think that we should join the main group. It might help if we can thwart a few direct attacks, you know? Save some lives where we can actually see them. Ophelia nodded. That sounds good. We can socialize and build up some of that reputation that we're supposed to have with our peers. I mean, I didn't socialize much because everyone but the berserkers is afraid of the only female berserker. But you two were barely at the academy at all, and now you're powerful, so you might as well go get them to put some respect on your names. From Karl's left, one of the other patients laughed. That's right. They'd better put some respect on the monster man's name. Who else here could use half their class skills to defend their group while taking on a solo duel against a royal rank frost giant? Karl smiled at the man, whose hand was halfway regrown and held in a brace, so he didn't damage the forming portions. Don't forget, that idea got me here with you. I don't recommend it. While they were chatting, Morgana, Jill, and Dave all arrived in the cafeteria. We got the good news from the doctors when they finished the morning assessments. You might as well get something to eat, and then we will head over to the cathedral for the night. They want to test everyone before you head out again, just in case. We will be leaving for the border tomorrow morning, but no more hospital nights for you. I should go change, after lunch, I guess. Finally, the hospital can get their stylish, short-sleeved outfit back. Karl joked. The kitchen staff laughed at that. The short-sleeved hassock was unique to the hospital for people who needed injured limbs accessible at all times. Normally, if you had a cast, it would fit under the sleeve, and you would just roll it up for checkups. With Karl's, they were constantly looking for discoloration or other issues, since there was a high risk of infection by frost giant blood. None had appeared, much to their surprise, as there was very little chance that Lotus had even tried, much less managed, to get all the giant blood off the severed limb. The two species were about as far from compatible blood donors as it was possible to be, so the body would normally treat it as a toxin and go into overdrive trying to expel the blood. When Karl returned to his room to get his gear, There were fresh robes waiting for him, the standard ones from the cathedral, with the cathedral's property tag on the inside, so he didn't have to change when he got there. That was convenient. His roommates were still out, but Morgana came in a few seconds after Karl had the new robes on. Ready to roll out? Where is your pack? She asked. In the locker. I never unpacked anything in it, so it's still good. Karl explained. We can restock it at the cathedral. The hospital doesn't have mission supplies. Karl shook his head. I meant that literally. I haven't unpacked anything from it. It's still fully loaded and ready to leave. We had 3 priests who could cook and Ray making the shelters on our last mission, so I never actually opened my main pack for anything. The witch doctor shook her head as she grabbed the pack out of the locker. Karl was a bit startled that she could heft it around with one hand like that. His pack was quite heavy, as the weight didn't mean much to him, but she was a magic user, and they usually couldn't use strength items. All right, take that, and let's go. They've got a surprise for you at the cathedral. Morgana informed him with a wink. Did Lotus adopt a warbear? Because I wouldn't put it past her. Goddess, I hope not. But that's not the surprise I'm referring to, she muttered, making Karl laugh. She led him outside and down a cobblestone path that led into the side of the cathedral, where Tessa and Lotus were waiting for them, along with Bob and Doug, who now had teachers' badges hung on chains around their neck. No way. They made you guys teachers? Karl laughed. Substitute teachers for the remainder of the school year, technically. Not all of the academy's teachers are well suited to combat, and they needed a few extras. We're both commanders, and we have more than a little experience with the hill giants that roam into the nation or appear during the monster spawns. What do you think? Does it suit? Bob replied. Definitely. I think that you two will be great teachers. You even volunteered to look out for me during my first proper solo mission. Teaching might just be your calling. Karl agreed. Morgana gave them a curious look. What are you supposed to be teaching, anyhow? Don't all teachers have a subject? The brothers smiled back at her. Wilderness survival. The witch doctor rolled her eyes. Of course you would get a class that doesn't involve actually knowing how to read. The brothers laughed, and Karl put on his best innocent questioning look. I didn't know that you knew each other. Bob laughed. We met a few times on missions, while she was still in school, but for the record, I can read. I won't make any guarantees for Doug. Doug reached into his robes and pulled out a hymn book. I will have you know that. Once you have memorized all the songs, you don't need to know how to read anymore. Morgana sighed while everyone else laughed, so Karl patted her on the shoulder. You get used to them, but they're the sort of people you want on your side when things go wrong in the wilderness. Morgana looked toward the cathedral. As much as this is a surprise, it's not the one that I was expecting. Monk Chun was supposed to meet us at the cathedral. He has joined the staff as well, and will be coming along to help with meditation and mental fortitude training. Karl laughed and pointed toward the building. He's almost certainly inside those doors. They lead to the meditation area, and they're a much better spot to surprise a visitor. Tessa and Lotus surrounded the witch doctor and wrapped their arms around her. So you've been drawn into the Karl gravity well. Aren't you a bit old for him? Tessa asked. First off, I am his advisor from the bureau. Secondly, aren't you older than I am, sister? Morgana cut back. Doug and Lotus both laughed before Doug gave Tessa a conciliatory pat on the shoulder. She's got a point. She was the youngest in her class, nearly a whole year younger. She didn't even get long enough legs to keep up with the group until 3rd year. You really want me to hex you, don't you? Morgana replied. Lotus hugged the witch doctor. Don't feel bad. I graduated last year, and I still have short legs. Morgana sighed and looked away just as the door opened, revealing Brother Chun, who had been drawn by the commotion. Commander Karl, it's good to see you all healed and returned to service. But why does the lovely Miss Morgana look so defeated? He announced. She's not ready to deal with nature priests today. I heard that you're joining the academy staff. Congratulations. Karl replied, before giving the monk a hug. Monk Chin smiled back at Karl. You know, you actually look your age from this angle. Behind them, Doug laughed. Not for long. It's his birthday next week, and he will get his baby face status back. Karl did quick math, as he hadn't seen a calendar in ages. Doug was right, but he was surprised that the nature priest knew that. Tessa nodded. And it's both Lotus and Dana's birthday next month. We're all getting old. Make it stop. Her dramatic announcement made the monk laugh. Just wait. Soon enough you will be looking like one of the orphanage matrons, all round and jolly with a ruler in your hand as you terrify school children. You take that back right now. Tessa had the sort of narrow and angular features that Karl couldn't see ever getting that sort of chubby. The battle nuns, as everyone called the lean and muscular female red dragon clerics who practically lived in combat, seemed like a more probable outcome. The rest of the group joined them as the clerics all exchanged stories. They hadn't seen each other in a while, as Bob and Doug had been assigned to guard duty, and while Monk Chin wasn't technically a cleric, he was mostly hidden in the meditation areas of the cathedral. Let's lead you all to your rooms to drop off your gear. It's good that they got you robes in advance. That makes life easier. The cathedral has seen too many visitors trying to sneak out of bounds lately, so if you will notice, those robes don't have the silver thread in the cuffs that the regular visitor robes do. Brother Chin explained. Karl had never noticed the silver threads before, but he hadn't really been looking for them in an all-white robe. But as they walked through the cathedral toward the upper floor rooms, he did notice that on the tourist robes, one single thread on each sleeve was dyed silver. Not always in the same spot, but they all had a silver thread near the cuff. That was brilliant, and meant that even if you tried to sneak in by blending in, the actual clerics would notice right away. But if they didn't have the silver, that meant there was something else that marked the elites and other authorized visitors from the clerics who were working there. Karl still hadn't found it by the time that they reached the rooms, so he put it out of his mind for the moment and stowed his pack for the evening before quickly washing his hands and face. He really did need to shave, he decided, before pulling his kit out and realizing that there was an easier way. On second thought, that was a terrible idea, and it would fill the room with the smell of burning hair. So, with his shaving kit in hand, Karl headed for the sinks in the men's shower room. A few minutes of work and he was clean-shaven again, looking like a proper academy student and ready to face the remainder of the day. When he walked out again, he heard cursing coming from the ladies' showers that sounded like Ophelia, as well as a lot of laughing. She had said that she might be hairier in human form than were bear, but Karl didn't realize that she actually intended to shave it all off again. They were headed out in a day or two, so it was just going to grow back. But perhaps, like him, it just felt a bit more human to be all cleaned up for the day, like a reset between missions. Karl returned to his room and took out one of the books from the small bookshelf that each room had. They were all church literature, but some of them had useful information and not just religious dogma in them. Like this one. It was told from the viewpoint of the church, but it was a history of the conflicts with the giants, who occupied most of the territory around their borders. He could use a bit more information about the giants and how things had gone in the past. Karl recalled that there should be some wise saying about repeating history, but he couldn't think of quite what it was as he began reading through the book. The story started the same as this war had begun. The giant clans had started to work together, attacking the nation from all sides as they searched for relics of the system stones, which they believed would allow them to regain some of their lost power. The first war was only a few generations after the stones had been shattered, and the giants were convinced that the humans had another set. They didn't understand how the humans were keeping their advanced magic. But that was because, uniquely among the species, the humans had managed to train new generations in many of the skills that had originally come from the system. The book was an older one, written before the elites had been a thing, and it didn't mention inscription as a skill, as it had been considered a lost art at the time. That was how humans had passed down the skills, until the number of inscriptionists had dropped so far in places like the Golden Dragon Nation, thanks to the concentration of magic users in their own enclaves, that it had been forgotten by most of the world. Some nations had always been able to do it, but it was a jealously guarded skill, and only when the elites had started to do it on their own had they slipped up and revealed that they could as well. It was their determination to find the person who leaked their secrets that had actually given away their secret. They had rampaged through the nation as the humans hid or defended their walled cities, doing what they could to defend their survival. At the time, it had been unthinkable that the humans could take on the giant clans without the legacy magic users who had fled and left them to their fates. And they had been right, but at the end of the war, the humans had managed to hold enough, and the giants didn't have the population to hold the entire region. So, they slowly rebuilt and attacked the giants where they found them, until a century later the church had managed to unify the region. The story was the same nearly every time, with some subtle variations. There was only one exception, the Fire Wars, when the giants had allied to trap and destroy the fire drakes that humans had been breeding as their defenders. Karl hadn't realized that they had started here. He had thought that the island nation of Drake Riders was where they were because they had arrived from another continent. Of course, it could all be propaganda, but it was official propaganda, and the church was actually very particular with their records so that they didn't upset the blue dragon of knowledge. There were far fewer clerics in the dining hall than there had been the last time that Karl was here, and the room looked almost empty, while the lower-ranked dining hall had only been half filled when he had passed by. That was a testament to how much of their membership had gone to war, as the capital cathedral was one of the bastions of the faith, where most of the residents were researchers, theorists, and essential staff to record-keeping. The dining hall was silent as the food was brought around, but in a remarkable break from their usual rules and decorum, once it was served, the clerics began to talk and shift between tables. A number of them brought their food over to the table where Karl and Morgana were seated with Monk Chun. The rest of the group had split up at the table behind them, as they wouldn't all fit at one. But even then, Karl noticed that there was shuffling, and both Bob and Doug shifted to a third table full of clerics. Well, this is new, Karl noted quietly. The clerics who had just sat down nodded in unison. It's our chance to get news, and we will all be rotated to the front soon, when they release more of the wounded from the hospital. We heard that you were on the Frost Giant front before you were sent to the recovery wing. A dark-haired blue dragon priest replied. Yeah, the Frost Giant border has calmed down significantly. They suffered a disaster as their actions broke a number of imprisoned dragons free of their confinement. There was a large volcanic eruption as well, thanks to an angry magma dragon. It's just a general mess all along that front, but not nearly as dangerous as it had been, just cold. Karl replied. The blue dragon priest wrote notes and nodded in satisfaction. That's what we have been hearing from everyone. Do you know where you're going next? The Hill Giant border. From what I'm told, they need all the commanders that they can get to keep the incursion under control, and I have been accused on at least one occasion of being enthusiastically competent at that. Karl replied. Morgana chuckled. Well, that's one way to put it. The Academy is sending all its ascended and higher students to the front lines for a training mission. There will be teachers there to keep up with their coursework and to help provide a measure of safety for our next generation of elites. Wow, it feels strange saying that when I just graduated and some of them are only a year behind me. The clerics sighed at the news that they weren't the only ones running short on staff. If the Academy was mobilizing en masse, then the rest of society wouldn't be far behind. The elites had been living a pretty good life, and many of them were the sort of rich and famous that most could only dream about. However, when it came down to it, they still had a duty, and that was to keep themselves and everyone around them alive. The cleric across from Karl nodded. I will be going there as well. Most of the ones here now will be going to the Frost Giant front, as they've already shipped out the high priests, but I got the draw to go to visit the Hill Giants. Karl smiled at him. You'll like it better. The other border has terrible weather, and a little bird tells me that we can celebrate my birthday with a bonfire. Morgana gave Karl a suspicious look. Is that code for Hawk wants to see if the Hill Giants burn as well as the Frost Giants? Karl shook his head. They don't. We already tried, and it's better to bury them. But everyone likes a good birthday party, right? Well, if your birthday is next week, we might not even be settled into the lines yet. Morgana replied. How is that? It's only a few hours helicopter flight from here. I know, we were almost to the Hill Giants portion of the border when we flew back. Karl asked. They have been shooting down our helicopters. Once they learned that trick, it became too dangerous to land near the border, so it's either land in a safe spot and walk most of a day to the mission location, or go in by bus. The bus was the obvious choice, since we can't walk in with an entire line's worth of supplies, so we're going to have a few days' worth of driving, and possibly more if there are monster attacks or bad weather. That's also why you don't see many wounded elites from the Hill Giant front at the hospital here. They're recovering at a triage hospital closer to the border, instead of flying them all the way back. The cleric explained. That was better than what Karl's mind had conjured up. When things got really bad, there weren't any wounded to send anywhere. They simply didn't make it back. Do you know what they're doing for deployments with the students? I'm sure with that many of them in one region, they'll be coming up with something to keep them safer than usual. Karl asked the others at his table. Morgana nodded. From what I've been told, they are planning double deployments, 10 where it calls for 5 and so on, along with an extra commander for every enhanced group that leaves the base. That wasn't necessarily better. Larger groups would attract more attention everywhere that they went. But the extra commander was a brilliant move if they could spare them. They must have only left the ascended rank teachers at the academy for the common grade and awakened students that had been left behind, which would be an interesting event on its own, but there still weren't all that many commander rank teachers in the academy. They taught large groups of students and had their assistants help out with the individual issues. There was far from enough to send one with every 10 students. Or perhaps they weren't planning to send all that many of them out to begin with. If they were only going to allow 3 or 4 groups out of the camp at a time, then it would be feasible and the majority of the students would be with whatever army reinforcements or other elites had been sent to their location. Tactically, that made a lot of sense, but to Karl and the others in his group, it sounded horribly dull. If they were going to be stuck in a camp at the border, they might as well be at the academy. They wouldn't really be doing anyone any good, just sitting around all day. Even if there were attacks on the front lines, they had always been minimal, at least on the frost giant front, while the artillery did all the heavy lifting for them. He could keep up a barrier over the group without any real issues, unless they were either using royal rank attacks or repeated commander rank artillery strikes. It would be better, both for him and for Thor, if it didn't come to simply tanking the artillery, but if they had to, they could, at least for a while. So, when do the buses leave in the morning? It doesn't sound like we're getting a flight, and I'm hoping the answer is early. Karl asked the others at the table. The golden-robed priest sitting next to Morgana nodded. Yeah, right after breakfast. The replacements for the clerics who are being shifted out will be here by then, so it should be a smooth transition and then a very long drive. The roads have been improved all the way to the border in anticipation of extra traffic, but the wilderness is always unpredictable. Maybe, if you're lucky, you will get on the train most of the way there, and then a bus for the last 50 kilometers or so to the border. That would be much better. I know I will be flying, but that's because I'm going to the frost giant border. Did you pack warm? You are certainly going to want something thick and fur, not just the cold weather gear that they issue. Trust me, it's terrible, and everyone fighting on the frost giant front does their best to get a replacement for it as soon as they can. Karl explained. I will make a note of it. We have thicker cloaks and robes in the storerooms, but the border is supposed to be starting to return to normal temperatures. Morgana smiled. Starting is the operative word there. Given a few more months, you shouldn't need it. But this week, you'll be thankful for it. After dinner, everyone settled in for an early night, prepared to get as much sleep as they could before the long bus ride ahead. The borders weren't the only dangerous areas, and some of the areas that they had to pass through had recent monster incursions. They were at the common and awakened level, but that didn't really matter if they had damaged the roads or attacked the buses before the passengers could stop them. The plan was for the buses to keep moving constantly until they arrived, and lunches had been packed for everyone, while dinner would be made on the bus, should they still be moving at that time. Given that the roads were previously soft dirt for much of the last portion toward the border, Karl didn't have high hopes that they would actually get there in one day, but he might get to let Thor out to help pull a bus convoy. A little extra traction was all that they usually needed, and Thor could provide that for them. The helicopters arrived during breakfast to take the clerics that were going to the frost giant border and to drop off more patients for the rehab facility, as well as elites and clerics who had come off rotation. The buses were waiting and ready to go when Karl and his group loaded themselves in, along with as many of the clerics as they could fit. There were no supply vehicles in this group, only personnel, to get the number down to just 2 buses for the 60 people going, with the hope that it would reduce the risks of them being attacked while a vehicle was immobilized. Breakdowns, flat tires, stuck in the mud, or a dozen other reasons could cause them to be delayed, and every delay increased the danger to their healers. Are we ready? The bus driver asked as Karl took a spot at the front of the bus, putting him closest to the door in case there was a threat. Karl and Morgana were the only commanders on the bus, as Bob and Doug were in the second vehicle, so that put him first in line to respond to any incidents. They didn't have the usual security guards in the small convoy today, as they couldn't be spared for escort duty when there were already elites in the bus who could do the job, but Karl didn't really mind, and Bob knew that the Beast would step in to help deal with most issues, as Karl was in the lead vehicle. Yeah, we're good. The head count is correct. Everyone has verified that they didn't forget their gear, and they've all been to the potty before our field trip. Karl replied. The bus full of clerics laughed, but Karl wasn't joking. The last thing that they had been advised was to use the facilities before they left, as the bus had a limited capacity. Not that anyone wanted to use the tiny bus bathroom any more than they wanted to be seated next to it after someone used it. They rolled out of the compound and headed for the main highway out of the capital, using the priority lane normally reserved for emergency vehicles. That got them out of the city in a reasonable time, and for the next few hours, the road was paved as they moved through the core of the Golden Dragon Nation. It was only when you got near the borders that the roads were strategically unimproved so that they didn't make it even easier for an invading army to come straight to the capital. But they hadn't had rain in quite a while, and the roads were solid. Dusty, but solid. Their speeds dropped as the roads got worse in the hills near the border, and by the time it was dark out, they were down to 20 kilometers an hour or less, crawling through the rutted dirt paths toward the distant lights of artillery shelling. That was a better start than any of them had dared to hope for. Karl had expected that it would take at least a day to get this far, and while they had seen monsters, none of them had been brave enough to come near the pair of church buses. Those awake, please ensure that the sleeping passengers have their harnesses fastened. This next portion will be very rough, the driver announced. Karl looked out the window and saw that the road was deeply rutted in the valley from the last rainfall, and now that it had dried, that clay dirt would be as hard as pavement, with only a few routes that could be safely navigated without getting the bottom of the bus hung up on the ridges. Slow a little more, and I will send Thor out. His earthquake should be able to level the ground a little, or he can smash down some of the biggest ruts with his tail. Karl offered. All right, I will let the other bus know that we're stopping while he works. Karl had said the magic words, and Thor was already running past the bus, looking for the best path to smash so that he could let them through. He hadn't had a chance to smash anything in days, and this was tail smashing, not just charging a pillar in his space. The Sero equivalent of a full-body workout, or perhaps the equivalent of leg day, Karl thought. He wasn't convinced that the Sero was looking for the best route for the bus as much as he was looking for the route that would be the most fun to smash to a smooth surface. But Thor was already at work, and the dust cloud was accompanied by a deep rumble that said he was using earthquake and not just his tail to level the road. The noise woke Morgana from a light sleep, and she looked around in alarm before realizing that they were stopped and Karl was still in the bus. It's just Thor fixing the road for us to get through. Nothing to worry about, and we will be back in motion in a minute, Karl whispered, trying to avoid waking the sleeping clerics. As soon as they got to the border, all of them would have their hands full of work, so it was only right that he tried to let them sleep for now. Thor made it to the other end of the valley, where the road was smoother again, but he didn't stop his work and smashed out the ruts on the way up the hill as well, resurfacing the dirt as well as could be hoped for until the next heavy downpour. All right, it's clear to go through. Thor says it's bone dry all the way down, so you can take whatever route you like. The right side of the road is fairly soft, though, as it had the worst ruts, and he didn't compact it after he leveled it. The noise had scared away even the smaller creatures, and for half an hour after Thor returned to his space, they didn't see a single living thing. Then, they came across a few farms which were still inhabited, with a single red light illuminated to inform the elites and others passing by that they had nothing left to spare. The lights would draw the aid convoys from the clerics to them, and they would help them restock, so the farms had enough for themselves, as well as a bit more to spare for the next group that came along. But at the moment, they were in too much of a hurry to stop. Plus, farmers with animals to feed in the morning would likely not appreciate visitors at 2 in the morning. The flashing lights of the artillery were slowly joined by the sound of rolling thunder as the dawn crept up on them, and Karl began to become concerned for the state of the border. That was an intense bombardment, and it had been going on all night long. If it wasn't enough to repel whatever attack was coming at the lines, then they were in for even more chaos than they had expected once their journey was completed. They only had a few more hours to the border, and even if his group got out and ran, with the casters on the beasts, they would be there in the same amount of time or less. So, there wasn't much they could do but wait, and hope that any changes in the rate of fire were good news. The radio communications from the front line crushed their hopes within seconds. Incoming giant charge. All hands to the lines, prepare to repel. They were ordering. That meant that not only had they made it past the artillery, They had made it past the first line of defenders, and the camp itself was on defense. Estimated arrival 10 minutes. The voice announced. Karl looked at the passengers on his bus. Morgana, can you look after things here with the others? I need to go see a guy about a thing. He asked, casually, knowing only those in the front few rows would have heard the radio broadcast if they were awake. Seriously? Morgana asked. I can make it there in 10 minutes. The bus cannot. Karl replied. Do you think that one commander will be the difference? Morgana asked. For someone it will. Morgana sighed and made a shooing gesture. Karl grabbed his pack, then opened the door and jumped out of the moving bus. From the bus behind him, Ophelia and Bob McKenzie jumped out as well, with Ophelia already transformed into werebear form before she hit the ground running. Nobody else on either bus was likely to be able to keep up with them, not even Thor, who was quick, but not fast enough for this mad rush down the road. Like the other beasts, he would join them when they reached the battle. As they topped the next hill, Karl gave directions to the team. Thor, stay in behind our front-line offensive. You're watching our backs until the clerics get to us. Ray will put the golems on our flanks. I can see the giants from here, and we're off to the side of the main line. The bus will come in on our left by about a kilometer. We will hit the side of the hill giant lines and push inward as they crash into the defenders. Make it fast and keep moving. There are enough fighters on both sides that wounding and crippling is as effective as outright killing. Someone will get to them. We just need to lighten the blow on the students. Bob frowned. Are they hitting the students' portion of the line? Karl nodded. From what I can tell, yes. They're aimed right at them, and it looks like they've focused their forces to avoid whoever is covering the sections further away. They were all breathing heavily as they ran past the shocked front lines of the academy students, who had prepared a pike wall to block the giants while the mages were beginning to rain spells on them. Remy, let's see how the hill giants like a good blizzard, Karl shouted, so the others would know that it was on their team. Blinding snow filled the air, and Karl turned the group into the end of the hill giant lines as he called the beasts out. The hill giants were stronger than the frost giants, and over half the group in front of him was either a strong ascended or a low commander rank monster. But Karl had been thinking about his past mistakes, and he knew what he needed to do now. 10 points spent. Brutality increases the size and strength of the target beast by 10% per rank, 40% for commander. 20 points spent. Shatter. Physical strikes cause vibrations through the opponent's body that damage organs and may break bones. 20 points spent. Crushing blows. Blunt impact skills increase in damage by 10% per rank. Effective on damage caused by shatter. 40% at commander. 1 point remaining. Tier 4 attack skills unlocked. 40% larger. Thor was a true monster among Sero, standing chest high to a hill giant, and the increased size of the spider golems made them look much more intimidating. But more interestingly, brutality had affected Ophelia in werebear form. It seemed to be judging by height and not total mass, as she had gone from just over 2 meters tall to a solid 3 meters, and her axes looked tiny in her hands for a moment before they adjusted, as bonded weapons naturally matched their wielder. The first strikes of the spider golem's forelegs sent ripples across their targets' bodies, and the pair of ascended rank hill giants spat blood as their ribcage seemed to collapse. That must be the effect of shatter, Karl decided. That was verified when his maul hit his commander rank target, and the giant folded like laundry in the wind, slammed to the ground by the strike. The giants had no time to respond. They were still being attacked from the front, and their momentum was carrying them toward the line as they tried to turn to face the surprise attack. A rain of hill giant spears and magical stones slammed into the refreshing lightning barriers through the snow, while dozens more missed them to dig into the soft soil, creating a tripping hazard for anyone moving across this area. But Karl was already pushing forward with the others at his shoulders, and the spider golems were rampaging through the hill giants, while Ray darted in and out of their formation, targeting giants who tried to get around to come at them from the back. With Thor focusing on defense, and Remy's blizzard and chain lightning slowing their opponents, who were already under assault by the defending mages, they were making quick progress across the back lines of the hill giant assault. For a moment, it looked like an easy clear, and then Karl saw a target much larger. Then the others, the leader of the assault, and most likely a royal rank target. Don't do it. He heard Bob shouting, but Karl was already moving. With the whole herd on his side, this battle would end differently than the last one. He was certain of it. The hill giant waved his hand, and the ground seemed to explode under Karl as he leapt into the air to avoid the attack. He closed his eyes, keeping the dirt out, and giving him a clear vision of the moment that the hill giant turned and fled, leaving a bodyguard squad of commander-rank giants in front of Karl and the others. Bloody coward, Karl muttered as he parried an overhand chop by the closest of the bodyguards. The group's progress had been brought to a halt by the concerted efforts of the hill giants, who were turning around to join the fight, making it obvious that they were preventing the human assassins from going after their retreating leader. From the line, a shrill bugle sounding so much like Thor that for a moment, Karl thought they had a serum there as well. But it was a brass bugle, and the signal to advance, now that the charge had been halted by the ranged elites. The hill giants turned and ran, disengaging to avoid needless casualties, and Karl stopped his advance when Bob put a hand on his shoulder. "It's over, you did good," the warrior reminded him. That brought both Karl and Ophelia out of their battle fog, and the berserker shrunk down to normal size as she let go of her rage, though she didn't transform back. "Oh, that's neat. She only gets affected when she's raging. She isn't beast enough when she's not," Hawk noted from above them. Ray and Hawk returned to their spaces as the other elites from the academy approached, and Karl let Thor shrink back to normal. He was too big to have his head properly padded at his enhanced size. Tank came up and pulled first Ophelia, and then Karl into a hug before gently rubbing the back of Thor's head ridge, which caused the serum to make a happy hum. "Good to see you. When did your team get here?" the big berserker asked. "Just now. The rest of the team is still on the bus with the clerics. We were the only ones who could run fast enough to make it to the battle on time." Karl smiled, then realized that giant blood was dripping in his mouth from the splatters that had hit. His face, flaming body, burned him clean again as Tank looked around in satisfaction. "Well, it was good timing. I can't believe the attack leader took off like that. They're normally as single-minded as a berserker." Karl nodded. "I was surprised as well. But if they gave up this easily, they've likely got another attack lined up, and they just wanted to know our strength, as this group is unfamiliar to them." To say that Morgana and the others were unhappy with Karl taking off without half his team was an understatement. It didn't quite violate the terms of their agreement, as the rest of the team was technically on their way to the battle and might have made it if the battle lasted longer, but he was pushing his luck, and he had left without his healers and support. The fact that Karl came back into camp covered in ash and reeking of burnt giants, while his companions were soaked with blood, was not lost on anyone, students or otherwise. The team had gathered at the back near the bus, and the looks that they were giving the trio said more than any words they could come up with. The mixture of annoyance, anger, fear, and betrayal let Karl know just how unhappy they were with this chain of events, but Karl knew he would likely do it again if given the option. It had saved lives on the line by distracting from the charge, and it had made the hill giants retreat prematurely. Tessa glared at the trio and then sighed. "You know what? I'm not going to say anything. You already know what I was going to say. Now, go shower, you stink." Ophelia giggled, looking quite innocent now that she was out of bear form, even if she was now even more soaked in hill giant blood. "Yes, Mom." The showers were fairly empty, as most of the line was still recovering and waiting to make certain that the giants didn't change their minds. Tank was there in the men's shower, and in a much better mood than Tessa. That was quite the showing. "Did you take any injuries? I can call over a high priest," he suggested. Karl shook his head. "There are 2 healers in the group. 4 of them if you count Remy and Thor, 5 if you count High Priest Doug. I'm not short on healing, even if they're mad that we ran off and left them trundling along in the bus. But no, nothing broke my barriers this time." "Well, you'll have an interesting group once you get your reinforcements." Tank chuckled. "Reinforcements?" Karl asked. "Didn't they tell you?" "I suppose not, since you just charged into combat the moment you arrived. 2 commanders in a 10-person group of Ascended is the minimal size standard. So, you'll get one of the teachers or bureau advisors with you when you leave camp, and a team of Ascended students." Tank explained. Karl sighed. "That sounds like it's actually going to be more hassle than it's worth. Will it at least be the same group?" Tank laughed. "The same group? With the amount of time that your group prefers to be in the field? Highly unlikely. The first time you go out in front of the line, you'll traumatize a group of students, and we will have to find new ones to send with you. Karl gave a dismissive wave of his hand. Normally, it isn't that bad, and when we've got a whole group rolling through, we can handle most things without drama. Tank smirked. I hear that you want to become a treasure hunter, so you should get used to working with random groups of opportunistic elites who are just there for the payday. That's simply how the industry is. But why did you want to do that anyhow? You don't strike me as the sort of elite that is desperate for cash. Karl chuckled. I've already got more money than I know what to do with. More than I would have earned in a lifetime in the mines. Ancient ruins have all the good stuff that my beasts need to grow, and the remnants of the system that will help me gain new class abilities. You see, I realized after our last mission that the ones with the most power get the most say. Only other overlords with influence can tell an overlord what to do. So what happens if I can get my beasts up above that level? I have a skill that can help my beasts evolve once. If I use that when they are overlords, we should be able to move beyond that bottleneck. Tank looked impressed. So, you've got a class cheat skill to break a bottleneck once? I can see how you would want to save that for as long as possible. But do you really think you can make it to Overlord without using it? Karl smiled. Just try to tell Ray that she's not the most deadly creature in the area, and she will soon prove you wrong. I have no doubt that they will find a way to make it that far. Ray and Remy can make at least Commander without any outside help, and Hawk has already shown that the class can help them go well beyond their limits. Ray doesn't think that the royal rank bottleneck will be an issue for her, so that means that it will be growing her from a royal rank princess to a monarch rank queen where things get tough. However, I might be able to get another teammate to help with that. Plus, there is Remy. Spirit snakes seem to be unpredictable, but powerful. The stronger one of the beasts gets, the stronger the other beasts get, and I'm dragged along with them. It's a symbiotic system. The berserker nodded. It's messing with your mind, though? I'm not certain if you've noticed, but you're not thinking like you used to. Karl frowned. That naturally changes with experience, I think. Tank shrugged his shoulders, not pushing the point. Now that it was in his head, Karl would notice soon enough that his thinking was being influenced. It was already evident to everyone else, and he walked like a predator stalking prey, with that same sharp look as if everything around him was a potential target. Or a potential snack. The only time that Tank noticed him acting more human was when he was surrounded by his long-term team members. Karl patted Dana on the head as he came out of the showers, and she resisted the urge to punch him, as he was still wearing armor. Lotus poked him on the cheek, drawing Karl's attention. We've got new people to meet. Are you ready now? Or should we run away and play in the trees for a bit first? She asked. As tempting as it sounds to go make a tree fort right now, we should meet the people first. There is a chance that the giants will be back tonight, and we don't want to have to arrange things at the last second because we procrastinated. Karl suggested. Tessa whistled, and with a gesture, for young men who all looked like they should be in the senior year, still wearing their academy uniforms with the silver ascended badges, came running over. Gentlemen, let me introduce you to the rest of the group. First we have Dana, a golem mage, Ophelia, a bear totem berserker, Lotus, a nature priestess, and finally Commander Karl, a beast master. Everyone, meet the second half of our mission team. The hairless one is Mick, a sand golem mage who is good with traps. The short black hair is Ollie, a defensive warrior. The blonde is Jimmy, also a defensive warrior, but with a specialty in evasion instead of shields. Then finally we have Seamus, our new bard. Karl looked over Seamus, whose long auburn hair was pulled back in a braid. He had a small guitar slung over his shoulder, either a mandolin or a lute. Karl couldn't tell from this angle, and he looked utterly terrified to be here. How are your combat buffs, Seamus? Karl asked. Good. I mean, when I can focus enough to play. Until this week, I was preparing to go on tour with a folk music band. I'm not really a fighter, but I can use the essential bard combat spells well enough. Inspiration, to increase attack speed and luck. Courage, in case someone other than myself is terrified of being here. And mesmerizing chant, to distract the enemy. They have a considerable area of effect, so I'm better on the battle line, where I can just play inspiration in the background. I am also superb with a dagger, but I will tell you right now, if you try to make me stab a giant with a dagger, I might wet myself. Karl laughed and patted him on the shoulder. No, I don't think that will be necessary. Just keeping a battle hymn active will be enough. I believe that you all met Tessa first, and she has the favor of the war dragon, So a little inspiration-type battle chant should be just the thing to get everyone around us motivated. The only other question I have is Mick. You have sand golems, right? Are they upgraded? And is there one or two? Mick shook his head. I have 6 small ones, goblin-sized and easy to disperse. I don't know how much use they will be against the giants, but they will deal ascended rank damage from the knees down. That could be fun. They might actually be as much use when combined with your trap skills to trip, entangle, and slow the hill giants as they are for damage. But don't underestimate how much a well-placed slice to the back of the knee can cripple an opponent, and they're small enough to run around between targets. Karl replied. Karl considered the new group's strengths and wondered who they were going to get as their second commander. Presumably Morgana, as she was his advisor from the bureau and didn't have classes to teach, but in this camp it appeared to be the headmaster running the show, and he didn't know her as anything other than a student. Why don't we sit and get to know each other before we have to work together in battle? Karl suggested. Mick, the bald golem mage, laughed. Well, more like you get to know us. You're a bit of a legend in the mage classrooms after your Hawk spent weeks torturing the awakened rank class. Karl chuckled. But Hawk isn't my only beast. In fact, he's the first of 4 now. Plus, it's more of the personality of the people than the skills. I can find that in your deployment orders, or at least the basics of your skill set, so what I need to know is how everyone will react. Have Jimmy and Ollie faced the giants before? Will Seamus really wet himself when a spear flies past his head? You know, the little life details that determine how you react. Seamus sighed. You joke, but the Bard classes normally do morale work in camp when we're assigned to combat duties. It's more like an idol show. Well, sometimes at IS an idol show, depending on who they sent. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing in a combat group. It's not part of my training. But the Academy says that every ascended class has some sort of utility in battle, and I've got to work on mine. Would it help if we had the Nature Priestess get you a bit stoned before we have to go to battle? Strictly medicinal, of course. Karl asked. The other boys from his team laughed, and Seamus looked horrified, waving his hand frantically to deny the suggestion. No, that's a bad idea. It definitely won't help me use my skills. I can say that much for certain. Why don't we start with Mick? My own shortcomings can come later. Seamus suggested. Karl shrugged. I don't see why not. But I should ask, how much field work have you all done? Mick shrugged. 7 missions, 5 of which were resource gathering. Jimmy and Ollie are about the same, since they were usually with me. Having 6 small golems is really helpful against common grade wild animals or monsters, and for gathering resources, after all. So, 7 weeks, give or take, of which 2 were monster hunting? Karl asked. Mick shrugged. That sounds about right. But the monster hunting missions went longer than a week each, since we forgot to bring a tracker, and it turned out to be really hard to find them. Even Tessa winced a little at that news. That meant they had done very little actual fighting. Ollie, the darker of the 2 warriors, gave Karl a curious look. How much combat have you seen this year? You're still a first year, right? Karl nodded. I was with this team on the Frost Giant border as advanced scouts for about a month, and then in the field doing monster influx suppression before that for another month. Then a couple of academy missions to start the year. Really, we've basically been in combat since the war started, as we got trapped behind the Frost Giant lines. Seamus' eyes lit up. Oh, I heard a great song about you the other day. Hawk the Giant Slayer, about how an elite and his bird killed 1,000 giants as revenge for making it cold. Hawk was startled. How did they know? I have no idea. I think that they think it's a joke. The girls were laughing, while Seamus now looked confused. Don't tell me you actually did it? I heard the song from a Bard class student who had just gotten back from the Frost Giant front lines. He's somewhere around here if you want to hear the full song. Seamus suggested. He must have been working the radios, or in the dispatch office. Hawk despises the ice element, hates it with a passion, and he's our scout, so he's always up in the air where people can see him. Karl explained. Tessa patted the shocked Bard on his shoulder. Where were you during yesterday's battle? She asked. Right on the flank. I wasn't really in the fight for long, and I was at the back. Seamus shrugged. Ah, that makes sense. I was wondering if you had seen Karl move through to meet with Tank in the middle where the leader of the attack was. He left the rest of us to protect the buses and ran ahead with Ophelia and a commander rank warrior. Seamus just shrugged. He hadn't seen any of that, but Mick looked excited. Bob Mackenzie. He came up with Bob Mackenzie. The mage announced. You know Bob? Karl asked. No, but his sisters are super hot. I've had a crush on them forever, since they first got guard duty in the Capitol in front of my apartment. Lotus giggled. Oh, he's down bad. Tessa smirked at the embarrassed mage. I don't think that down bad even begins to cover it. But if we do well, I bet there will be a chance to meet them in person. After all, their brothers are both here, so they will likely come meet them when we return. Then Lotus walked right up to Mick and stage whispered in his ear, loud enough for everyone else to hear. I would suggest that you don't tell the commander rank warrior that you want to bang his sisters. It won't end well for you. Mick looked horrified at the thought, and Karl took the opportunity to lead them to a seat in the mess hall. So what do all of you do for fun? Any hobbies, other than creeping on cute security guards? Karl asked. Seamus reached into his pocket and took out a stack of collectible cards. I enjoy playing pocket mana. Mick shrugged. I just enjoy reading. Karl turned to Jimmy and Ollie, who were the quieter part of the group. Ollie frowned. I used to play football, but I don't think there is a team at the academy. That was always the thing for me. All day I dreamed of playing football. But elites aren't allowed in the pro teams for obvious reasons. Jimmy reached into his pack and took out a small wooden statue of a duck. It was only about 3/4 done and still needed details on the back half, but the front was very well done. Remy came out of her space to wrap around Karl's arm and examine the small statue. That is good. I need to get that good to make better totems. She informed Karl with excitement. Remy likes your handiwork and says you are very skilled. She makes totem statues with mud and basic water control, and she's looking forward to making them as detailed as your duck. Karl explained. That is Remy? She is adorable. Jimmy replied, smiling at the venomous spirit snake as if it were a normal pet. Did you have reptiles at home? Lotus asked. And give my mom a heart attack? I don't think so. But we always had wild corn snakes in the yard, taking care of the earth mice. They're not what you would call friendly, but they keep pests under control, and that makes it hard to dislike them. They have an entirely different pattern than Remy does, but somehow she looks friendly. Jimmy explained, running a hand through his tousled blonde hair, which kept falling across his eyes when he didn't have his helmet on. Ollie tipped his chin towards Karl. What do you do for fun when you're not out making bards sing songs about your vengeance against the frost giants? Karl shrugged. Honestly, I don't have many hobbies. I grew up in the lithium mines, so I was always at either school or work. I also didn't really have friends before coming to the academy. I was the run of the school year, always smaller than everyone else. Ophelia snorted in amusement. Now we all know why he's so violent. The repressed rage of a small man unleashed, even though he's grown now. I seem to recall that you were the one who scared half the hospital staff by roaring at them. Karl reminded her. You made the spider tickle me. She replied, her voice taking on a rather ursine growl. Mick laughed softly at their interaction. I see now. Karl's pastime is actually playing pranks and pushing people's buttons. After a few more minutes, the group broke up, and one of the teachers came over with a note in his hand. You are with the new arrivals from the church, right? Commander Karl and his team? The aging mage asked. That's right. What can we do for you? Karl replied. We have an update for you. The second commander for your team has been selected, and a bunk has been prepared for you in the male dorm tents. He explained, is it acceptable to set up my own outside the camp? I sleep better that way, and I'll be close enough to hear mission orders. Karl asked, that is fine. If you prefer an individual tent, they are set up behind the line. You can pick a spot and set up. But the commander who is assigned to the second half of your mission team has just arrived, and he seems somewhat perturbed, so perhaps you could help set his mind at ease. Of course. Where might he be? Karl replied. The teacher gestured for Karl to follow him, and they walked through the camp to the bus parking area, where a familiar-looking mage in his mid-20s was having a smoke. He wore an officer's uniform with a colonel's bird-shaped badge on it, but Karl didn't recall meeting many colonels in his time, other than Valerie. They were one of those ranks who got stuck either in an office or leading a very large group of soldiers, so they would be in a backline command station, not anywhere near Karl. He looked up and gave them a rueful smile, which seemed odd to Karl. He didn't recall this man having anything to be apologetic for. But then he realized who he was. That was the silent general from the meeting that sent them to take on the royal rank Frost Giant. If Karl recalled right, the man was a fairly accomplished mage, which would be useful in the team to keep Jimmy and Ollie off primary defensive duties. The teacher introduced them. Commander Karl, this is Colonel Wilkes. Colonel Wilkes, this is Commander Karl and his team. The 4 ascended members you will be partnered with will be here shortly. Your teams will be working together for the next few missions. Karl walked over and shook the man's hand. It seems we have some catching up to do, General. Wilkes nodded and took a drag off his cigarette, the smell startling Karl, who had gotten used to Doug's being distinctly not tobacco. Indeed we do. Is there somewhere private? Just over here behind the bus parking is as good as it gets, I'm afraid. But I'll take the abridged version if it's necessary, Karl suggested. They walked away from the last of the crowd, and Colonel Wilkes took a seat on a crate of food supplies. Where do I start? The obvious, I suppose. I have been relieved of my command and demoted to colonel, then sent to the front lines. The same is true for General Jormundsen, the warrior. General Orland is under arrest, but they likely won't demote him, just hold him until the trial. The colonel began. Wait, back up. They arrested General Orland for sending us on a fool's mission. Karl asked. No, General Milton threw a fit about General Orland's disrespect in telling you two to go outside for a duel, and General Orland accidentally killed him. It just happened so fast. Milton drew his blade, and before we knew it, he was dead. I don't think that Orland even realized what he was doing. It was just a reflex. Karl shook his head. What a cluster of CK. Colonel Wilkes used the stub of his last one to light another cigarette. Tell me about it. There was only one high priest left in the camp, and he couldn't cast resurrection. Then, the rest of us spent an entire week in the tender, loving care of the Holy Inquisition, who didn't believe that we hadn't conspired to get a ranking elite killed, and now here I am. Well, welcome to the Hill Giant border, I guess. I, personally, don't hold any sort of grudge. It was a mess, but the hospital counselor told me that I need to learn to not take those things personally, as it's bad for my mental well-being. We all recognized that it was a messed up situation, but I already met with Overlord Drake, and he informed me that you didn't know about the other group who had been sent and went missing when you sent us. So that makes the bad intel, and the fact that the location of the Royal Rank Frost Giant was off by over 40 kilometers a bit more understandable. Colonel Wilkes looked startled. The fight wasn't at the cave? Karl shook his head. No, they ambushed us where they hit the other group. They used the bodies as bait and buried an ambush team under the rocks and snow to wait for us to stumble on them. Being frost giants, even thermal vision didn't spot them under the snow. We had already located the cave, using Hawk to scout, but we were going to rest overnight and hit it in the morning. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Mick and the others from the second team. So Karl shook Colonel Wilkes' hand and gestured toward the trees. If you need me, I will be in a spider silk fort just outside camp, but I will see you at breakfast. Understood, Commander. I look forward to working with you. Karl led his group away, so the colonel could get acquainted with his new team. The extra mage would be a good counterpart for the team, but Karl realized that he didn't know what the colonel's specialty was. He had forgotten to ask. Karl led his team out of the camp, getting many strange looks from the guards along the road. They were going the wrong way for a mission, and passed where the tents were set up in a clearing. Tree roots made for lumpy beds, so nobody set up that close to the forest. Then Karl led the team right into the forest, headed for a big tree where Ray could build her fort, but not so far in that they couldn't see the camp. That part was important, so they could see who was coming toward them and react to any major movements on the line that would signal an attack. That's a good one. Let's use that one, Ray announced as she left her space and skittered up a tree to begin her work. She connected 5 different trees today, going all out with her fort, while everyone on the ground wondered what sort of mansion Ray thought that they needed for their home base here on the Hill Giant lines. It was enough that even with the silk blended to match the tree coloration, it still brought over teachers, who were wondering what was going on. Karl waved to them, and a few understood, but they were even more curious, as they understood what was happening, but they had never seen it in action before. Commander rank Spider Silk could stop even skill-enhanced arrows if it was layered, and they had made such a large fort that they had to be planning to spend some time here. The line was unlikely to move, but they had made a fort larger than the 50-person dorm tents for a 5-person team. It's a masterpiece. They're going to love it, and I even decorated a little, Ray announced when she was finished. That got Karl's interest, and he motioned for the team to go up while he spoke with the teachers. It makes Ray happy to get to try out new designs for her forts everywhere that she goes. She says this one is a masterpiece, and it's not interfering with anyone else, so I didn't see any reason to stop her. Karl explained to the group that had come to see what they were doing. Can we enter? Or is it a personal thing to her? One of the warrior instructors asked. That should be fine. She likes it when people praise her hard work. Karl agreed. The teachers went up next, and Karl laughed as he heard the gasps and laughter of them discovering what Ray meant by a masterpiece. He climbed up the ladder and looked around what appeared to be their new sitting room, as Ray had made a half-dozen hanging chairs to swing in, and found that she had decorated the tree with necklaces of gems and bits of bone stolen from the dead frost giants. It had a very shamanistic vibe to it, and the magical gems glittered in the twilight under the tree branches. That led into a kitchen area, where Lotus was already hard at work building counter space with plant growth, and then open bedrooms with curtains between hammocks, and one more large open room, which Karl assumed was for guests. It's a whole house, built in the trees in what? 5 minutes, one of the teachers asked, with all new beds and swinging chairs. Those are new. We didn't have those last time. Lotus added, is this how you live on the front lines? The warrior instructor asked. It is now. Karl didn't miss the envious glances that the other students were casting at his fort when he came down with the others for dinner, or the gossip about the features that they had added inside, which sounded much more grand than the actual interior of the Silk Fort. It was more of a suspended tent than the palace that they made it out to be, but compared to their rooms at the academy, the canvas tents with 50 students packed inside were no luxury hotel. The fort was much less crowded, and they actually had room to spread out when they were getting ready in the morning. The tents were so packed that you had to either take turns or equip your armor while laying in bed if you had a bonded set. Many of the others didn't have a bonded armor set, as it was prohibitively expensive for the average student and not well worth the resources that they could have bought instead. Their growth rate was normally the priority for all of the Golden Divine Academy students. Karl was just an exception to the rule, and from what the others could tell, his group was either enjoying the benefits or they had all gained significant opportunities in the recent past. Do you think that they will be back tomorrow? One of the students asked as Karl and the others were taking a seat at the table next to him with their trays. I guess. They're still close enough that the artillery is firing at them, so they must come back pretty often. The other student at his table replied, Oh, we can ask this teacher. Commander, do you think the hill giants will charge again tomorrow? The boy asked. It took Karl a moment to realize that they were talking about him. His back was turned, and he was in armor, so they hadn't realized he was a student. Karl turned around with a smile. Well, you got the rank right, but I'm no teacher. However, I can say that the chances are they will launch at least a small attack every day, even if it's just to test our lines. The giants are relatively smart. Smart enough to know that if we start to slack off, we will leave vulnerable spots in the defenses that they can use to get to us. So, something like today will happen every day? The boy asked. I take it you got here very recently? This was a smaller attack. It only lasted 10 or 15 minutes, and the enemy retreated with most of their force intact. That's just a probe to see how we're doing with our defenses. I attacked forward into the lines to throw them off balance, so they didn't think that we were too predictable, and that was all it took to make them back off. Karl explained. Tessa wagged a finger at him. It's not nice to lie to people. You attacked into the lines because you thought it would be fun. Maybe a little because it was fun. Karl agreed. The other students sitting around them chuckled, and a few of them discussed what they had seen when Karl and the warriors had charged into the lines. That was drawing even more students into the discussion, those who had been on Karl's side of the line during the attack and had managed to see something through the blizzard attack that Remy had been using to reduce visibility. I tell you, it was like a whole army rolled into the giants, man. They just marched through the attack, cutting down everything like it didn't matter there were commander-rank giants there. One of them was telling his team, there is half the academy here. How much difference could 3 more make? One of the other students asked. Yeah, that's what I thought. And then suddenly there was a 3-meter-tall werbear and a bunch of giant spiders, and that mall tossing around hill giants like they were dolls. I tell you, man, Commander covers a huge range of power compared to Ascended. One of the others insisted. That was actually true. Commander rank went for a much wider range of power than Ascended because the bottleneck wasn't just a number, but a qualitative change. Before that, the lines were somewhat vague, but Commander de Royal was a very distinct cutoff, and once you were past the bottleneck, You would make a huge step up in power, leaving a gap between royal and commander that wasn't easy to bridge without the assistance of magical devices or some sort of cheat. Karl chuckled. I have class skills that increase size, strength, and speed by nearly half, including bonuses that will double skill damage and add secondary damage of a different type than the main attack. Even compared to other commander rank elites, I do a lot of damage. Are you like the World Dragon's cousin or something? What sort of unfair advantage is that when you've already got 3 commander rank monsters with you? Wait, does that apply to all of them as well? One of the other students asked. Karl chuckled. It's primarily for them. The fact I can use it is just a little bonus. Ophelia laughed. He says that, but he shoots arrows with commander rank chain lightning on them until his arms get tired. One of the kids pointed at Karl. I saw that. In the snow, I saw chain lightning. That was actually Remy, for the most part, but Karl nodded in acceptance that was related to him. One of the teachers gave Karl an intrigued look. With the power that you have amassed, do you have any alternate ideas on how best to keep the hill giants under control? We could make them part of a new art exhibit, Ray suggested helpfully. Karl could only imagine the level of horror that the students would have if they saw what Ray called an art installation. But it would likely dissuade the hill giants from coming anywhere near them. I can think of a few ways, but I'm not certain how viable they would be as a long-term deterrent. We could try to terrorize the hill giants into backing away from the border, but eventually, they would likely come back with even larger numbers, and that would be a real mess. We could try thinning their numbers as well, and I saw the numbers from the frost giant front, where they were summoning more giant clones to fight. If the hill giants aren't cloning themselves with magic, they might not win a war of attrition. Karl suggested. A war of attrition? Doesn't that imply that we can kill more of them than they do of us? The boy at the table next to Karl asked. That's right. It's not the best option, but if we can eliminate even 50 to 1, we should be able to crush their population to the point that they simply can't attack. The other students looked at him like he had just said the dumbest thing they'd ever heard, and Karl felt the need to defend his idea. We were only on the frost giant border for 1 month, and my team killed well over 1,000. Given even 3 months, I don't see why the lot of us couldn't do it. He explained. The teacher sighed. When you put it that way, it sounds so reasonable, but that's simply impossible for most of us. Unless you're going to single-handedly wipe out an entire town, that math doesn't work out for those of us who are at less exaggerated power levels. From the far side of the room, Morgana laughed. You're not going to get to play that much on this front. You've got classes to take, rotations along the line, and even rest days in your future. The witch doctor informed him, but with the intent to encompass his whole group. Rotations on the line? Seriously? Karl asked. Most of the defensive tactics aren't a pike wall. That's just for slowing the charges. You will get used to fighting in a larger group soon enough. Besides, you're with Colonel Wilkes, and he summons fire elementals. I think that him and Hawk might become good friends after a few fights together. Morgana replied with a smirk. Fire elementals? Like magma elementals, but all fire? That sounds neat. Hawk agreed. All right, we aren't quite feral yet. We can play well with others. Karl reluctantly caved under Morgana's demanding stare. I'll believe that when I see it. Don't forget, I've met your nature priestess. Lotus laughed and waved, knowing that Morgana couldn't see her sitting behind Ophelia. Oh, there she is. Good evening, Lotus. As if speaking of him had summoned the man, Colonel Wilkes walked in with his team and gave a friendly wave to Karl's team as they loaded their plates and sat down. But no sooner did they get seated than the attack alarm went off, and everyone began to rise from their seats. Where's our spot on the line? Karl asked Morgana as they prepared to head out. Last one on the right flank, where you entered yesterday. Karl nodded, then turned to the other group, who were getting ready to leave. Acceptable response time is 3 minutes. Shovel food in your mouth fast, and then jog over. You've got the time, and you'll need the energy. He instructed, then led his team out the door. It was strange to be going to battle without his backpack, which was safely stowed in the fort, along with everyone else's. But that didn't change their arrangement, and the 2 clerics hopped on Thor, while Ray strapped Dana to her back, and Hawk took to the sky. Morgana was running alongside them, doing her best to keep up, and nearly succeeding. She wasn't a warrior class, but those enhancements that she had tattooed onto her body were no joke. They took the end of the line, behind the final few pikes, and waited as the hill giants came into view. Where does the Remy usually stay for the battle? Morgana asked. either in her space or in my pocket. Would you like to hold her for a while? Karl asked. The two seemed like they could be good friends, with Morgana's puppets and Remy's totems. Morgana held out her hand, and Remy slithered up her arm to loop around her neck and put her face right beside Morgana's so they were looking at the same things. Lotus giggled as the snake nuzzled against the witch doctor's cheek, and Thor's refreshing lightning barrier stretched out to encompass her as well. Well, it looks like you're one of us now. The barrier only works on the ones that Thor considers friends. Karl informed her with a smile, while Morgana gave the lightning Sero a shy smile. It seemed to evaporate the aura of professionalism and made it obvious that Morgana was no older than Lotus or Tessa, who had also graduated from their academy last year. The second team wasn't far behind, though they were running at a mage's speed, so they stayed together, and they were carrying slices of egg-battered toast with them, eating on the way. Chances are, when everyone cleared out of the mess hall, they had been too embarrassed to stay, but if the fight didn't last long, their meals would still be there when they returned. It wasn't like the academy had kept someone back to clean up the mess while they were fighting. Everyone in the camp was an awakened rank or higher elite, including the staff, and many of the awakened rank students had been left behind with the common rank students at the academy for their own safety. What percentage Karl couldn't say, but there weren't many of them here at the border. The camp was almost all ascended or higher. The group under Colonel Wilkes fell in between Karl's group and the rest of the line, looking much more nervous than anyone in the more experienced group. Even from where he was standing at the end of the line, Karl could see most of their hands shaking. Tessa smiled at the students. Seamus, the giants are just over that next hill. Why don't you strum us a little inspirational ditty? Something with a nice rhythm. Okay. I think I know a good one. Do you have a preference? He stammered. Baby snake doo-doo, da-doo-doo-doo, Remy sang in Karl's mind. It was a species-modified version of the theme song of a popular children's morning radio broadcast, which aired at 7 in the morning, making it the bane of parents everywhere. But how Remy had ever heard it was a mystery. Karl ignored the happy snake and made his own suggestion. Why don't we go for something fun? Do you know any drinking songs? A drinking song now? Seamus asked. Definitely. See how nervous everyone is. A nice upbeat drinking song to take their minds off the battle is just what they need. Karl agreed. Seamus strummed the intro to a popular pop song, then adjusted his lute and slid a metal tube onto his finger. When he strummed again, the tone was entirely different, and the nearby students began to laugh as he played. They were still laughing as the giants came over the hill and into attack range. All of the nervous hesitation was gone, and when the order was given to raise the pikes, the entire row went up in unison, as if they had actually trained the maneuver. From the hill giant ranks, thousands of rocks, from baseball to boulder size, were magically hurled at the human defenders, crashing into shields as the ever-present artillery fell silent, protected by the mages from the wrath of the giants' earth magic. The larger boulders exploded on impact with the shields, sending shrapnel everywhere, and forcing the mages to work to keep up the barriers over the defense lines. Thankfully, their fort was far enough back that it wouldn't be in danger from the secondary damage. Just hold until the order is given, Karl reminded his beasts. Lotus climbed down from Thor's back, and Dana got down from Ray, preparing to cast her golem spell. Golems forward, break the charge. The radio announced when the hill giants were 30 meters away and already under attack by the mages. The spider golems only took 3 steps before launching themselves into the air, crossing the gap in a dull green streak of motion. But right beside them were 2 floating balls of fire, the fire elementals summoned by Colonel Wilkes. Karl began to fire his bow, sending chain lightning through the attackers, who stumbled under the onslaught. Haste, terrorize, and brutality all came online, increasing the size, speed, strength, and damage done by himself and the golems. That was enough that the chain lightning was actually stunning the ascended hill giants, who died in a spray of blood as the spider golems raced between them. Then the 6 small sand golems created by Mick, the bald mage student in the second group, reached the battle with Dana's stone golems, and the hill giants began to flail about at the ground, trying to hit the annoying things slicing at their legs. The tactic was brutally effective, as it left them vulnerable to the attacks of the other golems, as well as Karl's arrows and the attacks of the mages in their section of the line. Most of the charge was continuing, but their end of the line had completely faltered under the weight of the attacks. Then Mick turned the soft soil to soft sand, and the giants began to sink and stumble, turning the rout into a massacre where they couldn't even retreat. Reinforcements from the back lines of the assault were on their way in Karl's direction, but they wouldn't last long, as Hawk was bombarding them with fireballs. Mick was panting with exertion as he remade his golems again and tried to keep the sand trap active against the efforts of the hill giants to turn it back to stone, but Colonel Wilkes stopped him. "That's what the pikes are for, son. Save your energy for later in the fight," the colonel reminded him. "Pikes forward," the radio ordered, sending a wave of warriors forwards into the hill giants with long spears in front of them, so they were out of the reach of the attackers. The mages were getting tired, but the warriors hadn't done anything yet, so it was their turn to take over while the mages slowed and regained their energy. "That's our signal. Forwards on me," Karl ordered Ray and Thor. Behind them, he saw Remy create a totem in both of Morgana's hands for the witch doctor to hold up, so they could fire over the crowd. Morgana was laughing, as holding the totems prevented her from using most of her spells, but Remy thought it was a brilliant idea, and she could just make more when they expired, since she was attached to the witch doctor anyhow. "Seamus, we need a party song," Karl shouted as he raced forward with the beasts. This time the bard had a bit more confidence, and his song took on the notes of a hard rock guitar as he began to sing along, strengthening the inspiration bonus as he followed the warriors forward. The rhythm of the bow in time with the music was a comfort to Karl as he ran forward, firing arrows twice a second and spreading chain lightning everywhere. Tessa speared a commander-rank giant, tilting his body back right before Thor gored him and tossed the body back behind the lines. That made a small gap, and Ray recalled her spider golems to join her ahead of Thor, establishing a breach in the lines and leaving the outermost 20 hill giants cut off from their comrades as they were surrounded and eliminated. Again, as they had yesterday, the hill giants created barriers of earth magic as they retreated and left the human defenders to be tended to by the clerics. The actual losses on the human side were very low, though the number of wounded was straining the abilities of the healers assigned to some of the sections of the line. On Karl's end, it was light, but just beside them, there had been a few hill giants who managed to break the pike line and get into the mages before they were taken out. They were doing their best to take down the shields over the line, as without that, the boulder artillery would devastate the students. But the line had managed to prevent enough of them from getting through to accomplish their goal. It would surely be the topic of their next few lessons, as that was the worst possible outcome for the defenders, but the students near Karl were in high spirits, still buoyed by the lingering effect of inspiration. "Good work, Seamus. That's what we need out of our bard. Now, we just need to work on your song selections, so you don't have to pick one at random at the last second. Like the bedroom, the battlefield benefits from a bit of mood music, and if I left it up to the beasts, Remy would be singing Baby Snake." Karl joked. Seamus choked on his laughter and played the first few notes, which made everyone else laugh as well, as they realized what Karl was referring to. "World Dragon, and oh, not that song," one of the older clerics shouted. "Oh, I take it you are up at 7 in the morning more than you would like," Karl called back. The man turned around, and Karl noticed the red robes, which made him laugh. "Oh, you're from the orphanages? That makes sense. I bet that any of the orphanage supervisors view the creator of that show as their personal nemesis by now," he added. The Red Dragon priest nodded. "Exactly. That song is evil, and it gets stuck in your head." Tessa and Lotus had already run off to help heal, and Doug was with a group of older clerics near a stack of bodies under blood-stained white sheets. Karl was certain that they had at least one healing specialist who could resurrect the fallen instead of reincarnating them, so it took him a few seconds to realize what they were doing. They had 2 clerics who could resurrect, and the other high priests were granting them mana and energy so that they could get to as many casualties as possible before they were exhausted. If it worked out perfectly, everyone would be back on their feet by that time, and if not, they would do the reincarnation ritual and notify the church to watch out for more returned elites. With the number of recent incidents of them returning with skills, it was obvious that they needed to be cautious, as some of them would reincarnate in a daze and think that they were still under attack. If it worked out perfectly, everyone would be back on their feet by that time, and if not, They would do the reincarnation ritual and notify the church to watch out for more returned elites. With the number of recent incidents of them returning with skills, it was obvious that they needed to be cautious, as some of them would reincarnate in a daze and think that they were still under attack. Karl watched the hills in the distance, getting updates from Hawk, who had gone up into the clouds to avoid attracting the attention of flying stones, and waited for news, or the stand-down order that the hill giants had retreated far enough that those not on duty could return to their days. SHD, 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 angry birds inbound. Hawk screeched, then dive-bombed Karl and vanished into his spot. Karl was confused for a second. Then he saw a group of giant winged forms incoming from the clouds. "Everyone, heads up. We have incoming. Bring the barriers up," he shouted. The mages who could hear him did just that, and the radio operators spread the order down the line. For a moment, they had no idea what Karl had alerted them about, and they were beginning to relax, prepared to call it a false alarm, when the rocks and fireballs began to rain down on them from above. Karl focused on the incoming giant birds and let loose an arrow, using chain lightning to lend speed and distance to the attack. The rocks naturally dodged the long-distance projectile, but what they didn't realize was that simply not being hit wasn't enough, and the lightning arced to them anyhow as the arrow passed by. It didn't seem to do much to the enormous feathered monsters. Karl had heard that dragons were the greatest threat among all monsters, but from what he could see, they might not be the largest. Any of those flying monsters could easily grab and carry away a bus, and while they were only commander rank, Hawk was utterly terrified of them. It was most likely an intimidation skill, but that didn't change Hawk's opinion of going back outside before those things were gone. Even Thor instinctively pressed closer to the crowd, recognizing them as a dangerous predator. Even if their magic couldn't easily damage a lightning Sero, if they dropped him from 1,000 meters in the air, it would not be pleasant, to say the least. Flying monsters were the most terrifying of threats to most elites, and these ones seemed happy to hold at high altitude, hurling magic at the elites from a distance that most of the mages couldn't reach. Karl considered the options, and then put Blizzard on the next arrow. If he couldn't hit them, he could just use a larger area of effect. With his brutality, enhanced strength, the arrows flew faster than any of the other spells except lightning bolts. It made them more difficult for the rocks to get sufficient distance from, though they were far from being a competitor to the barrage of artillery shells coming from the flak guns. Those were being pulled into action for the first time since Karl had arrived on the border, and the rapid-fire shells were now filling the sky with exploding shrapnel. It wouldn't do much damage to a commander-rank beast, but they had feathers. In theory, if they damaged the wings enough, the beasts would be forced to fly away or crash. The Blizzard formed on the way up, making the attacking formation vanish in a cloud of white as the birds shrieked in rage, and Remy laughed in Karl's mid. "Serves them right, throwing rocks at people." The snake giggled. The ice crystals of the Blizzard were a slashing attack, and their sharpness, passive boosted their damage 40% when the skill was used by the commander rank Karl. It was enough that the flight of birds began to reconsider their approach. But Karl wasn't done firing, and he launched more chain lightning arrows as the Blizzard stalled and began to come back to the ground, only to be replaced with another Blizzard-enhanced arrow that sent them scattering, and they parted ways so that Karl couldn't hit them all with one spell, but that put them in the range of more mages with long-distance skills, while the dispersed formation spread out the effects of their attacks. The birds were becoming frustrated with their inability to get their attacks through the barriers, as from such an altitude the mages had plenty of time to intercept them and nullify most of the power behind them. Karl also wasn't the only archer with the ability to fire that high, and the flight of rocks was slowly taking enough damage that Karl could see the blood dripping and their feathers becoming tattered. Soon, they would have to retreat, so Karl just focused on spreading Blizzard across as much area as he could, keeping them in the damage range. Then a lucky shot hit one in the throat, fired blind through another Blizzard, and an enormous bird plummeted from the sky, coated in ice and leaking snow out of its mouth from the tip of the arrow. That enraged the others, and Karl smiled as 4 enormous forms raced down from the sky in his direction. "Hey Ray, how high do you think you can summon those spider golems?" Karl asked. Ray laughed and vanished into her space as the birds plummeted at terminal velocity towards the ground, all headed for Karl. They were almost on him when Ray reappeared 100 meters in the air and summoned her golems straight onto the backs of the diving monsters. Their legs speared deep into the tender flesh of the birds, and Ray laughed as she vanished into her nest, avoiding falling to the ground from that height. Karl was still firing, and when the first bird was 50 meters from him, a spear thrown from somewhere on his left cleanly pierced an eyeball, killing the bird instantly, and leaving only one to finish that attack flight. It was being pummeled by spells and attacks, but the bird was determined as it closed on Karl. Jump now, Hawk instructed. Karl leapt into the air, twisting to keep the rock in his vision, and the bird passed between him and the other elites. Neck, Hawk instructed. Ren slammed into the back of the bird's neck, shattering it, and the last rock skidded to a stop, carving a deep furrow in the soft dirt. Good work, buddy. Karl congratulated him. I know all the ways not to get eaten, but those things are scary. Hawk replied happily. Karl couldn't fault Hawk for that one. Bird to bird, they were 100 times his size, and they likely had a number of nasty tricks for dealing with other flying predators that they hadn't used against the humans. The bodies of the rocks were littered with damage, plugged with dozens of arrows, but few of the attacks actually made it past the underlayer of their feathers, which Karl found to be as strong as Ray's silk when he tried to pull a few of them free. No wonder everyone is afraid of these things. Look at that. An arrow fired by an ascended archer didn't even cut through the flesh. Between that and attacking from 1,000 meters in the air, most of the world couldn't even fight back. Karl muttered to himself as he examined the corpse that had landed closest to the lines. That was where everyone had gathered to see what a bird with a 50-meter wingspan looked like up close. It was large enough it could prey on hill giants and carry them away in its claws, a true terror of the skies. But it also had magic, both defensive earth magic and offensive fire. While the students examined the closest body, Hawk flew back out and stealthily stole 3 for himself. They had secrets that he wanted. He was powerful, but they were powerful and scary. It was nearly 20 minutes before anyone noticed that the other bodies were missing, and teams were sent out to go look for them, in case they were wounded and escaping. Professor, they're not alive. Karl's monsters looted the bodies. They do that. Lotus shouted out to avoid being sent with a team to look for a giant bird that she already knew they wouldn't find. What do you mean? They looted the bodies. That thing weighs literally tons. How could they even lift it? The professor asked. Don't ask me. It's some magic thing. They just whoosh, vanish, into a separate space. They do it with the giants all the time. She explained. Why would they even want them? The teacher asked, not following her explanation. You know, snacks, growth resources, decorations. On Morgana's shoulder, Remy nodded happily. She would negotiate with Hawk later, as she wanted some of those feathers for her space, and he had a lot of them now. Maybe she could get some of those colorful ones from the belly with the multicolored stripes. Those ones would make great ornaments. You know, there is just something about you that attracts trouble. Did you see how those things basically ignored an entire offensive line to attack you? One of the other students asked. Morgana laughed and patted the student on the shoulder before he noticed Remy staring at him from only centimeters away and dropped to the ground in panic. Damn it, woman, that's a poisonous snake. The boy shouted. Remy laughed, which opened her mouth and made her fangs drop, further panicking the student. As I was about to say before you freaked out, it's because Karl gives off the aura of a monster, not a human. They likely thought that he was the leader of the army here, since there is nobody above commander rank, and he's the only one who would feel different to them. Morgana explained. The student looked like he was considering the options much more seriously than Karl would have thought necessary. Then he spoke again in a suspicious tone. Are we certain that he isn't actually a monster hiding in human form, like a transformation spell? The terrified boy asked. Karl laughed, and Lotus smirked. No, we had him checked, 100% human. It might have occurred to the doctors at the rehab hospital that he could be a polymorphed spy as well. Karl put a hand over his heart and looked offended. Such little faith in my abilities. If I were truly a monster, how could gentle souls like Ray and Remy stand to be around me? I've been framed, I tell you. The elites who weren't part of his group all froze in place, slowly blinking as they tried to process the fact that he had used the opinion of a venomous Naga spirit snake and a bloodbath spider to vouch for his credentials as a human. But more than that, He called the bloodbath spider a gentle soul? Remy, they could believe. She was actually rather adorable if you weren't terrified of snakes. But Ray? Her favorite pastime was making it rain blood. I think you need better character references. Morgana informed Karl with an exaggerated sigh. Well, I'm not sure anyone would take the word of a war cleric or Lotus on the topic, and Dana went somewhere with Ophelia. Karl shrugged. Lotus frowned. Why does Tessa get her profession mentioned, but I get called out by name? Because the reason nobody takes you seriously is that you're Lotus, not because you're a nature priestess. Your choice of goddess is like a side effect of you being you. Karl explained. Lotus frowned, then smiled happily. You know, that's right. Nature priestesses become nature priestesses because we're already like this. It's a calling right from the start, not something that we learn. You think that the red dragon's favor is something that is learned? Tessa asked as Lotus finished her speech. Lotus started to nod, then frowned. You know, I recall that you traumatized a boy so much that he runs away and cries every time someone mentions your name. And that was before you were confirmed as an acolyte of the red dragon. Maybe you have always been like that. Karl laughed at the memory of meeting the man they were referring to. The young cleric had been quite arrogant when Karl was making that book for the Blue Dragon High Priestess, but the mention of Tessa and Lotus had sent him running. The ascended rank warrior who had remained on the ground to stay further from Remy looked around at Karl's group in dismay. What I'm taking from this is that you're all a bit odd. Maybe that's the secret. All of the most powerful elites have strong personalities. Those who don't seem to get stuck at awakened and then don't really progress. He noted, Are you saying that you have a strong personality? Lotus asked, looking down at him. He nodded. Yes, and an intense fear of snakes. Who could hate me? I'm adorable. Remy asked. Karl smiled, and Morgana looked between him and the snake. She just got offended that someone called her scary, didn't she? I've never seen her try to act cute and offended at the same time. The witch doctor laughed. Is that what she's going for? She just looks offended, like she slithered in something foul. One of the nearby mages joked. Remy tilted her head, wondering what she was doing wrong that they weren't getting the message. See, that is adorable. The other just looks offended. The mage added, Does everyone suddenly speak snake? The snake-phobic warrior asked, backing away as he rose to his feet so that there were two other people between him and Remy. She's really good at it. Out of all the beasts I've ever met, I think only my pet dog and Thor are better at conveying emotion, but Thor only knows happy and playful. Mick joked, with a gesture toward Thor, who was playing kickball with some of the students. Off-duty students may now return to your regular schedule. The radio announcement sent everyone walking toward camp, leaving only about 1/10 of their total number along the front lines. All right, Karl is with me, and I think the rest of you already have your assignments. Oh, Mick is with us as well. I'm doing the ancient history lessons today. Morgana informed them. Great, straight from rock dust in combat to super dry history lessons. Mick sighed. Karl patted him on the shoulder. It's not that bad. Morgana finds the interesting parts of history to bring up. Though some of that is certainly because I'm most interested in the parts that might lead to system relics and rare resources for the beasts. Well, that has to be better than Professor Jones' descriptions of his times spent exploring the catacombs under the Capitol. How can you spend 40 years on a career without a notable accomplishment? Mick sighed. Well, at least I don't need to worry about that. I have found a number of cool things already. Karl replied. Oh. Morgana gave Karl a sharp look, but he knew most of it couldn't be mentioned. The dungeon in the hills near the frost giant border wasn't classified, though. There was a mission, not long before the war started, where I went to investigate an anomaly, and it turned out to be a combination of Yeti magic and a dungeon instance that had appeared beneath a cavern complex. There was a whole trial challenge series and a village of dark elves, plus the dungeon instance itself. That's where I found Remy as an egg. Karl explained. If they were already enthralled in the story, they would remember more of the lesson. Let's start there today. Why don't you describe the architecture, and we will try to match it to an era and region. Morgana decided. Karl focused on the interior of the dark elf city, the mushrooms, the glowing fungus, the crystals, and finally the dark black angular buildings. One by one, he described every element of the city as they had encountered it, with the beasts filling in any gaps they thought were important. For example, Thor insisted that it was important they note that the short, glowing grass smelled like mint, and Ray noted that the black buildings had been painted with blood in the past, but the stone itself was black, so you couldn't see it. Both of those were good points, and they helped Morgana narrow down the era and region that they had seen replicated in the dungeon, even though the Dark Elves made it fairly obvious who had built the city. When he got to the man standing on the platform, preaching about the dungeon being opened for the people of the city, and more specifically his outfit, Morgana knew exactly when and where Karl had been sent to. But she wouldn't tell them right away, and she had the two students search through the books for clues until they got to the section on the cult of the Darklight host. They were believed to have been a world-dominating army just over 100,000 years prior, and they were alternately believed by some historians to be the precursors to the World Dragon Church. According to their beliefs, the World Dragon had not been born as a world dragon, and he had actually been an ancient eldritch being, from the species that had helped create many of the worlds that the great pantheons ruled over. They believed that it was only when he decided to devote himself to protecting the world that the world dragon had changed forms, taking on the aspects that were needed to obtain divinity and grant his blessing over the world. That didn't match with what the World Dragon Church taught, but it didn't directly conflict with it either, as there were no teachings about the start of this world in specific among church doctrines, only that the dragon gods often chose or created worlds to watch over. According to the textbook, many of the ancient civilizations believed that the Darklight host had come to this world and slowly conquered the entire planet, bringing with them the power of the system and the ancient training grounds, now more commonly known as the magical dungeons. So, it's basically a fairy tale of the origin of the world? Mick asked. More or less. It might be true, but there isn't any solid evidence. The fact that Karl actually saw one of them interacting with the ancient dark elves and opening a dungeon portal for them is the closest thing to proof of their existence that I've ever heard of. Everything else about them is told as a legend, an oral history or religious belief passed down through the ages, and those aren't always historically accurate after 100,000 years. Morgana explained. What is with the grass, though? Thor insists it's important to remind you about the grass. Karl insisted, then took a blade out, as Thor had kept some for himself. Where did you get that? Morgana demanded, eyes wide with shock. From Thor's space. He kept some as we passed by. My skills say it's not a growth resource for any of my beasts, so it's just growing there, looking pretty. Karl explained. It does smell like mint. Mick agreed, as he examined the faintly glowing blade of grass. Do you have any idea what that is worth? Morgana demanded, her voice rising through the octaves. I don't even know what it is. I couldn't find it in any of the books. Karl replied evenly, not sure why she was getting hysterical. It was an awakened rank magical resource, not even a great food source for a commander rank lightning Sero. Morgana put on a pair of latex gloves and gently took the blade of grass from Karl's hands to put it in a sealed jar. She looked so relieved that it was safe that Remy couldn't resist and picked one from her swamp, which she had planted from the ones in Thor's field, and came out to give Morgana another one. There are more of them? Thank you, Remy, but I can't take your treasure. Morgana informed the snake. Remy just put it in her hands, then smiled and returned to her space. It is literally growing in her swamp. She planted it near her altar because the glow makes for a pretty backlight at night. Karl explained. So this will grow back? Morgana asked. Yeah, fairly quickly, if I recall correctly. It's one of the plants that Thor needs to prune so it doesn't spread out of its allocated space. Karl explained. Well, this should prove that you were really in the Underdark. This is black elf grass. It only grows deep underground, and it is considered to be very nearly extinct. There are dozens of disguise and anti-aging potions that can't be made without it. You've likely never heard of the deep light face creams, but a jar goes for more than the average house, and this is the primary ingredient. Morgana explained. Karl winked at the witch doctor. Aren't you a bit young to be worrying about anti-aging products? Mick chuckled with his hand covering his mouth. Indeed, Morgana still looked her age, and she would be under 19 if she had just graduated. Even among the elites, who were all of the younger generation, she was among the youngest. Morgana smiled. I don't care about face creams, but I am a witch doctor. One of my abilities allows me to make a transformation potion with that grass. I have been looking for it for ages, and now I have not just one but two whole blades. My magic can fully transform someone for one full moon cycle. Not just their face's appearance, their entire appearance. Mick gave a low whistle of appreciation, and Karl smiled. Just think. Lotus could be not short for an entire moon cycle. Karl noted. Why not just say tall? Mick asked. It's magic, not a miracle. Morgana laughed. It's a commander rank potion. It could have you and Lotus swap appearances for the duration if you both used it. Karl considered that for a moment. She would go insane with jealousy, seeing her own body get to pet all the monsters whenever I wanted. Morgana couldn't help but laugh at the mental image of Karl transformed into Lotus, taunting her by playing with monsters all day long while she was stuck as him with no monsters. That's evil in a whole new way that I hadn't even considered. Only a nature priestess could be tortured that way. The witch doctor replied, shaking her head in dismay. Mick nodded. I don't see the issue, though the guy who freaked out about Remy could be tortured that way. I'm certain. It would be like watching a live-action nightmare. Or the Bimbo Brigade, they're all terrified of spiders. Morgana gave him a concerned look. Sorry, they're a group of girls from the senior class who are extra itchy to us nerdy sorts. They've all got high-paying corporate careers lined up from their ultra-wealthy families, and I'm a favorite target, since I went bald long before I shaved my head. Mick explained. Karl patted him on the shoulder. I should introduce you to a good friend of mine, Skittles. He specializes in helping people work through internalized issues. If you ask High Priest Doug McKenzie, he should be able to hook you up with a good referral after all this on the border is finished. Mick smiled. His name is Skittles? Karl shook his head. No, it's just a nickname that the High Priest gave him, but it's stuck, and it's better than his actual name. He's also a nature priest, and very relaxed about any sort of issue you want to work through. Very easy to talk to. I will talk to the High Priest later. I know who you mean. He's here as a teacher now, right? Wilderness survival, if I recall. Karl and Morgana both nodded, while the witch doctor worked to keep her thoughts on Doug McKenzie as a person to herself. Karl seemed to recall that there was something between Mick or his group and Doug's sisters, but he let that thought fade. If it were important, it would come back to him later. All right, let's get back to the lesson. Now, we have found the basics about the Darklight host, so what we need to get into are the building styles of that era, where many of the world's dungeons, instances, and magical trials were founded. Morgana diverted them back on topic. After an afternoon of lessons, Karl was ready for a good meal and a full night's sleep. His group wasn't on defense detail today, so they had all night to themselves unless there was an attack that made it past the artillery and the roaming scouts that the army had in front of them. It was a strange feeling not having a battle to go to in the morning or other immediate obligations. Karl and the other students only had classes in the afternoon, while the clerics helped out all day at the treatment facility or the kitchens, depending on their preference. So, when the sun was already well above the horizon, Karl finally dragged himself out of bed and found a vigilant new group headed to the line, prepared for whatever the hill giants threw at them. They were all well aware that the situation could change in seconds, and the first barrage of an attack was often the most deadly, as the defenders could be caught off guard and the bombardment might make it through their spells. It was standard to relax the defensive barriers when they weren't under attack, so the mages had more mana available when they actually needed it. But that came with the risk that they wouldn't increase them enough to block the first incoming spells when the attack did come. First up was breakfast, then a bit of physical conditioning training with the other students, with everyone making sure that while they did get their necessary workout, they weren't too tired to answer if the call came that an attack was imminent. Mostly it was maintenance weightlifting, stretches, calisthenics, and so on, that kept all the muscles in peak form, without burning so much energy that they would lose combat effectiveness. Then, after lunch, it was back to history and geography lessons with Morgana, but this time accompanied by a dozen other mages, who were also taking the geography class. Are history and geography not a normal warrior class education path? Like, do they just show up in places and add them to their mental knowledge when they arrive? Karl asked as he looked around at all the other students in the group. One of the mages laughed. Actually, you might be onto something. If the warriors need to know something about an area, they learn when they arrive, or it's in the mission briefing. These classes are usually for the ones who have no intentions of going there themselves, or the ones who are the most interested in what they will find there. So, we have a couple of other treasure seekers, mostly after legendary magical items. And you? Who is here for what? Monster food? Perhaps signs of a legendary divine beast's nest for your next companion? If you can, I recommend looking for the nest of the rocks that attacked the other day. They're like a transport and aerial attack force combined, and they're seriously powerful. Karl considered that idea. A huge flying transport would actually be quite convenient. However, the rocks were commander-rank beasts, just like Ray, and if he was going to use the beast's growth to push everyone to the next level, he would need something that was guaranteed to have a higher potential than that. Remy might. There was no telling what power level her parents were at, as she was created inside a dungeon, and the magic of those places was unpredictable. She might be royal rank, or she might peak right where she was at as ascended. But the fact that she was born ascended rank did suggest that she had a lot of potential, even if she was slower to grow to adulthood than the others. Honestly, Karl was in no hurry to add anyone more to their team. If he made it to royal rank, he would have the ability to add another space. But as long as everyone was growing smoothly, he would take his time and try to find just the right beast and not hurry to find another member. Or perhaps fate would do it for him, likely in egg form, if past experience was anything to go by. Alright, the first thing we will start with are the known ancient excavations within the Golden Dragon Nation. Those are the safest of the regions to explore, and while they have been more extensively visited, they are also a guide point to your future explorations. Each of them will give you an idea by their location and construction of what the continent looked like at the time that they were built. Some of them were built along rivers that no longer exist, and that gives us an idea of where else we should be searching for similar relics. In the past, most nations built along rivers for the abundant water sources. So, following ancient riverbeds and lakes found at known sites is an essential skill to the study of ancient geography. For example, who is familiar with the ruins of the World Dragon Temple at Witten in the Beastkin lands? Morgana asked, then paused to see if anyone was familiar with the story. Karl had never heard of it, but one of the mages had. I heard that it's still occupied by World Dragon priests, and they say that it has always been. Like forever, as long as there are records, the Witten Temple has been occupied. He answered, exactly. According to the World Dragon clerics, it is one of the original World Dragon temples, and while it has been destroyed during attacks a number of times, rebuilt and renovated, every map ever produced shows it in the same spot. Morgana explained. She brought out a map book and began to flip through the pages for them, with the book tilted on a stand, so they could all see. The originals of these maps are all thousands of years apart, and as you can see, the oldest don't show Chiptonrith Lake, but a massive desert. But here in the middle, some of them show a much larger inland sea. The students looked confused. But isn't the lake hundreds of meters deep? Like, so deep that no light reaches the bottom of the deepest parts. Morgana nodded. That is correct, but apparently, that was not always the case. What happened has been lost to history, but we do know that at some point during the end of the system era, entire mountain ranges were leveled, while others were formed. That might be the case for the desert. The aftermath of a battle between demigods might have made the crater that became an inland sea, and then eventually leveled out to a massive lake. One of the mages laughed. So, geography is a history lesson as well. Morgana smiled. It's inevitable, really. Even the borders are a history story, and the frost giant border is about to be rewritten after this war. Where it will end up is a mystery. But the new territory claimed by the magma dragon around the erupted volcano will most likely gain its own territorial notation. Now, as you can see, the largest population center is obviously the capital, but there are others along the rivers, especially ones with deep water all the way to Chiptonrith Lake. In better times, that was a major trade route between not only us and the Beastkin Nation, but also down the Great River through the wilds and to the ocean. Now, most ocean shipping goes overland to the shore, which is both slower and more dangerous, as it puts goods perilously close to the frost giant nation, who has a much larger ocean front. One of the students pointed at the wilds, the officially unclaimed lands between the Beastkin Nation's southern border and the ocean. The wilds borders extended all along the southern end of the Beastkin Nation and the marked west side of Golden Dragon Nation's claim as the territory reached south toward the ocean. Why haven't there been efforts to claim the wilds? I mean, we could have more ocean access to ship around the continent and get supplies. One of the other students asked. There have been. What we managed to claim from the monsters was that narrow strip at the south of the nation. Even that is difficult to hold. and there are constant battles around the border as the monsters try to take back their natural territory. If not for the constant effort, we would be completely landlocked. Morgana explained. Karl didn't know how much of what they used came from other nations, but he did recall that many of the coal mines were in the southern hills. Even if it weren't for the ocean access, that region was still of significant importance to the people. The next morning, there was no attack on their section of the line, but the hill giants tested other sections further west down the border. It was oddly serene, with the artillery in the distance giving a steady thunder, nearly below hearing, setting a rhythm for the day's activities. Physical training, a rotation on the front line, where Karl waited patiently for something to happen, and then classes in the afternoon. The following day was an afternoon rotation on the line, so he had classes in the morning. The third day he was off the line again, so he had the morning free to train and work on his meditation to build the strength of his beasts. By the sixth day, without an attack on the line, it was becoming a smooth routine, but Karl was becoming nervous. They hadn't hit the hill giants that hard, so they weren't retreating because of the casualties. No, they were up to something, and their earth magic kept the Golden Dragon army from sending scout planes far enough inland to find out where they were massing troops. Every tiny village had at least one elder who had been taught the trick to anti-aircraft fire, and it didn't take much to shoot down the scout planes. "You look twitchy," Tessa noted as they finished dinner in the fort. They hadn't eaten dinner in the mess hall since the first day, only breakfast and lunch, so that they would be able to keep up with the news and orders more easily. The food was mostly can everything. Even the bread came from cans. The idea was that it would lessen the strain on the clerics, so they could just heal and not worry about dealing with the food supply, but the quality of the long-duration preserved foods wasn't always all that great. Some things were. The preserved eggs cooked as well as any, and the barbecue beans were just as good as they were fresh out of the pot. The canned potatoes were fine, but the green beans were atrocious, and everyone avoided them like the plague unless they had been heavily spiced or drenched in a sauce. In comparison, the dinner that Tessa and Lotus came up with was always fresh, including the meat that Karl donated to the process. Some of the meat sources hadn't been as good as others, but there were still quite a few of the giant pigs, and those were outstanding. Karl had considered sharing one with the line, but Hawk was resistant to the idea, and they had eventually come to a compromise. It was Karl's birthday in 2 more days, and Hawk had agreed to donate a pig to the meal, so the line could throw a proper party. Nobody in the mines could really afford birthday parties that were more extravagant than a cake with friends, so that was their tradition. But with a whole academy full of elites, they could throw a full-on barbecue and trick the students into eating up one of the rocks, which Hawk found entirely too stringy for his tastes. They tasted vaguely like chicken and weren't unpleasant, but if you didn't marinate and deep-fry them, their natural state was almost a jerky. That meant Hawk, who liked his food raw, was out of luck. The frying was an essential step to making them edible. So, on the 7th day after their arrival, the day before his birthday, Karl went to talk to the mess hall's leader, the professor from the culinary arts department. "Professor Palm, could you spare me a moment? I would like to make a request and a donation for tomorrow's lunch." Karl greeted the aging chef. She smiled at him, but the look on her face was full of suspicion, and she was ready to tell him to get the hell out of her kitchen at any moment. "Tomorrow is my birthday, and I have saved one of the giant pigs from the frost giants, as well as the body of one of the rocks. I would like to have the rock brined and deep-fried, and the pig slaughtered and smoked for a barbecue feast at lunch. I know that we have plenty of beans and salad to go with it, and everyone loves a good barbecue," Karl explained, before she could yell at him for wasting her time. "Put the pig on the table and let's see it. We've got 1,000 mouths to feed here," she insisted. Karl looked at the prep table and shook his head. "It is a giant pig from the frost giant nation. It's larger than Thor, and it certainly won't fit on the table. Then the floor over there. That tarp has been sanitized," she offered. Karl brought out the pig, and the chef gasped in delight, before realizing that they didn't have nearly enough smokers to accomplish the task. They could make some of them easily enough, as they had hundreds of raw metal barrels that were used to transport ammunition and supplies for the artillery units. Or they could wrap it and pit smoke it. That seemed like it would be the easier option. "I will get the workers on the smoke pit right away. Did you say that you still had one of the bodies of a rock?" "We've gone through the one that was brought back to me after the battle already." Karl nodded. "It's not plucked or anything, but it has been in the equivalent of stasis, so it's still fresh. The cook nodded slowly, lost in meal planning. I will get the kitchens on the salads after breakfast, and the meat will need to be in the smokers by midnight. But if you cut me off 100 kilos of breast meat from the rock, we should have plenty to cover for a party. The smoked meat will be the main attraction. The students get enough fried chicken equivalents in their daily meals, and that's the only way those birds are edible. Hawk gave a smug squawk as the chef agreed with his opinion, then sliced off a large slab of meat for Karl to pass to the chef. This one fit on the table, though it took most of it, and Professor Palm nodded in satisfaction. I don't know how your preservation system works, but that looks as fresh as if the beast had just died. However, that giant pig hasn't been cleaned or gutted, so I need to work. Get out of my kitchen and come back tomorrow. Karl had been expecting that. She had wanted to kick him out from the moment that he had entered, and there had to be some satisfaction in doing it now, even if she was going to help him with his request for an academy-wide birthday party. Sure, it seemed excessive, but with the majority of the academy here on station, he couldn't really leave anyone out without looking like a massive jerk. So he had to prevail upon the main kitchens to get his barbecue. It didn't take long for word of the party to spread through the camp. Karl knew that nobody actually cared that it was his birthday, but they did care that there was going to be better than usual food for them. The army wasn't going to send tons of fresh boar meat to them, likely ever. That wasn't the sort of thing that you got on the front lines, where most of the meals were pre-packaged and came with instructions for cooking in the standardized company kitchen. The academy could have brought their own gear, but the army already had supplies ready, so they had chosen to use what was available. The only one that Karl hadn't gotten on board with the "let's party for my birthday" plan so far was Morgana, who insisted that having a birthday was no excuse for skipping an entire day of training. They had a good, reliable schedule, and he would get all the attention that he could handle during the lunch break. So, it wouldn't be a full day of slacking, but a morning shift on the line, and then a barbecue, before he had to go back to history lessons. Or perhaps geography, though the lines between the two did seem to get rather blurry when you were discussing how the geography had been changed. Still, Karl settled into his hammock with a relaxed mind, ready to begin the precious few weeks when he could claim not to be the youngest person in the camp. Until her birthday, Dana would have that honor. The next morning, Karl woke to a surprise birthday present from the last person in the world that he thought would give him a gift. The Hill Giants. The attack alarms started to blare just before dawn, alerting all forces to come to the front lines. Karl was on morning shift, so they would have been headed there anyhow, but not for another 2 hours. That must have been why the Hill Giants attacked now, when the pre-dawn twilight made it hard to spot them, and when the night shift would be at their most inattentive, just before they had to look professional as the next shift woke up, and the morning light revealed them to the eyes of supervisors. Karl and his team equipped their armor, and Karl called out the beasts to serve as mounts for the run across the distance between the camp and their assigned position. They made it with plenty of time to spare, as the first arrivals of the attack were on the far flank, going after the artillery battery, and there were no Hill Giants in range of his position. "Hawk, get some altitude and see what's holding up our side of the party," Karl ordered. Everyone was here, and the golems were summoned, but there were no targets within a kilometer of this end of the position. Hawk soared out over the lines and started to relay enemy positions back to Karl. "We have more giants coming. They've got 3 forces. The one that is fighting, the one coming to reinforce those ones, then the one coming from the far right that should be headed to our side of the line after we send our reinforcements away," he narrated. Karl passed that information along to Morgana, who relayed it to the teachers in charge of strategy. The best that was likely to happen was that a few extra troops would be left at this end of the line, as the reinforcement of the side, which was actively under attack, would take priority. But every little bit would count, and the third hit was intended to be against the weakest portion of the line, so they could breach the lines of warriors defending the much softer mages and devastate the human defenses. They all understood that their position was important, but watching the other end of the line fighting while they waited for the order to do something, even to adjust the lines and attack the flank, was beyond frustrating to the students on Karl's end. However, they were in for the biggest shock of the day. The Hill Giants had sent an actual strike force to them, and they were in for a much more serious fight than the other end. Morgana looked over at Karl. 2 royal rank leaders, 50 commanders, and a whole company of ascended Hill Giants. "Did you do something personal to them?" Karl chuckled, and the rest of his team looked at him like it was a very real possibility. Not that I can think of offhand. But we've got a whole line of elites here, and we still outnumber them. Karl replied. Ollie, the swarthy warrior on Colonel Wilkes' half of the team, gave Karl a concerned look. You do understand that there are 2 royal rank hill giants there, right? What are we going to do against that? When they charge at the back of the line, we're not going to be able to break their earth magic barriers in time. We will be too busy dealing with the commanders. From behind the line, Tank came jogging over with a pair of other warrior class teachers. We will take care of the royal rank hill giants until you've handled the others. The oversized berserker declared. Karl shook his head. I will come with you, and Hawk can help us from above. The others will stay with the line. 2-on-1 is a more evenly balanced fight. Tank shrugged and prepared to move as the hill giant line charged at them. Shall we, gentlemen? Karl asked, taking out his bow. On Karl's mark, begin the attack. The section leader announced over the radio. Karl buffed himself up and focused on the line. Remember where the leaders are. It's going to become difficult to see them. Karl reminded the team. Chain Lightning gave the arrows range, while Blizzard added the shredding ice damage and blocked the view of the attacking giants. Karl wasn't aiming at them, though. He was burying the arrows into the dirt in front of them, letting the lightning arc and the blizzard spread over their section of the battlefield. That meant their mages and archers were firing blind as well, but the wall of snow and ice gave them a range finder to their much larger targets. And as the hill giants began to emerge, Karl sent out another wave, moving the barrier forward. That put the front line in range of the majority of the mages, while the hill giant stone attacks were horribly inaccurate, with a full half of them missing the line entirely. Tank looked into the ranks of hill giants, now that they were close enough to see them through the snow. All right, let's go. First rank forward, pikes up, the zone leader ordered. The pikes rushed forward into the hill giants, and Karl switched to his maul. Everyone, stay here and protect the group. Ray, make sure nothing happens to Tessa and Ophelia on the front row. I'm feeling artsy today, Ray replied, sounding somewhat distracted. Fine, make an art installation in the clearing when you've got time. But don't let anyone smash our team members. Ray's mental smirk let Karl know that he had been hoodwinked, and she only wanted to find a way to get him to agree to it. That didn't slow his advance. Ray would follow instructions and build her art when she had spare time, likely while the hill giants were regrouping for a second charge. He moved in a defensive formation with the other 3 commander-rank warriors, but when Karl and the rest of the response team advanced, the hill giants spread, leaving them a clear path to the leaders. Oh, this is bad news, Tank muttered as they rushed past the ascended rank hill giants. I'm not saying this is a trap, but this is a trap. Karl agreed. The other teachers shook their head in dismay, realizing that someone still had to stop these 2 hill giant leaders from attacking the front lines, as their earth magic would devastate the mages if they got any closer. Ray, send your golems forward to keep a hole open behind us, Karl instructed. The hill giants behind them were mostly ascended, and the commanders in the attack force were spread out to make a pincer and push at the students' weak points when the strongest defenders moved to fight the royal rank giants. Ray was happy to help with that, and she brought Dana and Mix golems along with Colonel Wilkes' fire elementals forward with her. That made a solid breach in the hill giant lines, and the warriors pushed up into it, keeping Tank's team as the spearhead of the counterattack. That was what the royal rank giants were hoping for. Now they just needed their leaders to defeat these 4, and have their commander rank teams push through the extended lines, and they would be into the mages. But they quickly realized it would not be that easy. When Tank raged, he grew scales. Then, brutality took effect on him, and he grew from 250 centimeters to 350 centimeters instantly. That still only made him a little under waist high on a hill giant, but the extra strength made him a very scary opponent. Karl heard a musical giggle in his mind, and realized that Morgana had found a new way of working with Remy. She had planted an ink-topped staff in the ground for Remy to put the totems on, and the spirit snake had wrapped around it, leaving the witch doctor one hand free to cast her spells, which mostly required a gesture to activate. Karl and Tank split up to engage the royal rank giants, with the other teachers falling in beside them. Karl would pair with a double-blade-wielding warrior, who dressed like an agility type in light armor, while Tank got the defensive warrior. It was a good combo for the berserker, who didn't really care what was in the path of his axe. Karl aimed his maul at the hill giant's club, forcing the creature to change trajectory to avoid finding out what Karl had enchanted his weapon with. The power rolling off Karl's weapon felt stronger than a commander should be able to manage, and that put the royal rank giant on edge. The hill giants had been informed in advance that this end of the line had the army's leadership team, and that they were commanders, but there wasn't much other information for them to go on. The fact that Karl was aiming to shatter the giant's weapon right from the first strike seemed to make it obvious that he had a weapon-shattering technique. But shatter didn't only work on weapons, but on anything that it hit. The vibrations would cause bones to break just as effectively as it caused a wooden club to break. That distraction let the other warrior get behind the target and score the first strike of the battle, cutting a line down the hill giant's lightly armored back as Karl kept it distracted. The giant turned to swing at the agile warrior, and Karl backed up, switching back to his bow to plug a flaming body infused arrow into the enormous target. It was like shooting at a house from the middle of the lawn, impossible to miss. The giant stepped forward to keep both targets in sight, and Karl backed up again, drawing the giant behind the lines where it could receive no reinforcements, before he was forced to switch back to his two-handed blade to deflect a flurry of attacks that he wasn't fast enough with the maul to handle. The teacher took advantage of the opening again, slicing the back of a knee, and going for a spot at the armpit where the giant's crude armor exposed a weakness. The giant moved too quickly for that strike to land, and the warrior went rolling as he was clipped by a swing of the club. "Ray golems, now," Karl ordered as he aimed to strike for the giant's left knee. His blade and the giant's club met a shower of sparks from flaming body, leaving the two of them deadlocked for a split second before the pair of spider golems landed on the hill giant's shoulders and began to shred his face and back. He reared back and flailed viciously at the attackers, throwing the first one deep into the hill giant lines, but his movement left him vulnerable, and Karl struck upwards, hitting him at the gap between his hanging waist armor and his chest plate. The flaming blade buried in the hill giant to the hilt, and Karl used it as a conduit to cast first chain lightning, then blizzard from the inside. The giant made a gurgling noise for a moment before his movement slowed, and the spider golem deprived him of his head. Then Ray was on the scene, prepared to begin her art exhibition. She had prepared a dozen commander-rank hill giant bodies on pikes, which she slammed into the ground, standing them up as grotesque mannequins, before she used her silk to tie the leader up by his arms between two of the commanders, leaving the body spread eagle and standing upright, but headless. "What the hell are you doing?" Karl heard Morgana shouting from behind him, as every hill giant in the area turned to him with rage in their eyes. He just made a come-and-get-it gesture, and then charged forward, firing arrows into the closest few commander-rank hill giants, who no longer cared about tactics and only wanted vengeance. The bow was quickly replaced with the maul, shattering a knee, and then crushing a rib cage before the falling hill giant had even reached the ground. Then Karl retreated, forcing the attackers to come at him one at a time through the small gap around Tank and his partner, who were still dealing with their enraged royal rank opponent. It was more intent on getting to Karl than on fighting them, and they were hacking it apart, but it didn't seem to care. Tessa glowed with the red light of the war dragon's favor, and Thor's defensive blessing increased in size, granting everyone near the macabre display the benefits of Circle of Protection. The lightning Sero charged straight for the second royal rank giant, who never even saw him coming before it was flung from its feet and set upon by two massive front feet and an enraged berserker. But this time, the hill giant lines didn't break and retreat. They were fighting as hard as they could, but without any sense of cohesion or tactics, and as often as not, their strikes were interfering with the fights of those next to them, throwing off timing, deflecting blows, and causing arguments in the attacking line. The students' defensive lines closed the gap as Tank and his partner retreated to catch their breath, and the spider golems darted off to cause chaos in the hill giant attack. Well, that's one way to get them worked up. They're not going to forget this. The defensive warrior with Tank noted. I hope not. The point of an object lesson is for them to remember it. They lost 2 royal rank giants today, and we didn't lose a command squad member. The hill giants that survive will spread the word that we're taunting them, and the next waves will hesitate as they attack, allowing us more time to hit them from a distance. 9 out of 10 storytelling. If you can't blind them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit. Tessa called from her spot on Thor's back. Hey, who is telling the story here? Me or you? Karl shouted back. Thor laughed and stomped around, motivating the warriors nearby, while Seamus started on a new song for inspiration. He had moved up a little, standing in the enlarged gap between the warriors and the mages, where everyone could see and hear him while he jammed out on his lute. Thor brayed happily, and Tessa let out a very draconic roar while holding her spear high. Karl had continued to fire his arrows now that nothing was getting through to his position in front of Ray's art installation, and even Morgana had come up to join them, though she looked less than impressed with their antics. The clerics along their portion of the line were advancing as well, far enough that they could work together to cast an area heal over the whole spearhead of the line, while Lotus worked to keep her area, refresh, spell active. Dana led a group of mages forwards, putting them in range of more giants with their area attack spells. That thinned the front row of attackers, giving the warriors a moment's rest, while the hill giants further down the line began to panic at the pair of royal rank spider golems who were going berserk among the ascended rank fighters. They weren't even trying to fight the commanders. They were just maiming and crippling as many as possible, then running away to do it again when anything challenged them. Does Ray have anger management issues? Morgana asked as she stared at the impaled hill giants in the middle of the human formation. No, why do you ask? She gave a meaningful look at the display, and Karl began to laugh. That's her latest art exhibition. Pretty, isn't it? Remy looked at the row of corpses for a second, and placed her next round of totems on the second-to-last giant's head on both sides, then nodded with satisfaction. That was much prettier, visually balanced, and spitting fireballs for the true interactive experience. Hawk laughed at her idea before dipping into his space as a massive barrage of rocks from the back lines converged on him, and then reappeared to continue hurling fireballs at them from the other side of the formation. This is a fun game. We should make them mad more often, he suggested. I think we're going to be in enough trouble for this time. But look on the bright side. All those reinforcements from the other end of the line are coming this way. Well, at least the ones that can still walk. The spider golems have been busy, Karl informed the happy bird. They also weren't dead yet. They were over a kilometer away, by Karl's estimation, and they were still going wild. You're lost in your conversation with the beasts again. The line is signaling the retreat. The hill giants are disengaging. Dana informed Karl as he finished mentally searching for the spider golems. Right, sorry. He had still been shooting, but he had noticed the target selections were getting a bit slim. Ray, move your art installation back indoors. We're done here. Grab the shiny stuff. It's still on the bodies, but it will drop when I take them. She replied. Karl wasn't certain what she meant, but a club and dagger, plus a necklace, dropped to the ground when the royal rank giant disappeared. Karl scooped them up, and the necklace immediately bonded to him, while his sword rejected the other weapons to the point that he almost dropped them. Tessa, do you mind holding these for me? They're causing a repulsion reaction from my bonded blade. Tessa tossed the weapons into the pouches that were built into the harness Thor was wearing, left over from their last battle and equipped by him when he left his space, so his knight would have a saddle. Then the group retreated to their original positions after Hawk grabbed the last royal rank hill giant into his space for safekeeping. He didn't really want it. They tasted awful, but the warriors had already looted it, so there was no point in letting the giants recover the bodies of their leaders. For half an hour, they waited while the survivors of the hill giant attack retreated, taking their wounded and most of their dead with them. That was something that the frost giants didn't do, and Karl wondered if there were hill giant clerics who could resurrect their fallen. He hadn't seen any sign of them in combat, but they might be somewhere in the back, as anything beyond the front lines was their undisputed territory. Once the whistles blew to inform them that they could retreat from the line to their regular morning duties, the students breathed a sigh of relief, and Karl took a comfortable seat on a nearby rock. His team was still on duty this morning, and the battle had lasted long enough for shift change to have occurred, as the sun was now well above the horizon. Tank sat down on the rock next to him and looked up at the sky. Good work out there. That ambush with the spider golems was pure poetry. The berserker congratulated him. I didn't know that you had the chance to see it. It worked just as well as I had hoped. There isn't much on an average battlefield that can stop them. Karl replied with a smile. That wasn't actually why I stayed back. I know the others think that the way my size increased in combat was one of my skills, but that was you, wasn't it? Tank asked. Karl nodded. Yeah, it's the same skill that I use on myself and the beasts. You're bestial enough when you rage that it will affect you as well. It also works on Ophelia. We just didn't see it because she was behind us. The skill is called brutality, an increase of 10% in both size and strength per rank of the user. Do you think that you could teach that to me? I heard that you can make skill books of the skills that you know. Tank asked, becoming more eager by the word. Sure, if someone brings over paper and ink, that's all I need for that one. Or we can do it after I'm off shift. Tank shook his head with a glance toward the hill giant side of the line. They're likely coming back. If there is one thing that you are truly talented at, it has to be the art of angering the giants. We've heard from our scouts that the frost giants are still looking for you, and they're not giving up. I don't know how they pieced it together, but they realized that the team who was ambushing their reinforcements was the same one that had killed their royal rank elder. Then Tank sent a brief message over the radio, requesting supplies for inscription, and the two patiently watched the horizon for signs of movement. I heard that you had the ability to learn more skills after the frost giant incident. Have you learned them yet? Tank asked after a few minutes of silence. Yeah, brutality was one of them. I also learned skills that add impact damage to all my physical hits. It's a bit like earthquake, but internally. Karl explained. That sounds messy. No wonder they were so wary of that mall. What comes next for your skills? Karl shrugged. I have two options. I can learn some basic defensive skills, or I can learn one that gives my pets a chance to evolve their skills up a tier. Like fireball to flamestorm, or stun to petrify. It's just a chance when you learn it? Tank asked, confused as to the nature of the skill. Karl shook his head. No, it's an increasing chance every time they use the skill. I don't have the ability to get it yet, but the way that my luck goes, it won't be long. If it could advance them a rank, that would be even better. The Berserker sighed. I've already learned that skill. Did you ever wonder why two spider golems can move through ascended rank hill giants like knives through warm butter? It's because that is a royal rank skill. Ray is still a commander rank beast, but that one skill increase is enough that hill giants one rank below her aren't even a challenge for the golems. Karl explained. And you didn't think to mention that to anyone? Karl smiled gently and patted the enormous berserker on his massive shoulder. I have come to realize that academy instructors are very different from politicians and bureaucrats. Telling you means I'll receive new courses better suited for my training. Telling them means they'll find a reason to say that I have royal rank combat power and should be reassigned to more dangerous battlefields. And I don't have that level of power yet. The maximum cap is still much lower than an actual royal rank monster, but the energy efficiency is up there. Tank nodded. I get it. It's an overpowered skill, but when Ray is actually a royal rank monster, it will be better. You have to be getting pretty close yourself, though. I'm not on the weak side of Commander, and you didn't have any trouble keeping up with me. It shouldn't be too much longer. I just need to keep building the strength of my mental spaces so the beasts will advance. I think that once the space forces Remy to advance to Commander, we should be very close. Remy got excited about that. She was almost there. She could feel it. The next time that she shed her skin, she would likely advance. She was thinking about all the wonderful things that she might be able to do as a commander rank snake when the runner arrived with the supplies for Karl to start making books. The class skills were simple to transcribe, and brutality didn't need anything but blood, which they had a plentiful supply of. What are you filling the pen with? Tank asked as Karl got to work. Oh, it's royal rank hill giant blood. The book has to be written in blood, and I prefer not to use my own. I have plenty of blood available, thanks to Ray and Hawk, so I am using that. He wrote out the brutality book, which turned out to be nothing more than an incoherent and rage-filled poem about tearing things apart, and watched in pleasure as the blood-red cover formed over it. There, try that. I don't know if it will work for you, but if it does, I should make more. At least one for Ophelia, and one for the cleric's records. Karl suggested. Tank tried, but could not open the cover to the book. But Karl had an idea. Try it while raging. That's the only time that it worked on you. Tank's eyes went red, and white scales formed on his arms and neck. Then the book opened smoothly and vanished in his hands. He surged in size to roughly 4 meters tall, then returned to his normal calm state. Did you say it was called brutality? He asked. Yeah, that's what was on the cover of the book as well. Karl agreed. The skill I got was a modification of rage. Bestial Rage was the name. It replaced my old rage skill. Karl tapped the back of the pen on the extra paper. Give me a second. I want to know if I can teach you another skill that is intended to be used by beasts. Do you know haste already? Tank nodded. I know a haste equivalent. Berserker Rush increases my speed while enraged. Karl refilled the pen with Hill Giant blood and began to write out Terrorize. Tank with 40% more damage would be awesome. There, rage and try to open that. Karl instructed. Tank followed the directions, but when the book vanished, the result was not what Karl had been expecting. The already enlarged Berserker grew even larger, reaching 4.5 meters. Then his whole body became covered in scales, while his hands grew long claws, and his enraged red eyes turned completely black. A roar of victory echoed through the camp, causing dozens of students to draw their weapons in fright before realizing that it came from their lines. With that sort of buff, Tank was now nearly as large as the ascended rank hill giants. Letting him loose in combat would be a game changer for the humans. Tank stomped around in victory for a moment, then drew his axes and swung at the air, savoring his new ability before transforming back. It's called Berserk Terror, and it's a full transformation ability. He cheered, pulling Karl into a hug and spinning him in circles. I'm glad you like it. Now that we know it really works, I need to make more of those books, and we have at least 1 or 2 more people to try it on today. Tank laughed. I want to see what happens when you do it to a werbear as well. I'm glad we understand each other. Karl quickly worked to make 2 more copies of both books, and then called Ophelia over from where she was chatting with Lotus and Dana about something, while Tessa napped on top of Thor. If anything happened, he would wake her up. What's up? Have you been teaching berserkers to read? That's a noble endeavor, but not really necessary. She joked. Here, first, try to use this. If it doesn't work, try to use it while enraged. Karl explained. Ophelia opened the first book and immediately shifted into bear form as it vanished. She looked confused for a moment, and then picked up the other book, apparently thinking she had dropped it during the transformation. The second one vanished, and her werbear form surged in size, still the same 3 meters that she had been under the effects of brutality before, but now with metallic claws and teeth, and fur that looked more wiry and less fluffy. Like Tank, her eyes had gone completely black, and her roar shook the ground. This one didn't startle the students as much, but Karl could see them backing away. Ophelia looked positively feral, and her eyes landed on Tank, seeing a challenge. Karl was going to try to calm them down, but the other berserker had already transformed, and the fight was on. Tank was a full rank above her, and over a meter taller, but that wasn't going to slow down the enraged werbear. Sparks flew from both sides as metallic claws dragged down scales and wiry fur, confirming Karl's impression that the fur itself was now a form of armor. They looked like they were tearing each other apart, but Karl could see that they were pulling their strikes a little, so they didn't hurt each other. Then Tank managed to swat Ophelia to the ground, and the 2 berserkers transformed back, laughing. That skill is remarkable. The raw power, the intimidation roar, it's got everything. How did you realize that this would work? Ophelia asked. I gave Tank the brutality skill that you get the size buff from. It changed his rage skill, so I gave him another book, and this was the result. Pretty impressive, if I do say so myself. Karl explained. So, you taught Berserk Terror to 2 elites, and you didn't think to tell the clergy? A voice asked from behind Karl. I made you copies, but we had to be sure that they worked first, right? Who knows? These one might have been as particular as the refreshing lightning book that I made for the Blue Dragon Priestess. Karl replied as he turned to see one of the camp's high priests waiting for him to finish talking to the berserkers. Don't remind me of that debacle. Those books have been passed around by the clergy more than the average offering plate, looking for someone else who can use them. It's still only the Blue Dragon clerics, and like 3 lightning element dragonkin, who have managed to activate the skill. Karl smiled. That's 3 dragonkin better than the last time that I heard the story, so they're making progress. And who can we expect to be able to use these 2 books? The cleric sighed. Most likely transformation druids, animal element berserkers, and possibly war clerics. The red dragon seems like the sort that might appreciate terrorize and brutality as skills. Karl offered helpfully. Have you tried the books on your own red dragon cleric yet? The high priest asked. Nope. We started with the berserkers, as it seemed like the logical option. They are the ones that need more combat damage. The white-robed cleric was giving Karl a suspicious look as he stared down at the two books with their blood-red covers. Well, they are red, at least. But why do I get the feeling that it won't have any bearing on who is actually able to use them? Could your skill actually be to make ultra-selective skill books that only work for the person you first handed them to? He muttered. You know, you might be onto something. I make the skill books because I think that the skill I have might work for someone in particular. So, when they're passed on to someone else, the meaning is lost, and it's all up to compatibility with a skill that they had probably never considered or trained towards. For the Blue Dragon priests, their patron is an evolved form of a divine beast that uses lightning, so it's natural that they would. But a beast's lightning and a shaman or wizard's lightning aren't the same thing, so it's only natural that they wouldn't understand the concept as well. You don't expect just anyone who can use fire to be able to use dragon breath, Karl suggested. The cleric was going to open his mouth and say something about how the idea was ridiculous, as the dragons were the noblest of the divine beasts, but that would bring him right back to Karl's point, that they were beasts, so you couldn't expect others to easily learn their skills. All right, I will take these to the inscriptionists, so they can add them to the archives and make copies for anyone who wants to try to use them. There are a whole class full of them here on the front line, as the Academy sent everyone with ascended rank or higher combat power, so there should be copies ready by tomorrow. The High Priest announced, satisfied that he had gathered enough answers about what they were doing over here, scaring students with their roaring. That left Karl and the others alone on the line again, staring at empty fields, the earth torn up by the attacks of the hill giants and the recent battles. Tank was right. They were going to come back, especially after taunting them like that with their dead leaders strung up for all to see. But it might not be soon. They had failed this attack, so they wouldn't take a hasty approach to the next one. In fact, Karl thought that they might focus on other sections of the line for the next few days, just in case they were weaker than the student portion, which might have seemed like an easy target because of their ages. But as an additional torture to go with the waiting, the wind was blowing from behind them, bringing the smell of roast pig from the camp to the line and making everyone's mouth water with anticipation for what the kitchen was going to turn out for lunch today. With the attack, it almost felt like a victory dinner and not a birthday brunch, but that was an improvement, in a way. Celebrating the day you were born was fun, but celebrating the days you didn't die was much more meaningful. The party was in full swing by the time that the shift change started, and the roast pig had been sliced, pulled, and prepared a half-dozen different ways for the Academy students. The ones going to the line had eaten early, and that was the smell that had tortured the students who were coming off the defense shifts. The culinary arts professor waved at Karl as she saw him coming off the line and waved him over. This is considered a tradition in my home village. Take a bite of the beast's heart for good luck and to gain some of its power, she explained as she handed him a small square of raw meat. Karl smiled. He had a sword that granted him the beast's life force, and a holy stone for luck, but a little more never hurt anyone. Plus, both Hawk and Ray agreed with the practice, while Remy wondered what the attraction was with only eating parts of things. But Remy didn't have taste buds the same way that the others did, so the taste of things was much less important to her than the texture. Karl's team grabbed plates and found a seat with their lunch, while they watched the older students trying to distract the kitchen staff so they could spike the party punch. Unfortunately for them, the Academy already knew all the tricks, and they weren't having any luck in their endeavor. Happy birthday, Commander. Good work on the line this morning. I don't think that I've seen an above-rank kill go that smoothly in a long time. One of the clerics congratulated Karl as he walked by to maintain order. Thank you, brother. We've got some very talented warriors here, and the more we work together, the better we can predict each other's actions. Karl agreed. Not that he had worked with that group before, but their actions were fairly predictable because the warrior with him didn't use any skills that Karl hadn't seen before, either from other warriors or the Spellblades. He walked off, and one of the Berserker class students came over to say hello. Karl didn't recall his name, but he recognized him from the group training Earthquake with Thor. Commander Karl, good to see you again, and happy birthday. I hear that you've got the inscription class going insane copying books again. Karl chuckled. Have they started trying to teach them to others yet? They will likely only work when you're raging and partially animal transformed. The Berserker sighed. I thought it might be something like that. Professor Tank tried to explain, but you know how he is. Not big on words. That was not Karl's experience with the big Berserker at all. Tank actually liked to talk out his ideas, from what Karl had seen. While the party punch was being zealously defended by the kitchen staff, the off-duty teachers had found a loophole. Someone, most likely a nature priest, had been passing them flasks of liquor all morning. The principal stepped up onto a small podium near the outdoor dining area, where most of the off-duty students were gathered to eat and laugh, releasing some stress after the morning attacks. Good afternoon, everyone. I already gave this speech to the morning crew, so I know this will be short. We realize that it is unconventional to have so many students out here on the main lines so early into their career, and we would like to thank you all for going above and beyond. The right flank had a massive victory today, eliminating 2 Royal Rank Hill Giants, while the left and center managed to hold against the main assault without a single permanent casualty. That is our goal here. 0 casualties. So, I would like to remind you all, if you are injured, back away from the fight and let the healers get to you. I know you're all eager to prove that you're an asset to your team, but you will be a longer-term asset to them if you get prompt healing. We've got quite a few clerics here, as the church has recognized the vital significance of the next generation of elites. But to top off today's celebration, I would like to add one more fact for you. Today, we celebrated the advancement of our 9th student on the lines to reach commander rank. That is a new record for the Academy. Never before have we had 9 current students at the commander rank. It is my belief that this is a sign of the favor of the dragon gods, blessing our students with a more complete system after the serum administration. There are a number of other students who are getting close to advancement as well, and it is the official position of the Academy that we should have over a dozen active students at the commander rank before the end of the year. He paused, and Karl smirked at Dana. Do you think he means you? Because I think that you can do it. Commander by the end of the year. Dana laughed. Well, if everyone else is doing it, I might as well. But we should likely have Tessa tested first, because I'm reasonably certain that she advanced today when she received the Red Dragon's blessing. High Priestess Tessa has a nice ring to it. I think that we should let her decide when to tell people, though. When she does announce it, there will be a whole series of events, and they will want her to go back to the capital cathedral for a while to do the High Priestess orientation and paperwork. We've still got lots of time in our contract, so it's better that we just let her pick on her own. Karl suggested. Dana smirked and looked across the table at where the bemused war cleric was sitting. Why don't we let Lotus advance first? Then they will be in such a panic that they won't even register the presence of a new High Priestess of the Red Dragon. You all saw them when Doug advanced, and that was amusing enough. I can only imagine what happens when Lotus becomes a High Priestess. They might just change the rules to not automatically give the title to commanders. She joked. Lotus sighed. You know, I can see them doing that. Some big speech about how the world is progressing and the prevalence of powerful elites is demeaning the title of High Priestess. So they'll move it up to royal rank until I advance again. Tessa laughed. I can see it now. Half the High Priests would be considered no longer qualified under the new rules, and would have to be grandfathered in just to keep you from being considered a High Priestess. Maybe we will have to tame you your own monster, so you can just stay as a feral priestess forever. Karl laughed. You know, at one point Ray tried to claim Dana by pulling her into her space to bond her. Tessa might be onto something. If we find just the right partner, we might be able to get Lotus a permanent companion beast. Why did she try to claim Dana? Lotus asked, pouting that it wasn't her. Because Hawk had grabbed Remy's egg, and she thought it wasn't fair that she didn't get to pick someone. Karl replied, attempting to hide his laughter at the memory. I remember that day. She vanished like 4 times, trying to take me with her. Dana laughed, while shaking her head in dismay. Ray almost certainly wanted her more as a trophy or accessory than a partner. I wonder how long it will be before one of them makes it to royal rank. Ophelia asked. They already had skills that were advanced beyond that of a commander, so it was just a matter of energy storage and body growth. It shouldn't be long. I think by the end of the year, we should have at least 2 royal rank beasts. Then the burden on me will be to increase their living spaces enough to advance the others. Karl sighed. They had been ignoring the end of the principal's motivational speech and hadn't noticed when the teachers had stopped to listen to their conversation. So, you think that Commander Karl really can reach royal rank by the end of freshman year? One of the combat instructors asked. The ladies all nodded, while Karl shrugged. Honestly, it's a bit of a toss-up when they will advance. But now that Ray has found royal rank targets to optimize herself against, I think that it shouldn't be long. The thought of a royal rank bloodbath spider was honestly terrifying for most of the people in the camp, even most of the nature priests who still had a healthy respect for their own lives. There were just some things in life that you didn't want to mess with, and 200-kilo spiders were among of those things. The beasts were mostly happily resting in their spaces while everyone enjoyed their lunch, but Remy was still hanging out with Morgana, watching the world from the witch doctor's shoulder, with her tail wrapped around Morgana's neck for security. She had been around the advisor long enough now that Remy had decided that it was safe to take food from her, and Morgana was patrolling around the camp, free to pass Remy morsels of anything that caught her interest. Remy seems to have found her calling. The venomous snake really completes the creepy witch doctor look. One of the other students chuckled as the pair passed by. Morgana smiled at him. You have a large cut on your hand there. Would you like to have it healed? Remy is working on her direct injected healing splash skill. The boy frantically waved his bandaged hand. No, that's fine, thank you. It will be fine in a day or two. Remy tried her pleading look, but the warrior's mistrust ran too deep, and there was no way that he was letting the snake bite him as a training exercise for a supposed healing ability. Besides, who had ever heard of a snake that healed with a bite? Once the food was done, the bards began to play some lighter dance music, taking the weariness from the students who had just come from the line. Care to dance? Karl asked Dana with a wink. I'd rather sleep, but a dance still sounds good. She agreed, looking tired. Karl hadn't really been watching the back of the battle, but the mages would have been busy trying to keep the barriers up against the constant barrage of rocks and spears the hill giants used in place of artillery. The students were already filing out into the open area to dance as the bards played, and Lotus was dragging Ophelia by the hand while Tessa gave a glare at a hopeful young man that Karl suspected had him frozen in terror. He would have to ask her to dance later to see if it was personal or if she just didn't dance. Karl and Dana danced and spun through the first song, as the energy seemed to slowly return to her from the refreshing magic of the bard's songs. The same was true all over the improvised dance floor, and even a few of the teachers had come out to join them. The afternoon classes were on hold, as everyone relaxed a little and forgot for a moment that they were still supposed to be in training and not fighting a border dispute with the hill giants. Dana bowed out of the dancing after one song, but she traded spots with Ophelia, while an unwilling Tessa was dragged into the action by Lotus. Nobody else knew the improvised dance steps that the nature priestess had made up during their time at the seminary academy, while neither Karl nor Ophelia actually knew how to dance. That didn't really matter, as nobody else did either, and knowing what you were doing was never an essential part of having fun. So, they danced until they were tired, and then the instructors began to slowly pick students from the crowd to drag back to their afternoon studies. That greatly thinned the crowd and calmed down some of the party atmosphere, which was threatening to ruin the schedules of those who were off duty for the afternoon. The teachers didn't mind them unwinding, but if they got so into partying that they forgot to go to sleep on time, they would be tired and sluggish for their next shift on the line. These were still students, and couldn't really be counted on to be responsible with their time management when unsupervised. That was why the teachers were here with them, instead of just deploying all the elites from the academy wherever they were needed. More soldiers were coming over from the artillery division further down the line, called to enjoy the celebration once they were off duty, and the party was going to run late into the evening. The boar had yielded far more than any of the teachers of the cooking staff had anticipated, but they couldn't keep it hot for multiple days without ruining the quality. It was a pleasant change for Karl, having such a high percentage of happy people around. The battle lines were always fairly grim, but the impromptu party had raised everyone's spirits in a way that he hadn't anticipated when he had first thought to try to get a fancy birthday barbecue. This turned out rather well, didn't it? He asked Lotus, his dance partner at the time, when the first of the artillery soldiers finished eating and joined the dance floor. It really did. The hill giants are finally learning what it is like to lose battles, and the troops who have been here since the start of the war are happy to see it. But you should grab a couple of plates to go and sneak back to the tree fort before Morgana changes her mind and decides that you should have lessons this afternoon after all. She informed him with a wink. Karl headed off to the fort with the food, and found Dana waiting there for him with a nest made from extra blankets in the empty extra room. It took you long enough. Come lay down and have a rest. She greeted him, gesturing to the pile of blankets next to her. That was where the others found them late that night. Curled up in the blanket pile in the spare room, Dana wrapped in Karl's arms, with a magic theory text on one side of them and empty plates on the other. Should we wake them up so they can sleep in a proper bed? Tessa whispered as she saw the two curled up on the blankets. Lotus shrugged. Or we could make a puppy pile and just all sleep in one spot. Thor thought that was the winning idea, but Ray hadn't made the floor of the fort to support a full-grown lightning serum, as his weight would break the trees that it was attached to. Let the lovebirds sleep. I'm sure they won't get up to too much trouble. They usually share a hammock anyhow. Ophelia reminded them, referring to the frost giant border where everyone shared for warmth. Lotus nodded. True, and I stocked his toiletries bag with safety precautions anyhow. Let's sleep. The witch doctor and Remy will be here first thing in the morning to wake Karl for classes. Tessa shook her head at the little nature cleric. Of course, she would have done something like giving Karl condoms before they left the cathedral. Of course, Tessa didn't know that Lotus had stocked Karl's bag long before this mission. But that didn't change the fact that the war cleric was fairly certain things between the Beastmaster and the mage were still on the wholesome level, even while sharing a bed. Karl woke up early the next morning, thanks to his early bedtime and yesterday's activities burning off some excess energy. Dana was a warm ball in his arms, and the blankets on the smooth, slightly stretchy flooring of the fort were warm and comfortable, so he simply lay there a while, enjoying the downtime before he would inevitably be forced to get up and face the day. His shift on the line was in the afternoon today, so he had morning exercise and a class with Morgana, who he noted still had Remy with her. Or, at the very least, the spirit snake had not returned to her space last night. He could feel her approaching just as the sun came up, and then the spirit snake was back in her space and ready for a long nap. She had explored many places in the camp that she had never been to before yesterday, and she had met all sorts of people and tried over a dozen different snacks that Morgana had prepared for her. It was a good day, but she was still exhausted as she came home at the crack of dawn. Karl thought about asking her what she had been up to all night, but Remy was already asleep on her altar, curled up in a protective ball around her lucky statue, with her head on the voodoo doll that Morgana had gifted her. Karl carefully got out of bed, flipping the extra blankets over Dana so she didn't get cold, and then equipped his armor as he sensed someone approaching the fort on the ground. It's just the Morgana, Ray informed him. Thanks. I'll go see her. Karl climbed down the ladder to find Morgana waiting patiently on the ground. All right, let's get going. I'm glad that Remy understood my message. She began. Wait, Remy likely understood, but she forgot and went to sleep as soon as she was home in her space. I have no idea what you've got planned this morning, Karl informed his advisor. The extra fun stuff that everyone avoids like the plague. The command group wants you, Tank, and the other pair to fill out a report on the battle yesterday morning. It's standard procedure for larger attacks, and nobody else could form a fully coherent report on what happened except you four. She explained. And we're doing this at the break of dawn. Why? Karl asked. So that it is done and sent off before the command group starts to whine about being kept in the dark. They wanted it yesterday, but everyone was either drunk or missing, and you were having some quality time, so I didn't want to interrupt you. Morgana replied with a sly smile. They walked toward the camp, passing by the empty training grounds and the mess hall, where breakfast was still being prepared. The report shouldn't take long to fill out, and then you can get back to your usual morning activities. The Academy says that 3 days a week of classes a week are enough while we're on the line. They think that the extra classes will burn out the students when they're needed for combat, so the actual Academy training will have to wait. She sighed as they reached one of the lesson tents. Karl chuckled. That has to be hard on the teachers. Or are you going to split up the students between classes so you still have duties every day? I mean, you can fill space on the lines, since you're all commanders, but it's probably better to keep you in reserve. Morgana shook her head. That's about what it's going to come to. They're worried that now that we've proven we can kill Royal Rank Hill Giants, they will start sending them all the time, and that will leave us short on commanders to deal with the actual attack. So, we're too good at our jobs, and they're worried that being too good at our jobs will get us a promotion in target priority? I suppose that is valid. There must have been other Royal Rank kills along the line, though. Karl noted. Of course. But I seem to recall someone making a spectacle of themselves yesterday. Karl shrugged. As I said before, Ray is an artist. You understand that isn't going to fly in an official report, right? You can't just tell them that you let your pet monster go all Vlad the Impaler on the battlefield in the name of art. Karl considered that for a moment. No, actually, I think that I can, and I will. If I inform them that it was a psychological warfare tactic designed to intimidate the hill giants and reduce their combat effectiveness, they might even believe that it was a good idea. I mean, it did work. We scored an overwhelming victory against the hill giant attack force, and when the forms are all filled out, that is the only part that is really going to matter to them. Morgana sighed, then began to smile. Fine, do it your way. I want to see what happens when they read that report. So did Karl. In fact, he would pay good money to be in the room when that bunch of aging politicians read the report and found out that he was stringing up hill giants to terrorize their companions. The giants had been known to do the same thing, leaving human heads in trees, or severed limbs and other signs that trespassers were not welcome. It was generally accepted as a barbaric practice, but nobody would say that the hill giants might misunderstand the meaning. They sat at an empty table, and Karl began to work on his report, while mostly ignoring the strange looks that he was getting from the other students in the room. They all looked like mages, but none of them were speaking as they worked, so Karl wrote his report in silence and didn't disturb them. Morgana was right. It didn't take long, and when Karl was satisfied that it was an accurate reflection of what actually happened in the battle, he passed it to her to read. All right, that is fine. That is well. You actually write incident reports quite well. Did you do a lot of these in the mines? She asked. Yeah. I often got nominated to fill out everyone on the day shift's reports because I was good at using the words that the shift manager wanted to see, and I didn't know him, so I wasn't tempted to tell him off in the report. Karl agreed. So, your co-workers just turned and made up safety reports? Morgana asked, appalled. Should we have just told them that the shaft went in the wrong direction, or a hammer was dropped and broke a worker's foot because half the shift was staggering drunk? That wouldn't end well. So, yeah, we made up something nice and came up with a solution that didn't actually involve changing anything. I learned how from my dad. Karl replied. From behind them, there was a deep chuckle, and Karl turned to see two elderly generals standing at the door of the tent. Now I'm even more interested to see what is in that report, commanders. I am General Stonewall, and this is General Jackson of the War Department's Central Operations Group. The older man introduced himself before tucking his cover into a pocket. To what do we owe the honor, generals? Karl asked. General Stonewall shook his hand with a firm grip and then nodded to Morgana. We are actually on a regularly scheduled line inspection. We just have good timing, it seems, as your segment is all that anyone can talk about today. Karl nodded. 2 royal rank kills in 1 battle with 0 permanent casualties, from what I heard. The soldiers who faced the main assault have a good reason to be proud of themselves. General Stonewall nodded in agreement and looked at the report on the table. And where were you during this incident? I went with the strike team to deal with the royal rank threat. Myself, a berserker, and 2 warriors, all at the commander rank. The line extended forward at our backs to form a solid breach and isolate the far flank of the hill giant assault. All quite textbook, if I do say so myself. Karl explained. Morgana handed the report over to General Jackson, who thumbed through it, paused, and then started over, reading it in much more detail. It's a shame that we didn't have video footage of the whole incident. This one sounds like it was quite the event, especially this bit about creating a display of corpses to taunt the hill giants, and the way that both teams managed to duel their opponents successfully. That is an uncommon skill among the active elites. The royal rank is a significant advantage over a commander, General Jackson noted as he read, his face never losing its stern expression. Karl nodded. Working in large groups does have its advantages, especially in stacked buff abilities. The 2 generals gave each other a silent look, and then sat down at the table with Karl and Morgana, making it clear that they were going to be here for a while. What about tactics? It has become painfully obvious to some of us that the way that the elites fight the giants, and the way that the church's armies fight the giants, is not the same. Too many of us had gotten comfortable in our thinking long before the mass injections, and now that there is a new way of fighting, we're not adapting fast enough. General Jackson announced as the cook brought them coffee. Morgana turned to Karl, as he had the most high-level combat experience in the room at the moment. Karl nodded. Basically, you want 3 things. You want someone with the defensive skills and damage reduction abilities to keep the target occupied. Then you want someone who can slow them or weaken them. And finally, you want burst damage, a skill that can deal a massive amount of damage at once to swing the battle even if it doesn't outright kill the target. If you try to grind them down, you're going to take casualties. So, you need the first two to be strong enough that the third one can set up for the kill. In the last battle, we split into pairs, and I started out grabbing the target's attention, while the other commander went for the giant's more vulnerable back, hampering the giant's movement. Then we drew it back away from its reinforcements and traded roles, so I could take out one of its knees while he had the giant's attention. Finally, I called in the spider-shaped golems to attack its back and face, so I could land the killing blow. The burst damage to end the fight quickly. General Stonewall sighed. It sounds so easy when you put it that way, but how do we even plan that? We have the skill sets of the various elites, but being able to tell how they'll work together is too unpredictable. For example, look at this one. He put a folder on the table, and Karl looked it over. 26-year-old commander rank warrior, with the usual cleave, shield slam, guard, and slash skills. He also knew Holy Blade, which gave Karl the idea that he might be part of the Church Guard. Looks like a bog-standard warrior, except for that last skill. I take it that he's a commander of the Church Guard? Karl asked. General Stonewall shook his head. He's the Assistant Attorney General, and he's managed to find loopholes to avoid combat deployment since he left the academy 8 years ago. He's never swung a blade in anger in his life, and he's currently being detained as a deserter. Karl frowned. Well, I have to say, I didn't see that answer coming, and you've got a damned fine point. If all you have to go on is their rank and skills, it's nearly impossible to effectively plan a combat deployment. For example, Morgana and I are both commanders, but when we go into combat, we would want very different people with us, and a list of skills isn't going to tell us who that is. There's too much that goes into building a solid team to build it from a list of dossiers in an office somewhere in the capital. Both generals nodded. Team building works best on this sort of scale, where we have hundreds of elites in one spot, and they can pick their teams on their own. But that's never going to fly for most assignments. Karl frowned. But why couldn't it? I mean, there are some like that lawyer. The ones who are just slackers or cowards, but letting the elites submit team compositions that they've worked with in the past that they know work shouldn't be that much harder to work with. Then, if you do have to requisition their services, you can do it in a way that they agree should be feasible. General Jackson sighed and tapped the Assistant Attorney General's file. He suggested that as well, but the team that he recommended always had him with 4 royal rank elites to take on ascended rank challenges, with the excuse that he was too valuable to the nation to be lost in combat. Karl and Morgana both laughed, before Karl answered the general. Funny how money makes people think that they're more important to society, isn't it? If he got laid off from his job, he would just be some guy with a law degree, but the money he has saved would still make him believe that he was important. Morgana smirked at him. You know, you've likely got more money than he does. The rewards for higher rank combat kills are quite significant, and the pay for government employees isn't all that great. It's the political power that they enjoy the most. General Jackson laughed along with them. He's actually quite wealthy, or at least his family is. His father owns and operates 3 coal mines in the South. It was his father's influence that got him the job, and it's his father's influence that kept him out of prison for dodging his duties. There are a number like that who we would prefer to delete from the official roles, demoting them from elite status and simply marking them as dangers to society. But there are too many in the government who are afraid they would be on that list. So, you're on a tour of the front lines, looking for real answers that might help increase military efficiency? Karl asked. Both generals nodded. Yes, that is our job. In theory, it is the duty of every member of the command staff, but a lot of them seem to have forgotten that. The presence of the elites has shaken everything up, and thousands of years of practice became largely irrelevant once fighters who could solo dangerous monsters like the hill giants became so common. Karl chuckled. For me, it has been most of my life, but you're both, what, 50? It's quite recent for you. General Stonewall smiled indulgently at him. I am 64 years old. I was over 50 when the first class graduated, and I was in my mid-50s when the injections became a nationwide practice. I doubt your generation quite understands how controversial that measure was. It was controversial to give everyone the chance to become elites? Like some sort of class warfare thing? Karl asked. General Stonewall shook his head. 1 in 100 dies from the injection. Now, most of them can be revived by the clerics, but a good portion of their souls detach from the body, and resurrection doesn't work on them. Do you know how many parents we have to send letters to every year, telling them that their child was the unlucky one who passed during the attempt to become an elite? Quick math said a lot. He just hadn't noticed because the school in his hometown only had a few dozen students per year, and they hadn't personally lost anyone. I guess you have a point. Plenty of elites meet a tragic end, but they at least got a chance. Karl agreed reluctantly. Are you one of those that believes it's the divine will of the world dragon that not everyone survives the injections? The aging general asked. Morgana looked a bit nervous, but Karl just chuckled. I'm not the sort to get all philosophical, General. I will leave matters of theology and divine favor for the clergy to interpret. For all I know, it could just be a manufacturing error on our side. There are people who die to a peanut butter sandwich, so whatever we made the injection out of might well be toxic to some of the recipients. He explained. The general was a bit startled at that, and was about to retort before he thought about it. You know, you might be right. I remember many years ago, there was a child in my class who got incredibly sick after taking a healing potion. The potion was fine, but his body reacted to it like poison. Morgana sighed. Do none of you know what an allergic reaction is? Like with cats or pollen. I don't think that applies to medicine. General Stonewall replied. You can be allergic to nearly anything, even medicine. Trust me, I'm a witch doctor. She added. Well, I won't argue with an expert. The general shrugged, while Karl did his best not to laugh. As she had said the day they met, she was a witch doctor, not a witch and a doctor. Now, while we have you both here, and with two such unusual classes, we have a few more questions we hope to get answers to during our routine inspection. General Jackson informed them with a smile that said he realized the knowledge gap was because she was more educated than any of the others, not her class marking. The generals had made an actual list, a few dozen questions that they wanted answers to, as well as a sheet of inventory that they had already checked for before they entered the mess hall. Karl could see that they had already checked the munitions reserves, the supply tents, spare weapons and sleeping gear, as well as dozens of other items, right down to the maintenance of the walkways between the dorm tents. Karl hadn't realized that there were even regulations on most of these things, but from what he could see in their documents, there wasn't anything in the camp that the army didn't have a regulation or checklist for. First, are either of you in the non-standard sleeping areas outside of the main camp? General Stonewall asked. I am. Karl confirmed. Have you had any flooding or excessive mud issues with your sleeping area? The general asked. Oh, that area. No, I'm in an elevated sleeping situation in the stand of trees just beyond those. If you look out the door and pay close attention, you can see the walls of my sleeping unit about 5 meters off the ground. Karl explained. You sleep in the trees? Is that an innate fondness of your class? I have heard that many elites have particular tendencies due to their advancements. Karl shook his head. Yes, it's because of my class, but not a mental quirk. One of my bonded beasts is a bloodbath spider, and she excels in creating large-scale webs, including silk sheets that can be used to create sleeping quarters. That is where my group is staying now. It is better to be together when an alarm is sounded at night, so we don't have to look for stragglers. The webs are commander rank monster silk, and they serve as a primary defensive device as well, so there is no loss of safety in our arrangement. I take it that this has been approved by prior regional supervisors. The general asked. Regional supervisors, battalion commanders, and even high clergy. Karl agreed. That's good enough for me. Now, as a commander rank elite, what are both of your opinions on the effectiveness of the continued artillery presence on the border? Karl shrugged. It's loud, but it helps keep the hill giants far enough off that we have time to form up when an attack starts. Without that constant harassment, they would definitely form up closer to our lines. Morgana nodded. Here, their primary purpose is deterrent, as the direct blasts are less likely to cause significant casualties against these targets than they are against awakened rank or common monsters. I know that isn't the answer that most of the military wants to hear, but with regular munitions, you can't really expect them to do much to a commander rank giant. So, your consensus is that it would be better to keep them active on the line than to remove them and redeploy them against softer targets? General Stonewall asked. They both shrugged. Where they're needed most is above our pay grade. But we can say with some certainty that they're not useless here. General Stonewall chuckled. Excellent answer. All right, Next is about supplies. Are there any particular shortages that you have noticed? Morgana looked at the buffet that the cooks were setting up. Well, I wouldn't call it a shortage, but if it's possible to get at least some raw ingredients here to make fresh food, it would be appreciated by the troops. Too much canned, shelf-stable everything is hard on morale. Even the bread is canned, and that can be made from shelf-stable ingredients here in the camp. We had a barbecue the other day, and you would think that the soldiers had never seen food before. She informed the generals. The general laughed. That's the story of soldiers everywhere. The food always sucks, and the opportunity for fresh meat and vegetables is far too rare. But how did you manage a barbecue? Karl raised his hand. That would be me. One of the secondary abilities of my class is to store food for my beasts in a separate space. Sometimes there is a bit of extra that is suitable for human consumption, so I will pull it out and share it with the others. This time, it was one of the giant pigs that I grabbed for Hawk from the Frost Giant Nation. The general looked confused for a second. Just how big is this pet in question? The pig was claimed by the dragon hawk, so about 10 kilos, give or take. I've never actually weighed him, but about normal sized for a dragon hawk, large for a normal bird. Karl replied with a shrug. And he claimed an entire giant pig? An awakened beast that weighs over 2 tons. The general asked. More than one actually, but that's a whole other story. He's very protective of things that he believes are his food. Morgana laughed, and the general smiled. You make it sound as if they're your children. They are in a way. We share a mental link, so I know everything that they're thinking, and they seem to be smarter than other magical beasts of their type. They don't have any problems understanding humans, and they can form more creative answers than half of the people I meet, though the answers can be a bit predictable. Karl explained. Predictable? Karl nodded. Hawk will be hungry, and he hates all things cold or water magic. Ray has a very tortured artist dark vibe going on, and Thor just wants to meet new people, while Remy is somewhat selective, with a bias towards people who are more attuned to the elements. The generals both looked down at their notes. I don't have anything about this Remy before you arrived here. Are they very newly bonded? Karl shook his head. No, she's just a bit shy, and she's a spirit snake, a cold-blooded monster, so she's not a big fan of anything cold. Now that we're on the hill giant border, she has been coming out more. General Jackson flipped the pages of their investigative report. Wonderful, we can start there. Do you believe the weather here is causing major issues with the war effort? Karl chuckled. You really do have a question for everything, don't you? No, the weather here has been cooperative since I arrived. This portion of the battle is not suffering from the weather, and certainly not in the way that the Frost Giant border is. General Stonewall nodded. The mountain giant border has been receiving torrential rainfall lately for no apparent reason. We suspect that it is magical, but it is causing major issues with the efforts to move through the mountains to find their hiding spots. The mountain giants are in hiding? Morgana asked. We could only wish. No, we've been having issues trying to track them as they retreat between engagements. Without that information, it is exceptionally difficult to guess what part of that treacherous terrain will be the target of the next major offensive. But we should focus on this portion of the hill giant border first. We are hoping to make changes in the ways that the elites are deployed, but we don't fully understand their battle tactics yet. I believe that there was some footage taken lately, but most of it was taken by the infantry, and the scenes of the elites in combat are somewhat distant. So, we are forced to ask directly instead of reviewing solid data. Morgana laughed, while Karl sipped coffee to hide his smile. What's so amusing about that? The general asked. Morgana sighed. Have you ever seen a unit of elites fighting up close? Not all skills originate at a caster, and many of the movements require enhanced eyesight to properly track. The combat techniques are completely individualized, even if they're the same on paper. In short, I'm not sure that watching will do you much good. And we're right back at where we started, with the fact that elites on paper and elites in the field have nothing in common, as with the Assistant Attorney General. General Stonewall grumbled. But we can still tell you all about the camp. Karl offered helpfully. All right, let's start with that. I see that the artillery battalion is all off to one side of the line. Why is that? In the technical manual, it prescribes that they should be spread down the entire line to increase the effective carpeted area of the bombardment. Karl had no idea who had chosen that deployment or why, but fortunately for him, they weren't alone in the room. One of the warrior class professors sat down with them. Generals, I am Commander Smith. I teach blunt weapons for the warrior class elites, but I am the one who ordered that deployment for the artillery. You see, we defend them with skills, but if we spread them out, we can't have one elite cover more than one piece of equipment. It is more resource effective to have a small number of powerful elites defend the artillery than to spread them out and constantly defend 50 different points along the line. So, it is a manpower issue. Would sending more elites help? General Jackson asked. Smith shook his head. No, you're missing the point. The reduced bombardment range is inconsequential to their actual function. They can still provide suppressive fire when clustered. The primary original reason for spreading them was to reduce losses to enemy artillery. But we have elites for that now, and they can erect magical barriers to stop incoming artillery, so we don't need to spread them anymore. In fact, if we were to spread them, we would have to stop defending them for practical reasons, and they would become sacrificial targets in nearly every battle. Ah, I see now. So the tactics have already been updated, and command simply didn't understand the reason. Please continue. The longer they sat at the table with the generals, the more people they gathered, mostly professors, but some of the commander-rank elites from the army unit who came to scope the kitchen for leftover barbecue, and a few high priests who were pretending they hadn't come for the exact same reason. That took a lot of the weight off Karl and Morgana, who now rarely had to answer questions for the generals, but they were at the table with them, and there was no polite way to excuse themselves for the next 3 hours as they finished their question session. Then the generals finally excused themselves to go to the line and check the veracity of the answers they had gotten, and Morgana could finally begin her lessons. But by then it was almost time for Karl to go on duty at the line, and it was time for lunch. So, she wasn't happy to have lost a large portion of her already reduced teaching time to the questions of the generals, but the other students who hadn't had to study today didn't mind in the least. Karl headed to the line for his afternoon shift, and spent most of the first 2 hours trying to decide if Tessa had actually advanced to commander rank. It felt like she had, but the beasts were split on it. She felt more dragon, and that was messing with Hawk's ability to tell how powerful she was, while Remy thought she just smelled fantastic, so it was down to Thor and Ray's opinions that she had advanced to commander rank. It was certain that something had changed after that last surge of divine energy, though. There wasn't much else to do along the line that day. The hill giants had pulled back to the point that the artillery was only sporadically firing, and the weather was mild, so everyone just sat around watching the horizon for signs that something was about to happen. That was the opposite of what was going on along most of the line, where the hill giants had renewed their push and even sent extra troops forward to see if they could cause a breach and push the elites back, forcing them to regroup further into the formerly human-held territories. They weren't normally as aggressive as the frost giants had been with their cloning program in place, but the hill giants had the power advantage, with so many of the powerful elites dealing with the mountain giants. The mountain giants had a comparatively minuscule population and a much smaller territory, but their absolute power made sure that none of their neighbors would dare to mess with them. It was a strange situation for Karl and his team, who had gotten so used to being behind enemy lines in the frost giant nation, with constant targets to attack, that they didn't really know what to do with themselves in a situation where the order was to hurry up and wait. But it was a bit like a vacation, just leaning back against Thor, who was napping in the sun. Dana was leaning up against his side while Lotus had turned Thor's head into a sun lounger, resting against his crest and between his horns, while Tessa lay on Thor's back, watching the horizon. You look mighty relaxed for a combat deployment, one of the other students noted. We can still see the horizon. But you are right. This is much better than standing around doing nothing. In fact, if I don't go too deeply into meditation, I can even work on my mental focus while we wait for the hill giants to decide what they're doing. Karl agreed. As long as you're not actually slacking when the attack comes. We've all got bets on how many giants they're going to send at you after you taunted them yesterday. The warrior laughed. Lotus looked over from her resting spot. The average from the battle reports says that in 2 days, 4 royal rank giants will be sent to test us again. That's how the hill giants usually operate. They double their force if an attack fails. But we've been getting smaller attacks than most other portions of the line, so perhaps they will leave us for a while longer. That doesn't sound like a solid answer, priestess. The warrior joked. Tessa looked down from Thor's back and laughed. She's a nature priestess. If she makes a prediction, it will likely come true, simply so that she's not made into a liar. Do you want her to give a solid answer? The warrior shook his head. I forgot to factor in divine favor. What do we have to kill to get an entire week off? All of them, and a couple of humans who are a bit taller than average for good luck should do it. Ray suggested. Karl laughed quietly, and the priestesses turned to him for answers. Ray says all of them. He explained. For 1 week off? The warrior asked. Yeah, I think that she's underestimated the efficiency of the clergy. They'll have us filling out reports in no more than 3 days if we actually manage it. No way will we get an entire week off. Karl replied. Lotus glared down at him. You know, you still owe us for getting stuck with all the paperwork at the cathedral while your arm was healing. That was not my fault. They could have gotten me to write it in the hospital, as my pen arm was still working. Tessa laughed. Did you forget that you had a venomous snake in your sling? Half the staff were afraid to come into your room in case Remy bit them. Dana smiled as Remy slithered out of her space to see who was talking about her. She could tell what was going on around them just fine from inside, but with her own eyes out here in the sunshine was better somehow. She climbed up Karl and across Thor's rough scales to wrap around his horn, where Lotus could pet her head. Hawk was slowly soaring above them, and Ray was happier in the darkness of her space than out in the direct sunlight. So that was how they remained until dinner, when the shift changed again and the first night shift took over from them. Dana sighed as Karl helped her to her feet. You know, that was actually more productive than expected. I got a lot of meditation done. Karl nodded. Yeah, it has been a good day for energy building. We don't get enough time to properly meditate and build mental strength these days, and that's most of what is holding back the beast's progression. Just a bit more, and we can get little Miss Remy up to commander rank and balance the team. She's the newest member, so she's had the most work to do to catch up to the others. But she's got good potential. I think she can catch all the way up. Remy nodded happily from her spot around Thor's horn before sliding down to vanish into Lotus robes and appear again from a hip pocket. Remy, what are you doing? Karl asked out loud. It's warm here, and I didn't want to get all dirty going over to you. You know, you could have stayed on Thor's horn. He's going to nap in his pool soon. He always does after a shift. It wasn't like Lotus minded. She hadn't noticed that there was a hole in her pocket, but it was a pleasant surprise now that she realized it let Remy escape her robes and find a spot to hang out. But the spirit snake didn't stay there long. She had forgotten one vital fact. Lotus was very short. From her waist, Remy couldn't see anything but everyone else's legs. So, she moved back up the robe to drape herself over Lotus' shoulders, with her head on top of the nature priestess. Better. Still not as good of a view as Morgana, but nature priestesses are kind of warm in a different way than witch doctors. Karl wasn't sure what that meant. They were both the same temperature, so it had to be something to do with their magic. Well, I'm glad you found a good spot. Karl teased the fickle snake. She didn't enjoy riding on Karl, as the view was the same as being in her space, which was pointless in her mind. She could already find out what he was seeing, so it was much better to see what other people were looking at. The next day was an off day from the line, and an off day from classes as well, which left everyone a bit confused as to what they should be doing. Both Tessa and Lotus were assigned to Karl's team and not to the healer's corps like the other clerics were, so they didn't have duties, and that was a new feeling for them all. It was a bit like being back in the hospital, sitting around and waiting for something to happen, with nothing actually happening to keep you entertained. Very dull for someone used to being constantly active. Instead, they all spent most of the morning in meditation, while Karl worked to push the energy level and the focuses back to peak, so he could spread another layer over the spaces. The progress was going much more smoothly than it had the first few times that he had done this, and the extra practice was likely going to save him days per cycle once he had it fully mastered. Every little bit was an improvement on his growth speed, and Karl was feeling optimistic that this time might be the one that was going to yield actual results for him. He managed to finish the layer just after lunch and stabilize the new focuses before dinner. The first sign that things were going right was Remy's change of habits. She made herself a cleansing scrub out of coarse sand and bits of the crystalline plants from her space, then soaked in a bath of monster blood, which was normal for Ray, but out of character for the cleanliness-obsessed snake. The blood softened her outer skin, and a few minutes of rolling around in the cleansing scrub had it all peeled off, and her new skin nice and shiny. Then, she began to expand, the same way that Hawk had when he ate all the magical resources as a juvenile. Remy had been living on that level of resources so far, as everything that the others had collected was a valuable resource in its own right. But until now, there had been no large changes, and she had just slowly progressed from a tiny snake to a small snake. Energy was surging around Remy, and Karl noticed a sudden imbalance in the space as the other beasts began to push more energy into her portion of the mental construct, flooding the excited spirit snake and allowing her body to continue to grow as she eyed a morsel that she had been saving. Someone had given her the heart of the royal rank frost giant, and while the organ resembled a blue crystal, it seemed to be flexible enough that Remy could squish it into a tube with her coils so that she could eat it whole. It would have been easier to cut it into chunks for her, but it seemed important to her that it was intact, and her body began to swell as the lump moved down her throat and began to rapidly deflate, being digested in a matter of minutes. Remy still looked like Remy, but her power level was certainly at the commander rank now, and she had grown so much that Karl wasn't certain anyone else would recognize her immediately. She certainly wasn't going to fit in Lotus Pocket anymore, and Karl wasn't certain the Dany Nature Cleric would even be able to carry her anymore. Remy might only weigh 20 kilos, but she was 3 meters of solid muscle now, and as thick as a baseball bat. Karl got the feeling that she was still far from fully grown, and that she would keep increasing in size, but she didn't show any signs of evolving into a naga, and remained as the same blue and gold spirit snake that she had always been. But some things had changed. For example, she was now playing with ice balls in the air above her head, blowing them around with controlled gusts from blizzard, while the crystal trees in her swamp glowed with power. It became obvious that she was working on something when she brought out her totems to cast fireballs over the surface of the swamp, keeping the water warm. At first, Karl thought that she was trying to create a new skill by combining fireball with blizzard, but what she was actually working on was much different. The totems expired, and Remy made a new set, this time 3 instead of the 2 that she could create before, and with 2 Lamia back-to-back, looking around and firing in different directions. That was an impressive increase in the effectiveness of her totems, but it was a side effect of reaching the commander rank and not the actual goal of her experiment. It was the fog at the boundary that she was trying to create, the melted snow and ice from the blizzard, infused with all of the water magic, but none of the cold. Then, she began to cast chain lightning into the fog. It wasn't doing anything much at the start, or even for the next few hours before Karl began to get ready for bed. But when she did finally make it work in her space, Remy had proudly created a brand new skill for herself. Thunderstorm would dump magical rain that ate through everything that it landed on, using water magic to penetrate and tear it apart, while random lightning bolts descended from the cloud. Hawk was not impressed. Why more water? He demanded, certain that she had been planning to make a proper firestorm out of her blizzard. Water makes the lightning happy. Look how well it spreads over the wet things. Remy replied, wishing that there was somewhere that she could test this properly. But nothing had attacked them in the past few days, and it would just seem silly to be creating a storm cloud in the middle of nowhere. So, she contented herself with making it rain in her space for a while. All night. In fact, while she practiced changing the temperature of the water, so it could be an ice bath or a comfortable shower. The next morning was very similar, other than the fact that they had a shift on the line. They were still meditating and working on stabilizing their power, only now, they did it in a nice grassy spot, where everyone could lean against Thor. Technically, they were still in position, as the Sero and the clerics were in the middle of their formation, so nobody gave them any trouble about it while Hawk was circling in the sky to see where all the hill giants had gone. Karl had ordered him not to lose sight of their group, so he couldn't go too far, and there were no hill giants anywhere in his visual range, other than the ones that were attacking dozens of kilometers down the line. He could go help, but they wouldn't know who he was, and the Academy wouldn't let Karl move 30 kilometers or more just to join another military unit's fight. So, he had to content himself with sightseeing, and stealing the occasional rodent as a snack when he saw them on the move. Remy finally got to try out her new spell that evening, minus the lightning. It was an exceptionally hot day, and a few of the water mages had set up a sprinkler for the off-duty students and teachers to cool off. That seemed like an invitation to her, so Remy exited her space, startling Morgana with her size as she landed on the witch doctor's shoulders. "You've gotten big. Is this a commander rank Remy that I am seeing?" the witch doctor asked. Remy nodded happily, and then cast her new Thunderstorm spell, with the lightning suppressed, to create a rain cloud 50 meters in the air, which dumped rain over the small area where everyone was playing in the sprinkler. The students laughed as the event turned into a full-fledged shower, and one of the earth mages quickly turned the area into a stone pool with a sand bottom, approximating a beach. With the way that it was raining in Remy's spell, even suppressed as it was so it didn't hurt anyone, the pool would quickly fill, and then they would have somewhere to relax out of the heat. Morgana was just about to join them, not afraid of getting wet, when a high-pitched, girlish scream nearly shattered her eardrums. "Snake!" the boy shouted. "Hey, it's the afraid of snakes guy. I think he peed," Remy informed Karl, too amused to be disgusted by the display of terror. "Don't scare him too badly. They still need him to work." Morgana stroked Remy under her chin as the snake extended forward to get a better look at the boy, who was again cowering in terror. He froze in panic, and then Remy darted forward to bump her head against his nose, before retreating to Morgana's embrace. I tried giving him a friendly boop, but I don't think it worked. For a moment, there was chaos as everyone worried that one of the students had been attacked by the spirit snake. But those who were close enough had seen Remy carefully boop him on the nose and knew that he wasn't actually injured, just panicked and hyperventilating. False alarm, everyone. The snake just headbutted him and made him panic. One of the students called out as the elites began to run over to see what the danger was. One of the other teachers stared at Remy for a moment, as the snake stared back at her. "Is that Remy? I recall that she was much smaller than that. Or is she under the effects of a skill?" the mage finally asked. "She advanced to commander rank and wanted me to show her around for the afternoon, apparently. At least, that's the impression that I got when she appeared on my shoulders." Morgana explained. "I know that you're Karl's advisor, but you don't have to carry his pets around for him." One of the teachers joked. Remy circled Morgana so she could see who was talking more clearly, and the teacher laughed. "It's like she's judging me for questioning her choices. I can see why she doesn't want to travel in the dirt, but still, isn't she getting a bit large to be carried around on your shoulders?" he asked. The student beside him laughed. "That look is definitely offended. I think she took that as you calling her fat." The students laughed as they realized that was really what Remy was going for, and that the snake had no idea how much more she weighed now than she did when she was a third that length. "Well, we should thank her for the rain, at the very least. It's been so hot here that I'm beginning to wonder what's wrong with the weather," one of the students added. That was a good point, Remy thought. She knew that it was supposed to be close to winter now, or perhaps in the middle of the winter. She didn't actually know how long seasons lasted. Plus, they were in the hills, and the weather should be cooler here than it was in most places. It was much better than the Frost Giant Nation, but they weren't that far from their borders, so it shouldn't be this warm, she thought. The problem was that she had no way to express that without going through Karl. She was beginning to enjoy learning new spells, but learning to communicate with random humans still seemed like a lot of work for very little result. There should be a Morgana-specific way, she thought. She only really wanted to talk to people in the group, pretty much ever, and only wanted to talk to Morgana right now. So why did she have to learn a whole written language? She had learned to read the letters, and she had seen Karl making them before, but she didn't have arms, and while her innate water control was good enough to hold a spear, it was not going to make legible letters. Plus, she only knew the runes for so many words. Certainly, not enough to properly express herself. What Remy didn't realize was that the only books she had been reading were spell books and other arcane tomes related to skills and history, so none of them were written in the much easier modern common language. Their relaxing evening was shattered by the sudden thumping of the artillery, which had been silent all day with no targets in range. Then, the attack alarm blared, and Morgana turned to the line, prepared to bring Remy back to Karl so they wouldn't be short-handed for the battle. Not that they would be far apart, as Morgana was stationed with him for battles, but Karl could give his beasts orders to work together, so she assumed he would want them all back. Remy was getting excited about the battle, as she would get to try out her new skill and her commander rank attack powers for the first time. Everyone had been excited when she made it rain for the pool, so they would definitely be excited when she made a full thunderstorm for the battle. But she couldn't see the giants, not even with her head extended up above Morgana's. "I don't know where they are either, but they should be coming," Morgana assured her, mistaking her excitement to show off for eager anticipation of the battle itself. Morgana also had no way to know that the wave of disappointment that followed was because Hawk had reported that the hill giants weren't coming to this end of the line, but moving past them to attack the artillery and the group beyond the students. They had gotten close enough to make it look like an attack, but they hadn't slowed their movement, and they were already past this flank. She's sad that she won't get to show you how cool her new thunderstorm ability can be. The giants were only passing by this end of the line, and they're going for the artillery and the far flank. Karl explained as Morgana comforted the dejected spirit snake. That's the worst kind of disappointment. She was so excited to show me the skill, and now there is nothing to cast it on. Morgana agreed. But they didn't stop their advance to attack the artillery either. They circled around, searching for something. They didn't get closer than artillery range and didn't come into sight of the line. So if it wasn't for Hawk scouting, Karl would have thought that this was a false alarm, as many of the others did. It didn't take long before the other students remembered that Karl had a scout in the sky who should be watching the action while dodging artillery shells. How long until they arrive? One of the warriors asked. That's a fine question. They passed across the line, as if they were coming for an attack. Then they doubled back, looking for something. I have no idea what they're up to now. Karl explained. Do you think that they can sense something that we can't? The warrior on Karl's left asked. Most likely. But normally, my beasts would sense it as well, and they haven't noticed anything out of the usual in the area. If there was some hidden treasure, we should have picked up some trace of it by now. Treasure? Hawk asked as he soared above the giants. He didn't sense any treasure, though. He was pretty good at it, but there wasn't anything to find. The hill giants didn't even leave their dead behind, so there were no loot-filled corpses either. The hill giants appeared to making a crude grid pattern as they moved back and forth across the territory at the edge of the artillery bombardment. They were definitely searching, but neither Karl nor Hawk could determine for what, and nobody else had any clue, even after he tried to explain. Then, the guns fell silent as the hill giants retreated out of range. Hawk, scout a little longer and see if there was anything hiding underground while they were here. Maybe it's a hidden ruin, like the dwarven village. If it's like that, there won't be any mice. Hawk reminded him. Karl's smile let everyone know he was talking to Hawk as he replied. Not everyone is as good at pest control as the dwarves. There might be mice. The search proved fruitless both for Hawk and the hill giants, as they returned every day for the next week, stopping before they could get in range of the artillery and searching different sections of the line every day. One day, while sitting on the line, watching the empty horizon, Tessa looked down at Karl from her spot on Thor's back. Do you think that it's actually possible to interrogate a hill giant? I really want to know what in the world they've been looking for this past week. There has hardly even been an attack. They're so busy looking for whatever they're looking for. She asked. The teacher closest to them burst into laughter. Well, they are capable of speaking human common, but the odds of getting them to talk are pretty low. Hill giants don't feel pain the same way a human does, so you can't really torture them for information, even if you have a way to restrain them. Karl sighed. Well, that is unfortunate. I really do want to know what is driving them to search this whole area like that. But if they're doing it just to troll us and drive us insane, I'm not certain that I could take the truth. Tessa chuckled. I don't think that hill giants would do that, but I can definitely see you doing it just to mess with them. She had a point. They could all see Karl doing it if he got bored, and the nature priest would help him. It was 2 more days of waiting before they would find out what the hill giants had actually been up to. Karl was sitting in a history lesson with Morgana when the attack alarm blared, along with a secondary tone that indicated this was an urgent incoming attack. If they had failed to detect it at the usual distance, that would be extremely odd, given that they hadn't been distracted by anything, so that more likely meant that they were already charging and would be here sooner than anticipated. Karl switched from his more comfortable uniform suit to his armor as he rose from his chair, and the mages in the class began to scatter to their various assigned locations. Karl let Hawk loose as soon as they were out of the classroom, and immediately, excited chatter filled his mind. It's a buffet, a mobile buffet coming our way. There are huge mice, and angry Thors and meat with horns, and even pigs. Angry Thor? There are lightning Sero in the stampede. Karl asked. No, scaly, but on 2 legs and angry. They keep attacking things that get near them. When Karl arrived at his spot on the flank, the true terror of the advance became clear. The hill giants pretending to search the area yesterday had dropped bait bags all over the place, and the monsters were racing from one to another, trying to get to them. But once they were close enough, they would smell the humans, and that would be the final bait bag of the lure that had caused the monsters to stampede. How they had managed to wrangle so many into one place was a mystery, but it most likely involved a lot of work, given how few giants they had seen recently. There were thousands of monsters, perhaps tens of thousands. As far as Hawk could see, there were monsters on the horizon, charging toward the human lines. It wouldn't just be the Academy portion that was hit today, but everyone within 50 kilometers of them. Compared to this influx, every one of the previous attacks looked like child's play. But worse than that, once they were done with the monsters and exhausted, they were very likely to see a full offensive from the hill giants. Got it. I will be on Morgana. She brings snacks to battle. 10:19. The artillery corps was firing furiously, taking out many of the weaker monsters and inadvertently creating more bait to draw the monsters forward. But Hawk had more bad news for them. There was an enormous swarm of flying monsters at the back of the ground-based influx, picking off the weaker ones. They were enraged as well, and acting much more aggressively than Hawk thought should be natural. Morgana, tell them to make sure they save ammunition for the anti-aircraft guns. There is a massive swarm of flying monsters at the back of the stampede. Karl whispered as they took their positions. All of the teachers had radios with them and served as the unit leaders, as they were stationed within earshot of each other along the line for an attack like this. She nodded silently before sending her message, and Karl considered what sort of tactic might be effective against this sort of enemy. Remy, time to try your new skills. Can you cast it all the way back where the monsters are? Karl asked. Remy exited her space and crawled up Tessa, who had the best view from the back of Thor. Maybe. I'll make it big and far. The storm cloud began to grow, and the first few bolts of lightning hit the ground as the rain fell on the leading edge of the monsters. Perfect. We want them all to have to run through it. So if you can keep it there the whole fight, as wide as you can, that is all you need to do. Karl instructed. Got it. I will be on Morgana. She brings snacks to battle. Hawk was definitely a bad influence on the no longer small snake. But she would soon realize that tiny pocket snacks were not enough to sate the hunger of a grown spirit snake, and the appeal would likely be lost. But Morgana was prepared for Remy's arrival, and she had her staff already planted in the dirt, ready for Remy to crawl up so she could get an even better view and not put all her weight on the witch doctor for the battle. The monsters were getting close now, past the point where the giants had placed bait, and they had noticed the massive number of humans who could sate their magically stimulated appetites. They were ravenous from the bait bags and enraged. The perfect combination for overcoming their common sense and getting them to charge at the elites. Pikes up. Brace for impact. The section commander ordered. The warriors brought up their pikes, and Thor brought up his barrier over his team, including Morgana and the group under Colonel Wilkes, who were his team by default, as they were right next to him and attached to the same unit. The larger beasts were closer, as the smaller carnivores had chosen to stay behind the hyper-aggressive giant lizards and beasts, who naturally treated them as food. Tessa activated the holy blessing on the pikes, in time with the other battle clerics along the line. The metal heads glowed with golden light, prepared to cut through the thick hides of the attackers, but the monsters didn't care. Ranged attackers, begin. Karl raised his bow and fired, chain lightning, into the front ranks. The lightning arced between the attackers, and dozens of the smaller beasts went up in flames as the commander rank ability hit their awakened rank bodies. The hill giants didn't care what they sent this way. They just herded everything. So there were many strong beasts, but also a horde of weaker ones that would slowly wear down the more powerful defenders once they reached the human lines. The first wave of attackers fell easily to the combined attacks of the defenders, and most of the weaker beasts were already severely injured from Remy's thunderstorm. The damage from the rain wasn't extreme, but it was a commander rank skill, and against awakened rank monsters, even half a minute of exposure was enough to nearly cripple them. Then, they had to pass through the area attacks of the other mages, many of whom had the same idea that Remy did, and spread their attacks over the largest possible area so that they injured everything before it made it to the line. The air in the distance crackled with lightning, fire swirled along the ground, and razor-sharp gusts of compressed winds tore through fur and scales. Thor bugled his challenge to the closest of the giant lizards, who raised his head to chomp down on the Sero's back. But that was where Tessa was sitting, and as Thor charged forward, she brought up her spear and stabbed upward through the roof of the beast's mouth to impale its brain and send holy light bursting out of its skull. The enormous predator fell, and Thor crushed the ribs of another with his armored tail, while Tessa lashed out with her spear, and the pike line pushed the other attackers away from them. Karl continued to fire, switching to flaming body, for more effect on the commander-rank beasts, who were starting to pile up against the spears, running over the bodies of the fallen first ranks. The mages put up solid barriers, halting the advance of the monsters for a split second before the warriors charged through again. The goal was to keep moving forward so that the bodies didn't stack up and give the monsters the chance to jump the defenders. Retreating would do the same thing, but that would eventually lead them back to camp, so it wasn't really an option in a battle this large. Karl remained a few steps behind the pike wall as they moved forward, pushing the beasts back so that he could continue to fire arrows toward the thicker clusters of strong beasts. Unlike the hill giants, most of these beasts didn't have any defensive magic, so the ongoing attack spells were devastating to them, especially in their enraged and starved state, where they were stopping inside the attack zone to feast on the bodies of the fallen. But Karl knew this fortunate state wouldn't last forever. The mages were burning a lot of mana to keep the area spells up, and once they started to get tired, things would become much more difficult. Remy left her place with Morgana when the witch doctor didn't understand that the refreshing spells were moving forward with the offense team. It didn't take the mages long to understand that the warriors had gotten priority for the stamina spells from the clerics, as they were the ones in immediate danger if someone faltered due to exhaustion. That led to the whole line pushing forward, holding their positions, while Remy slithered along at Karl's side, doing nothing but keeping her, Thunderstorm, active. Only when the monster density began to increase again did she start creating her totems on top of Morgana's staff. They were now designed to look like two Lamia back-to-back, instead of just one, and the firing rate had doubled, while the totems themselves were lasting closer to 2 minutes than their original 90 seconds. The poison was slower acting, but the fireballs had an immediate effect on everything that they hit, and their flank of the line was holding strong, even as the others were calling up reinforcements from the army. They weren't elites, but there were more than enough clerics here to give them blessings and send them into combat to reinforce the students, the same as they would do on any other battlefield. The academy had been trying to avoid it, but the pure weight of numbers was dragging down some sections of the line that didn't have as much area attack ability. The strongest monsters are falling. Front line, hold position and let them come to us, the section commander ordered, giving the students a bit of a chance to catch their breath between fights. Not that they were going to get completely out of combat, as the mages' reduction in mana meant that they had to cut the power of their spells back to the mana level that they could sustain in a longer time period, and that was bringing monsters to the front with less damage than at the start of the battle. The pikes were beginning to falter, and the warriors in the front were being forced to change to shorter-ranged weapons, while the second rank used their pikes to keep the largest of the monsters from crushing them as they fought. That was Ray's cue to switch tactics. Now, instead of sending the spider golems after the most dangerous targets while she spat silk to trap ones that looked like they would make good snacks, she had the spider golems switch to the mass clearance tactics that they had used in the last battle with the hill giants, just murdering as many small monsters as possible. The kill everything that moves tactic was working well for the spider golems, and the line was actually able to push back the monsters in a few spots, but there was much worse incoming. The smarter monsters hadn't been completely consumed by rage due to the spell that the hill giants had put on the area using the bait, and they had remained behind the area attack spells for as long as they could resist. But now they were coming forward, charging through the weakened mage spells, intent on tearing the humans apart and sating the magical hunger that was consuming their thoughts. They had resisted as long as they could, but now, their reasoning had been overcome, and they were rampaging the same as the others. There was a large group of massive feline predators, and for a moment Karl struggled to recall their names from the study books. Great golden lions, that was the name of the species, he realized. Then he realized that there was a much larger problem. Unlike the other monsters in the horde so far, this was a proper magical beast, and it had abilities beyond strengthening and melee attacks. The great golden lion could breathe fire, And if that pack made it to the front lines, things were going to get brutal for the defenders. The mage's barriers wouldn't hold up for long, and the holy light blessing that the clerics cast on the warriors wouldn't take many hits from the fiery breath. Morgana, those things breathe fire. I need to move forward to keep them away from the line. Karl shouted back to the witch doctor. Take your 10-person team if you can even get ahead of the lines. We will do what we can to protect your back. Morgana replied. Colonel Wilkes' group wouldn't be too impressed by that answer, but the extra bodies would help, and when Thor charged, the monsters would spread to avoid being rammed. It was instinctive, and their enraged minds didn't understand battle tactics. Just follow the serum. Everything else will back away from our fight when the flames start to fly. But those lions breathe fire, and they will tear apart the warriors who don't have Thor's barrier on them. Karl explained as he prepared to push the group forward. Seamus still looked terrified, but Tessa pulled him up on the back of Thor, and the bard took out a small pan flute, which he could play with one hand while he held a shield in the other. That was far better than he had been during the first battle he had seen on this front, and Karl was impressed with his bravery. It took a lot of courage to face that level of fear, and to not only go forward of the line, but to do it on a serum with a war cleric. Of course, he might not have realized what he had volunteered for yet, so it could be excused if he panicked later, but Karl had a good feeling about him. Thor smashed the ground with his tail, sending an earthquake forward into the monsters, then charged behind it with raised golems protecting his flanks. They didn't have far to go, not far enough that he would lose the slower-moving members of the squad, but the monsters parted around them when they saw that the serum had a target in mind. Karl took up the back of the formation, preventing anything from coming up behind them as Thor parted the monsters in front of them. And the monsters didn't take long to close ranks behind them, but it was the weaker and more opportunistic ones that came first. You go forward, we will hold the back. Colonel Wilkes instructed as he summoned his fire elementals to support Jimmy and Ollie at the back of the team. Dana and Ray's golems were split between the sides of Thor, so as long as the group stayed close, they only had to cover a small area with actual warriors, leaving Karl and Thor free to fight the great golden lions in front. The 5 beasts roared in unison, and a blast of flame washed over the group, causing everyone to glow in an odd combination of blue and gold as the barriers created by Tessa and Thor worked together to prevent the damage from reaching the elites. Give me a boost, big buddy, Karl instructed as he ran onto Thor's tail with his maul in his hand. Thor flipped his tail up, sending Karl flying over the heads of Tessa and Seamus. The startled golden lions looked up in shock and sent a gout of flames toward Karl as he descended. The flames washed over Flame Body, with no noticeable damage. Then the maul hit home, crushing a lion's skull and sending chain lightning out through the group. Tessa's spear flicked out above Karl's head, slashing the throat of another golden lion before it could recover. Hot golden blood flowed from the wound, setting the grass on fire as Karl switched to the two-handed blade for easier close-quarters combat. The flaming breath came for him again as Karl sidestepped, making use of his enhanced speed to pull the attack away from the rest of the group. That spread it over the monsters on Thor's right flank, and the stench of burning fur filled the air. The golden lions didn't care. The other monsters were nothing but competition for food, and they had dared to try to eat the ones who had insulted the lions by fighting back. Claws raked down Karl's barrier as he parried another set with his blade and moved another step away from Thor. That was the perfect position, and while Karl was burning a lot of energy to keep his barrier up, he now had the closest of the golden lions facing away from the lightning serum. 2 massive horns tossed the beast in the air, where it was helplessly impaled by Tessa's spear before being torn apart by multiple magic missiles and fire bolts. That left only 2 more golden lions and a frightened horde of monsters, who were now giving them as much space as possible, as Karl rolled to Thor's left flank and evaded another gout of fire breath, which burned even more of the unfortunate horde. They were forced too close to the battle by the press of bodies, and they were suffering as badly from the lions as they were from the humans. The great golden lions were forced to their hind legs as Ophelia joined Karl with a furious roar. They were still larger than the raging were-bear, but not by enough that they could discount her raw strength. Unfortunately for them, that opened their vulnerable bellies while they swatted away the berserker's axes, and another one fell, gutted by Tessa's spear. That left only one, surrounded by Karl and Ophelia, fighting desperately for its life. Karl got a solid hit on one shoulder as the lion twisted out of the way, and its leg suffered a grievous wound from the axe. But then it was gone, leaping off into the crowd of monsters on 3 legs, and putting a half-dozen bodies between it and the humans as it retreated. The monsters were just letting it run, but they were closing on Karl and the others now that the threat of flame breath was gone. Back up to the line, fighting retreat. Karl shouted to be heard over the din of the battle. They had done their jobs, and the flame-breathing commanders were out of commission, leaving only targets that the line could reasonably be expected to deal with. Thor and Karl both needed a breather, as they had expended a lot of energy to keep refreshing lightning active, but the golems and fire elementals were happy to cover for them as they backed away. Karl swept the surrounding area with rend, creating a wide path for their retreat. That got them back to the line in under 10 seconds and gave the line a moment to regroup after they had passed by. Good work. Morgana congratulated them as they stopped between the warriors and the mages. Karl just nodded in reply as he focused on recovering energy, and Remy crawled up the witch doctor to get to her favorite viewpoint on Morgana's staff and set up new totems. Will the other line be back? Morgana asked, while holding the radio microphone in her hand, ready to inform Battlefield Command of the outcome. Not anytime soon. It has a broken leg and a mangled shoulder. I don't know how fast they heal, but it shouldn't be back today at the very least. Karl replied. Morgana sent their report, and the group spread back to their positions, returning to their duties against the rapidly diminishing wave of monsters. All that was left was the very worst of it, the wave of flying monsters that had followed the others to the battle. Fortunately, they had a plan. First, the thunderstorm, to soak and electrocute the incoming birds. Then, blizzard, to freeze the water. And finally, they would have Thor hurl mixed tiny sand golems at them with his tail. That last bit was an impromptu addition by Thor himself. The other portions of the line would have to fend for themselves, but as long as refreshing lightning was active, Remy was sure she could keep the area spells active long enough to make a difference. The thunderstorm would be spread over the largest possible area, as it needed time to reach maximum effect, and then the blizzard would be a narrow final line. There were a few other area spells in their section, including Colonel Wilkes' Flamestorm spell, but its casting range wasn't nearly as far as Remy's. Why he couldn't cast it as far away as she could use her area spells was a mystery, but the Flamestorm spell naturally wanted to be centered on the caster, and just moving it out into the monsters was an effort, while Remy only had to be able to clearly see and visualize her target. That was true for many of the mage's area spells. They were primarily defensive, and while they could create a gap large enough for their unit, the area spells were usually centered on them, not hurled hundreds of meters away. With the obvious exception of explosions, which had been a constant counterpart to the day's battle. The flock was chasing the last of the beasts forward, herding them into the academy lines, right until they hit the rain, and found that it was seeping into their skin and tearing their feathers out. That was enough to make most of them turn around and give up on the battle, overcome by the pain and shaken free of the effects of the rage that they had been under. But the beasts on the ground were closer to the bait packs all the way in, and the effect was much stronger. They weren't turning back. They were intent on eliminating the humans, and even more now that they were wounded. That works better than I thought it would. The damage is all right, but the deterrent effect is totally worth it. Remy noted as she watched the first of the rain-soaked monsters reach the blizzard and get flash frozen. They were monsters, and they could break the magical ice easily enough, but it was sharp, and it cut into their flesh, making them bleed and slowing their movement. Then they were into the spells of the other mages, and being cut down so fast that the warrior lines were only doing cleanup on the last few who struggled through in a desperate attempt to get some form of vengeance. But their incredibly effective defense only extended so far, and the sections of the line further down toward the artillery were still having issues, and even with the reinforcements from the regular army, they were in for a hard fight. The problem was that if they changed anything here, they would only move the problem back in their direction. The first group, the ones who had been ending their shift when the attack started, were rotated off the line to get some sleep, as the battle wasn't showing any signs of ending in the next few hours, but Karl's side of the line was at the point where you could call it under control. That let them all rest a little, as they were mostly using the largest scale attacks they could at greatly reduced power to deal with the stragglers of the monster attack on their flank. Remy had cut back the power on her spells to the point that the monsters were actually making it through, but only the ascended rank ones. That was low enough draw that she wouldn't burn herself out before it was time to nap, as long as she still had Thor and Lotus's help with their refreshing skills. Having such a large area spell is a blessing in battle. I think that Thunderstorm is even larger than the blizzard she was using before. One of the warriors noted as he stepped back from the line, letting the second rank rotate forward. She's a commander now, instead of ascended. So, the blizzard will have expanded as well, but her abilities definitely lean toward the dispersed damage effects over exceptionally large areas. I see that there is a shaman further down the line using nearly the same spell, but we could have used several more of them. Karl replied, "Are there so few shamans?" One of the mages behind Karl asked. Morgana nodded and turned to the student. "There are right now. There are only 5 at the academy, including the instructor. There are many more from previous years, but the last few haven't had many shamans among them." One of the mages chuckled. 80% of the student body is either a cleave-based warrior or a wand-marked wizard. It's like we got all the repeat draws the last few years. Mick, the bald golem mage, laughed. "It's like gambling. You get a streak of nothing, and then something big. Our year burned up all its luck with Karl and Dana. Mostly Karl. No offense to Dana, but she did start as a basic mage with exceptional talent. He got the broken, overpowered supermark." Karl laughed as he sent a wave of rend through the wounded monsters. "It's not that the mark is overpowered. It's the beasts. If I didn't have such a cool group of teammates, the mark would be nearly worthless." Karl informed him, making Thor stomp happily. Remy jabbed her head repeatedly toward the blizzard until one of the mages reached out to stroke her scales. "You are doing a wonderful job, Remy. Every bit as impressive as Thor's shield, Hawk's scouting, and Ray's golems, wherever they went." Karl laughed and gestured into the distance with his next rend attack. "They're over that way, hunting for things that are stronger than a wounded ascended rank pig. The camp will be eating good for a while after this battle, and I'll be sure to pull a few extra beasts into my storage space so we can do another roast in case we run out of fresh goodness before the next event." He added, "What's the next event?" The mage petting Remy asked. "Dana and Lotus both have birthdays coming up in the next couple of weeks, only a few days apart, so we were going to celebrate them together with another barbecue. It looks like we might not have to do much begging, though. There are hundreds of dead pigs out there." Karl noted. "Are those safe to eat?" Jimmy asked as he stood in the front row with a pike in his hands. "The ones in the thunderstorm are. That's just lightning and water magic. They'll be fresh and clean when we go to gut them, even if they are a bit charred. I'm sure we can save at least a truckload of meat from our section of the battle." Morgana considered Karl's words. "You have a good point. I will see if they have an insulated trailer nearby. If we can get them butchered and on ice, perhaps frozen with ice magic, we can have fresh meat instead of canned for months." The meal rations included canned pork, or as the elites called it, stuff posing as meat, but it was mediocre at best. Fried and slathered with mustard, it wasn't too bad, and a number of the students liked to eat it with eggs or drowned in a cream gravy. But Morgana was not a fan. One after another, the mages took turns petting and encouraging Remy, as it was her wide area spells that were making life so easy along this section. The range that she had with her magic was ridiculous compared to what most of the students could manage, and as a result, they were mostly just standing around, waiting for something to make it through the blizzard so they could finish it off. But that was becoming increasingly rare, and the flying beasts had never come near their portion of the line, though they could surely have just flown over the spell effects. The thunderstorm clouds were only a few hundred meters in the air, and Hawk was flying over them constantly, looking for targets stupid or brave enough to challenge his air superiority. The birds had mostly fled as soon as the thunderstorm went up, and the only powerful flying things were all the way down at the anti-aircraft guns, 10 kilometers from their location. But there were some griffins among them, and Hawk thought that might make a good companion, as it could fly, use wind magic, and walk on 4 legs. It was a versatile sort of monster, and it didn't use water magic. That was why Hawk wasn't dive-bombing the overgrown mice right now. The water magic wouldn't attack him, but he would get soaked with every pass, and that was simply unacceptable. They were about to rotate a second group off the line when the signal was given that the monsters had been defeated and a temporary stand-down order was in place. That meant that while they were relieved of the official need to fight, everyone should remain nearby and prepared to fight, even if they weren't on shift. So, Karl moved his group back, as they were in the third group, which would go on shift in half an hour, and lay down against Thor for a quick nap. There were still a few monsters coming their way, and Remy still had her thunderstorm up at further reduced capacity. But what made it past the storm was nothing that a small group of warriors and mages couldn't handle. The rest of the line was slowly managing to chase off the flying creatures, but Karl could sense the envious eyes cast in their direction. The storm and hawk were enough to chase off all of the flying monsters at their end of the line, so the right flank was just resting while everyone else finished the fight. Karl's team took over their shift right on schedule, but there wasn't anything to do with Hawk already clearing out the monsters from above once they left the storm. The smart ones had already died or run away. So now it was mostly just the slower-moving rodents and scavengers who didn't have the brain power to realize that it was the water causing them damage. So many dumb mice. They just keep running back into the rain. Hawk complained, unwilling to chase them into the storm. You have a fire barrier, you won't really get wet. Thor reminded him. Not the point. Despite his complaints, Karl could tell that the hawk was actually having fun, circling around the edge of the storm and chasing the rodents back into their deaths. Once the storm ended, they would all be freshly washed and ready for him to collect, so it was better that they stopped in the rain than running out through the mud. After another hour, even that had stopped. There was nothing coming out of the storm anymore, and only a few stragglers were still being found by the rest of the defensive line. That was when Karl fully expected the hill giants to attack, and thanked his luck that he was on shift for it. Remy dropped the storm so that Hawk could clean up the beasts that he wanted, and the academy started to send teams forward to gather beasts to be butchered for the kitchens. Do they have a trailer for the meat? Karl asked Morgana as he watched the recovery teams work. They will in an hour. It's on its way here now. Well, more than one. They're assigning teams everywhere that got hit with beasts today to gather meat to help reduce the load on the supply convoys. The less that they have to send to us, the better. We have also taken low casualties lately, so the clerics have been going all out with the rice and beans, which cuts down on the requirement for shelf-stable rations even further. I know it's a bit dull for most of the elites, but it's free and plentiful, so the supply staff loves it. Karl chuckled at Morgana's description. It's actually better than a lot of the things that they serve in the cafeteria. I've grown quite fond of the rice and beans base for dinners with the nature priest-grown fruits and vegetables plus monster meat. We eat better in the field than we do in camp. Morgana sighed. Well, hopefully this conflict will be sorted sooner than expected. The frost giants are already in bad shape, and with one border only needing minimal forces, the army has managed to transfer more to the other lines. Karl shrugged. It doesn't look like the hill giants are going to give up so soon. But you never know what they are actually thinking. It could all be over tomorrow, but it could run until one side completely collapses. I don't pretend to understand what the giants were thinking with this invasion. The witch doctor nodded. There has to be some reason for the giants to start working together. They hate each other, but they're all forming a coordinated offensive against us when they don't even want the territory. So, it has to be about something else, and nobody really knows what. But should we really be worrying about that right now? Why not? It's not like I've got anything else to do. Unless they're going to let me take a team to go scout behind the lines. All we can do is gossip and speculate while we sit here. Karl reminded her. Dana laughed and poked him in the side. You're as bad as an old woman, looking for gossip. Inquiring minds need to know. Tessa looked over at them from on top of Thor's head. Yeah, if we don't get to do fun stuff, at least give us something to think about. Like, do you think that unique scent that hill giants have is natural? Or is it some sort of soap? They kind of smell like dirt and plants, not sweaty like ogres or goblins, so I've been wondering. That was an excellent question. Everyone quietly pondered it for a while, and even Hawk began to wonder. None of them had never found signs of soap in their belongings, but they all smelled the same, so it was possible that it could go either way. Hawk had a small mountain of corpses in his space now, and then a large mountain built off to one side. What's with the segregated piles? Karl asked as he inspected the rapidly filling space. This is the really good stuff I want to keep, and that is the good enough to eat stuff that I'm willing to part with. We can put it in the Morgana's trailer once it arrives. Karl laughed at how Hawk still didn't get the concept of names. He treated everyone as a separate species. So it was the Dana Mage, the Morgana, and so on. Ray got names a bit better, but it was hit or miss who she considered worthy of a name. What's the good word? Dana asked once Karl was paying full attention to his surroundings again. Hawk has separated the piles into things he likes to eat and things he thinks that humans will like to eat. So he's got a massive pile of beasts in stasis, waiting for the personnel to be available to butcher them after the trailer arrives. But looking at it, we might need more trailers. There is a mountain of beasts in there, and that's just the good-tasting ones. Karl explained. Dana laughed. That sounds like Hawk. Let me guess, there are no pigs in the pile for the humans. Karl looked at the pile and found a few of them that had been scorched and damaged in the mountain of donations. I wouldn't say that there are none, but none of the ones that died cleanly are in that pile. He's got years' worth of food in the other pile, though, so once we start running low, I will have him start sorting it out. He's not going to need most of that once he makes it to royal rank, so he will be able to part with the vast majority. Karl explained. Morgana gave Karl a curious look. Sometimes I wonder just what all you have hidden in those spaces. You've pulled out all sorts of natural resources so far, and some truly rare ones as well. So what all can go in those spaces? Karl shrugged. Anything the beasts see as a resource. So food, shiny objects, broken magical weapons, but not intact ones. However, they can take gems, plants, and those sorts of things. So, the stones and feathers in your fort are all things that someone thought would be useful? Morgana asked. They were on bodies that Ray collected. She likes using them as decorations, but she will take them with her when we leave. The silk is free, her treasures are not. Karl explained. Morgana nodded. And some of those stones are actually valuable magical resources. They're just not useful to any of your beasts. If we could convince her to part with a few of them, we might actually be able to make some new resources for specific warriors. Ray gave Morgana a curious look that would have made most people recoil in fright, but Morgana just smiled. If you have a few more of those glowing orange stones with the yellow streaks in them, and the perpetually cold bones that aren't giant bones, we could use both of them to make fire and ice potions for the church guards and regular soldiers. It makes them more attuned to holy magic, but for some reason, it doesn't work on the clerics who can actually use holy magic. The witch doctor explained. Ask her how much she needs. They're kind of bright, so I buried them in a hole. Ray replied. She is wondering how many you need. She has a few tucked away. Morgana considered that for a few seconds, counting on her fingers as she looked out at the infantry units as far as the eye could see. To cover all of the soldiers here for the next 3 months, before the potion wears off, we would need at least 20 of the stones and a kilo of ice element monster bones that aren't frost giants. She decided. Ray pulled the cover off her pit full of glowing rocks and began to sort out the ones that Morgana wanted. They were incredibly common in frost giant jewelry, and every commander rank warrior usually had at least 10 of them woven into their accessories. So, she had quite the pit full of them, but she still carefully counted 20 of them before weighing the bones. Karl wasn't certain how accurate her guess of the weight was, but when she was ready, she retreated from her space to rest by Thor and left Karl to pass the loot over. This should do it. This is what Ray found for you, Karl explained. She had moved a large wooden shield over the pit again and covered it with stones that didn't shine, so the glow didn't mess with the ambience of her space, which was nearly dark, with a few glowing blue stones strung up high to imitate stars in the sky. Morgana took the large pile of materials from Karl into a spare bag and happily patted Ray on her leg, being careful to touch only the side and not risk her fingers on the sharp edges. Thank you, Ray. It will take me all night to make enough potions, but the whole army will benefit from this. That was all the thanks that Ray needed. Someone needed her shiny loot, and that meant that they all owed her a favor. The witch doctor ran off from the lines and sent another teacher over to fill her space, leaving the newly arrived staff member thoroughly confused. There is a latrine right over there. Where is she going? He asked as he took Morgana's spot next to Karl's group. We got her some loot to make holy magic attunement potions for the army. It should last them for 90 days, so she's in a hurry to get it made and distributed. Karl explained. You found the orange sunstones? That is excellent news. I will gladly take the extra shifts if she can get those potions made. I didn't even know that we had someone here who knew how to make the potions. They're a pretty obscure recipe, and the materials only come from the Frost Giant Nation. Ah, you all were stationed there, weren't you? He realized. Karl nodded. Not those 4, but the other 6 of us in this team were. The teacher pulled a spear from his inventory and stabbed the blunt end into the dirt so he could lean against it. Well, there are always advantages to having veterans on the line with the students. I know most of you are still students, but the difference in experience has been far too obvious since we got here. If I had to say, sending students out more would actually be better for their development. The gains that everyone has made since they got here have been incredible. It feels like we're about to have another commander in our ranks as well. Possibly 2. He was looking at Dana and Ophelia, who were both a bit nervous at his gaze. The status difference for commander rank would be huge, but they didn't think that they were there yet. They weren't close to Karl's power or even any of his beasts, except maybe Remy. But none of them had really considered the fact that Remy had advanced to commander already, and they were still at least equal to her in maximum power. Most of the issue was just that Thor and Ray were throwing off the perception of what a commander rank beast meant. Thor's refreshing lightning was such a versatile skill that it made him seem much more powerful than he was, and Ray had her royal rank golems, which just tore through everything that they touched. They're coming. Hawk informed Karl after another half hour of patiently waiting for something to happen. We've got incoming. Hawk is in the air, scouting. He says there are more threats coming. I will get more details in a second. Karl relayed. About 5 big teams coming our way, then about the same for everyone else. Maybe 100 big teams. Hawk guessed. A big team was 10, so there were about 1,000 hill giants coming for them. Hawk says we've got 100 coming to our section, and there are about 1,000 in total that he can see. Karl relayed. The teacher grabbed his radio and passed the message to the other units, which didn't immediately get an attack alarm sounded, as they were already on standby, but the artillery started only a minute later, when they got positive confirmation on the giants' positions. That was enough to inform everyone that their day wasn't over. But Karl didn't get up from his resting spot, nor did Dana, who was leaned against his side, trying not to fall asleep as she meditated to regain her mana. The hill giants were already charging, despite being over 10 kilometers away. It wouldn't take them long to get to the human lines, but the attack alarm was still waiting for them to get in sight so that the students could get a bit more rest before they were scrambled into position. It was only after the giants were in sight and everyone was getting to their feet that the troops were sent back to the line, preparing to engage the rapidly incoming enemy lines. That barely gave them time to get half the mages in position before the hill giants' bombardment began. But once they were in range, the hill giants didn't keep advancing. They stopped and used earth magic to create barriers in front of their lines so they could bombard the lines and remain out of sight to the direct attacks from the students. Golems were charging across no man's land now, while being bombarded by boulders and sharp spikes of stone. But as fast as they were falling, they were being reformed to charge from the caster's maximum range again. Karl, can you have Thor hurl my sand golems again? That worked really well, and they have short legs. Mick asked. Happily. Ray, can you make a catapult basket for Thor's tail? Karl requested out loud. She made a quick mesh net, and the first golem got inside, while curled into a ball. Thor hurled the small golem, which impacted with a boulder in the sky, sending both the stone and the remains of the golem to the ground. Next, fire. Karl cheered as another golem loaded itself. This one flew right over the hill giant lines, but it could attack from behind, and Mick gave him a thumbs up, signaling that the golem had survived its landing. One after another, they were hurled, with most of them dying in the process. In fact, it took so long to get them there alive that Ray had sent a second set of spider golems, with Dana's stone golems on their backs, to the line before Mick finally had all 6 alive on the line. Well, I can't say that it's more time effective, as they can dodge the artillery if they're on foot, but it sure is more fun. Karl noted as Thor finished his work. You never know until you try, right? Mick laughed. Even though they had made it to the line after much effort, they didn't last long, and Mick sent the next group running across the battlefield with the other golems and the fire elementals from Colonel Wilkes. If the giants weren't going to advance, this was going to be a very annoying fight. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me. and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.